Date the 7th of April 2321. Time 5:06. Location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Guest Palace. Didn't you hear what I said to the maids? I prefer to bathe privately, I stated, glancing towards the corner where Arya was concealed. As the boy spoke and cast his gaze in her direction, Arya pivoted to glance over her shoulder, wondering who the boy was talking to. Arya wasn't playing the fool, rather, she possessed unwavering confidence in her stealth tactics. Its ability was not discernible by a mere card soldier. Yet, upon discovering no one but the four walls of the room behind her, Arya came to the realization that the boy was, in fact, addressing her. Overcome with surprise, she cast a stunned gaze in his direction. Arya had employed her stealth card to outwit the senses of her enemies in the Card King realm. Thus, she couldn't help but ponder how the card soldier in front of her had managed to locate her. Could he be bluffing? It wasn't until she recalled reading about the boy's aura sight, a vision-related origin card listed in his dossier, that the puzzle pieces fell into place. Despite the clear indication that she was underestimating the boy, Arya chose to turn a blind eye to the obvious warning. "Make no mistake, I know you heard me. Now get the hell out," I bellowed, frustrated by Arya's lack of response, demanding that she vacate the premises immediately. Despite my repeated entreaties, Arya persisted in concealing herself in the corner of the room. "I cannot comply with your request," she explained. "As your bodyguard, it's my duty to remain in close proximity to ensure your safety. Thus, I must remain in the same room as you. Enough already. This is the royal guest palace, for heaven's sake. Who in their right mind would dare plot an assassination of a royal guest on the royal palace grounds? If you're so concerned about your duty as my bodyguard, go stand guard outside the door," I said, managing to control my anger as I understood Arya was only doing her job and not going out of her way to make things difficult for me. "Master Wyatt, I implore you to consider your safety by cooperating. Kindly disregard my presence." Arya graciously declined my request once more. "Arya, I understand that you are fulfilling what your duties require of you. However, my privacy is also important to me, and I hope you can respect that. Can we find a compromise that works for both of us?" I attempted to reason with Arya. Out of frustration, I hoped that Arya was deliberately trying to make things difficult for me so that I could resort to force to remove her from the room. "Got it, I'll face the wall. Don't worry, I will not peek," Arya replied. While she seemed to understand my concerns, her proposed compromise fell short. With her presence in the room, I couldn't fully relax or be alone with my thoughts. It wasn't about my masculinity, it was simply a matter of personal space. "Fine, have it your way," saying that I arrange a big enough isolation array to separate me and the rest of the bathroom from the corner of the room where Arya stood guard. However, within the confines of the isolation array, an unsettling sensation washed over me. It was as if a pair of eyes were fixed upon me, silently watching my every move. Without a moment's hesitation, I activated my Gigamite physique, calling upon its remarkable ability, "If you see me, I see you," to track down the source of my unease. To my surprise, I discovered that the voyeur was none other than Arya herself. It appeared that her eyes possessed extraordinary power, as her gaze was able to penetrate the isolation array I had erected just with her naked eyes. No, upon closer inspection with my soul pupils, I realized that her bloodline was enhancing her visual abilities to see through my barriers. The revelation that the royal family's unparalleled bloodline could bestow upon card apprentices the power to peer through an isolation array came as a complete surprise to me. In fact, my knowledge of the royal bloodline's abilities was sorely lacking, limited to a scant few rumors and hearsay that I had gleaned from the memories of the clown mask. Emerging from the isolation array, I turned to face Arya and inquired, "Why aren't you following our agreement to face the wall?" Arya's response was immediate but disingenuous. "I thought it was unnecessary, given the isolation array you had erected," she replied, feigning innocence. I saw through her deception, however, and spoke sternly, "Arya, there's no need to play games. Why know your unique bloodline grants you the power to enhance your vision and see through the isolation array formation I have established. Just face the wall as we agreed." Given that I had arranged an isolation array, Arya could stay in the room without issue as long as she kept her promise to face the wall and not to peek. "No, with the isolation array in place, I cannot use my mental strength to monitor you or your surroundings, so I need my augmented vision to monitor you. If you remove the isolation array, then I can consider facing the wall," Arya answered. But her answer only managed to frustrate me even further, as monitoring a person with mental strength was equivalent to seeing, hearing, and feeling the person at once. Just the thought that Arya planned to monitor me with her mental strength as I bathed made me sick to my stomach. I don't understand why can't the Arya not understand that my privacy was as important as my life. I'm afraid that won't do, Arya, I replied firmly. The isolation array is necessary for my peace of mind and personal privacy. I cannot allow you to monitor me with your mental strength while I am bathing. It's an invasion of my personal space. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 5:25, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Guest Palace. Master Wyatt, would you refuse medical treatment due to valuing your personal space and privacy over your life? Certainly not. A similar standard applies to bodyguards, as both professions prioritize saving their clients' lives while also respecting their personal space and privacy. Arya made a compelling case, demonstrating her unwavering commitment to her role as a bodyguard. With a tone of sarcasm, I acknowledged, well, aren't you just a genius? You've uncovered my silly and irrational behavior, but Arya's agreeing nod made my attempt at humor fall flat. It was clear that her astuteness as a bodyguard left no room for such antics. Exasperated with Arya's unwavering stance, I concluded that further reasoning would be futile. In a moment of jest, I quipped, on the topic of safety, wouldn't it be more advantageous for you to protect me in the shower? Perhaps we should both disrobe and you can join me. Master Wyatt, I did consider that option, but I must admit, I am not well versed in the art of fighting in the nude. So, for your safety, I believe it would be best if I stick to my areas of expertise. Arya's response was candid and genuine. Her sincerity was so palpable that I found myself unsure if she was speaking in jest or was truly serious. In a teasing manner, I remarked, have no fear, Arya. I shall instruct you in the art of fighting in the nude. Why don't you join me in the shower so we can begin our training? As my bodyguard, I trust you understand your duty to ensure my safety and security at all times. I said this with a hint of amusement, curious to see how long Arya could maintain her guise of a single-minded protector. Arya politely declined my suggestion. Master Wyatt, I am currently on duty and it would not be appropriate for me to engage in such activities with you at this time. Perhaps we can schedule a different time for our lesson. Her smile was friendly enough, but the expression in her eyes was a clear indication of her thoughts. Pervert. Fuck it. Frustrated, I cursed under my breath. Why should I have to sacrifice the simple pleasure of taking an unnerving shower and bath because of Arya's stubbornness? This was the Southern royal family's guest palace, after all. If an assassination attempt were to occur here, a mere bodyguard from the Card Lord realm would be powerless to stop it. In an instant, 3 floating heads materialized behind Arya. Their sudden appearance alerted her. As she planned to react to them, 3 pairs of big arms emerged out of thin air aiming at her, one pair covering her eyes while the other 2 pairs restrained her arms and legs. Despite being bound, Arya remained composed. She was aware of the boy's strange powers, as she had read about them in his dossier. Remaining calm, she asked, Master Wyatt, may I ask the reason for this? I tried to reason with you and asked politely, but you refused to compromise. You left me no choice but to resort to force. Now, be patient and endure the vision deprivation until I finish my bath, I declared with a sense of triumph. With a smug smile on my face, I walked back into the isolation array formation that I had prepared. Alas, my victory was short-lived as I sensed that my floating arms were struggling to keep Arya restrained. I turned to check on her, only to discover that the unique blend of unparalleled bloodline and soul energy that was surging through Arya's body was augmenting her physical strength to a point where it was rapidly approaching the level of my gigamite physique. Having struggled for some time to break free from the spectral arms, Arya eventually ceased her attempts and spoke up, saying, Master Wyatt, I must admit that I had seriously underestimated you. Your strength is quite impressive, especially for someone in the card soldier realm. Thank you, Arya, I responded with a slight smile as I deactivated my floating arms and heads, allowing her to be free from their grasp. Although I must say, if you were to fully utilize the power of your bloodline, you would have easily been able to break free from my restraints. I could sense through my soul pupils that Arya had only partially blended her bloodline with soul energy, causing her powers to be diminished. Had she fully merged the two completely, her physical strength would have exploded by a few folds, allowing her to easily break free of my restraints. It was unclear why she had not done so, but it was ultimately my loss. Master Wyatt, Arya spoke with a hint of surprise in her voice. You don't have to downplay your abilities on my account. I apologize for underestimating you. It appears that you are more than capable of defending yourself. I'll turn around and give you your privacy in the isolation array. Arya couldn't help but question why Minister Lorenzo had assigned her as the boy's bodyguard when it seemed like the boy was just as skilled in combat as she was. She made a mental note to review her client's file more thoroughly in the future. I appreciate your compliment, Arya, but don't sell yourself short. If you had fully blended your bloodline with your soul energy, you could have easily broken free from my restraints. I spoke with a hint of remorse, realizing that I had to resort to force to achieve my goal. Master Wyatt, what do you mean? I had diligently integrated my bloodline with my soul energy, but unfortunately, the resulting physical prowess was inadequate to extricate myself from your constraints without resorting to my cards, Arya replied. She couldn't comprehend how the boy was knowledgeable about her bloodline fusion methodology and why he implied that she had not executed it flawlessly, when in fact, she had. Arya, give me a moment, as I heard Arya insistently proclaiming that she had flawlessly fused her bloodline with her soul energy. Despite my soul pupils bearing witness to the contrary, I couldn't help but feel baffled and suspect that something wasn't quite right. To get to the bottom of things, I instructed the Hive AI to retrieve the footage of Arya utilizing her bloodline to augment her physical prowess, ultimately unraveling the truth of the matter. As it transpired, Arya wasn't deliberately deceiving us, but instead sharing what she genuinely believed to be the truth. She persisted in affirming that she had achieved total integration of her soul energy and bloodline, unaware that the level to which she had merged them was not the utmost degree possible. So, why did Arya believe that she had reached the pinnacle of merging her bloodline with her soul energy? Simply put, her physical body had imposed a limitation, preventing her from achieving a higher level of fusion. To surpass this barrier and attain a greater degree of integration between her bloodline and soul energy, Arya would need to transcend the constraints of her physical form. Exceeding the physical limitations of the body was a daunting task, particularly when one was unaware of the existence of such boundaries. This was precisely the predicament that Arya found herself in. Although her bloodline was unmatched in purity compared to even Luna Lorne's unparalleled bloodline, her body was not on par due to being influenced by external factors such as the genes she inherited from her father were not that compatible with genes she inherited from her mother. In contrast, both Anna and Anne possessed untainted unparalleled bloodlines, and their bodies were robust enough to fully manifest their innate potential. Comprehending this, I once again experienced a surge of triumph, for I had not been defeated by Arya. It wasn't a matter of her choosing not to break free from my constraints, rather, her power simply wasn't sufficient to overcome them. Although she possessed a formidable bloodline and a physique that could rival my own, she lacked the adeptness to fully utilize them. Regardless of the cause, the bottom line was that I emerged victorious. Nevertheless, it did not absolve me of the responsibility for resorting to the use of force. In an attempt to make amends, I resolved to inform Arya of what I had learned. Arya, the extent to which you have merged your soul energy with your bloodline is not the maximum level of fusion achievable. When compared to the level of fusion that Anna and Anne can attain between their bloodline and soul energy, your current utilization of your bloodline and soul energy is merely a fraction of what they can do. As the boy spoke, Arya's brows furrowed in confusion. She found it perplexing that a mere card soldier from a third-rate city had such a deep understanding of the royal unparalleled bloodline, when even she, the descendant of the same bloodline, did not possess such knowledge. Nevertheless, she could not deny the truth in the boy's words, as she, herself, was aware of the vast discrepancy between her utilization of her bloodline and that of the Southern Emperor or any other member of the royal family. Date the 7th of April 2321. Time 5:33. Location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Guest Palace. Throughout her upbringing, Arya was constantly told that her bloodline was second only to Anna's in terms of purity and distinction. Yet, upon observing her cousins and peers with similarly distinguished bloodlines, she couldn't help but feel that the enhancements they gained from their lineage were not all that different from her own. It begged the question, if her bloodline was truly the purest of them all, shouldn't it grant her greater abilities and advantages than her relatives? The question of whether her bloodline fell short in some way wasn't Arya's greatest worry, as she was already at the forefront of her generation with the abilities she possessed. Her success wasn't solely attributed to her pure bloodline, but rather because of her tireless work ethic and tenacious disposition. Despite being born into the prestigious art family with the royal bloodline, Arya learned from a young age that she wasn't inherently exceptional and had to earn her place through hard work and perseverance. Regardless of her achievements, Arya felt a constant weight on her shoulders to uphold the reputation of the Art family and their royal bloodline. Society had unrealistic expectations of those born with the royal bloodline, assuming they would excel in all areas just as their renowned ancestors did. Anything short they would be considered to be tarnishing the royal bloodline's legacy. Falling short of perfection was simply not an option, and any perceived failure reflected not only on the individual but the entire family. So, if Arya failed to live up to society's expectations of her, then the Art family would be blamed for degrading the royal bloodline with their blood. Given the unattainable expectations set by society, Arya had no option but to be relentlessly diligent and hardworking to meet their ludicrous standards. While her pure bloodline was undoubtedly a factor in her success, it was her tireless efforts that propelled her forward. Without her unwavering determination and hard work, her pure bloodline alone would not have been sufficient to satisfy society's insatiable demands. Arya's life was incredibly hectic, as she achieved the rank of Card Lord at the remarkably young age of 17. She was so busy that she never had the opportunity to ponder whether her pure bloodline was lacking in any way. It wasn't until her clients, whom she was tasked with protecting, pointed out the potential deficiencies in her bloodline that Arya began to question its completeness. "Master Wyatt, what are you trying to say?" Arya asked the boy with caution, as she did not want to jump to any rash assumptions, as she was aware that her royal bloodline, whether she wished it or not, was a more significant part of her identity than even the esteemed Art family she was born and raised in. So, if there was any problem with the royal bloodline within her, then figures will be pointed at the Art family, blaming them for degrading the royal bloodline. The Art family was one of the oldest allies of the Southern royal family. They took pride in her loyalty to the Southern royal family, and for them to be blamed for degrading the royal bloodline would be their worst nightmare. "Sir, young Mrs. Body is not strong enough to display the full potential of the royal bloodline regardless of its purity. This news stays between us. Sir, the world will know one day. No, that day will never come. My daughter will make sure of it by making up for what her physique lacks by working 100 times harder than others." "Right, Arya." "Yes, father." In a sudden epiphany, Arya recollected that she and her family had always been aware of the fact that her physical constitution was not robust enough to showcase the complete potential of the royal bloodline. As a result, they had opted to keep it under wraps, apprehensive of societal repercussions. Now, Arya couldn't help but ponder why she felt inferior and the urge to keep pace with her peers when it was evident that she had surpassed them. It wasn't a matter of surpassing them in terms of realm or strength, but in terms of the bloodline itself. "Before I get to that, I need you to answer a few personal questions," I asked, deciding first to verify my judgment before I made any claims. "Sure, go ahead," Arya agreed, because she felt the boy knew something she did not. Considering his performance so far, Arya was willing to believe him. "Feel free to stop me when you feel uncomfortable answering my questions," I declared before asking, "Arya, you have any siblings?" "No, I am the only one," Arya answered. "Did your parents ever try to have another baby after you?" I asked, but then seeing the reluctance on Arya's face, I added, "I assure you it is related to what I am going to say about your bloodline." Arya replied, "Yes, they did. Unfortunately, luck was not on their side." However, she didn't disclose the entire truth that she was privy to, that her mother had suffered a total of 6 miscarriages, 5 before Arya's birth and 1 after. It was after the last one that Arya's parents decided to put an end to their attempts, as they couldn't bear the agony of going through another miscarriage. "I understand," I murmured, my fingers nimbly using my mental strength to conduct a thorough search on Arya's mother on the Grimoire network, with a particular focus on her pregnancies. Being the offspring of Minister Lorne and Field Marshal Heatsend, Arya's mother was a prominent figure in the southern province, and it didn't take much effort for me to track down her personal details, which Arya had not divulged. Further, I delved into the network to do some research about the Art family, and then, armed with that knowledge, I had a complete understanding of Arya's predicament before I apprised her of it. "Miss Arya, you are a living miracle." Date the 7th of April 2321, time 5:37, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Guest Palace. "Master Wyatt, I'm not comprehending your intention," Arya expressed her bewilderment, puzzled by the young boy's remark about her as a living miracle. Deep inside, she couldn't help but wonder if the boy was attempting to flirt with her. "Arya, I am aware of the circumstances surrounding your mother's pregnancy, and I presume that your parents have reiterated to you time and again that your birth is nothing short of a miracle. I spoke gently, knowing the delicate nature of the subject. During your birth, there were several complications, but you surpassed all the odds and came into this world as a healthy baby. Arya's forehead creased with a frown, and she gazed at the boy in silence, pondering how he knew so much about her and her family, despite being raised thousands of miles away from her. The moment he awakened from cryosleep, he had recognized her, despite it being their first encounter. However, he never disclosed how or why. Now, he seemed to be an expert on her bloodline and family history, raising Arya's suspicions that all of this was planned by the boy. However, she swiftly realized the notion was absurd, yet the thought left her feeling wary of him. Arya, please understand that what I am about to say is in no way meant to disrespect your family. I must also emphasize that soul pathway compatibility does not reflect how much people love each other. I spoke carefully, treading lightly. I was aware that my next statement could potentially offend Arya, given that she had devoted her entire life to ensuring that nobody blamed the Art family blood for her physical limitations. I understand, Master Wyatt. Please go ahead and say what you have to say, Arya replied impatiently. She had already anticipated what the boy was about to tell her, and it wasn't anything new that she didn't already know. What Arya was looking for was if he had anything constructive to add to the situation. Good, I nodded as Arya agreed with my words. Arya, there is a reason behind your mother's miscarriages, and it has to do with the compatibility of your parents' soul pathways, I explained. In simpler terms, Arya's parents had an incompatibility in their genes that resulted in multiple miscarriages. Despite her father being able to impregnate her mother, the embryos could not survive beyond 7 or 8 months due to the genetic mismatch. This would lead to complications during fetal development. Arya's brows furrowed as she heard the term, soul pathway compatibility, for the second time today but had no idea what it meant. She couldn't help but feel a bit lost, not knowing how it related to her parents' situation. I'm sorry, Master Wyatt, but I'm not familiar with that term. Could you please explain it to me? She asked, hoping for some clarification. To put it simply, the Art family's innate physique doesn't match well with the royal bloodline, I replied straightforwardly, fully aware that my words might cause offense, but I couldn't think of a gentler way to explain the concept of soul pathway compatibility to Arya. Master Wyatt, what are you trying to imply here? Arya's furrowed brows and tense expression made it clear that she wasn't going to let me off the hook without a proper explanation. Arya, let me explain. If I am not wrong, then the Art family has a unique innate physique that enables them to purify their soul energy at a faster rate than others. This ability allows members of your family to forge their ego gem faster than others of their generation, I said, in hopes to clarify my earlier statement. I knew that the Art family was renowned for their abilities and that Arya was very proud of her family's heritage. Although I hear you, I'm struggling to see the connection between what you're saying now and your earlier statement, Arya voiced her confusion. Allow me to finish, I'm almost there, I requested Arya to exercise patience and lend an ear to my explanation. In the meantime, if my memory serves me right, the unparalleled bloodline possesses the power to enhance the user's physical form by harnessing their soul energy, I elaborated. As Arya nodded in agreement, I paused, savoring the dramatic effect before continuing. Picture this, a body with the physique that's inherently Art family along with the unparalleled bloodline of the Southern royal family, I proposed, hoping to capture Arya's imagination such that she understood what I was getting at, but her confused expression made me realize I was overestimating her. What I'm trying to convey is that if such a body were to exist, it would be a miracle granted by the nature. However, in your case, you're the flawed iteration of that miracle, I clarified, hoping Arya could comprehend my words. The innate physique of your Art family has hindered the fusion of the unparalleled bloodline in your body with your soul energy, thus limiting your physical form, I expounded, wondering if Arya could connect with my analysis. Master Wyatt, forgive me for saying this, but shouldn't it be the other way around? Wouldn't the Art family's inherent physique complement the royal family bloodline by purifying the soul energy? Arya interjected, highlighting what I had previously stated, possibly because she was unsure of my rationale. Exactly. That's why a body possessing both the Art family's physique and the unparalleled bloodline would be a natural marvel, I stressed to Arya, hoping to emphasize my point. Can you imagine the potency an apprentice with such power would wield? I added, urging Arya to envision the possibilities. The Art family physique increases the purity of the soul energy. The unparalleled bloodline uses soul energy to enhance the physical body. If they both were in one body, it would turn into an endless loop of empowerment which was just too ridiculous to even imagine. The art family physique equals greater than pure soul energy equals greater than unparalleled bloodline plus pure soul energy equals greater than enhanced physical body equals greater than enhanced art family physique equals greater than pure soul energy equals greater than unparalleled bloodline plus pure soul energy equals greater enhanced physical body equals greater enhanced art family physique, and so on. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 5:44, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Guest Palace. Master Wyatt, what are you trying to say? On the one hand, you say that my parents' soul pathways are not compatible, but on the other hand you say that the innate abilities of both my parents together are an unstoppable force and a miracle. I understood the latter, but I don't understand the former. Why are my parents' soul pathways not compatible? Arya patiently listened to what the boy had to offer, and thinking them through, she felt a part of what the boy said made sense and the other part she did not quite get it. So, she did not hesitate to voice her doubts to the boy. Here's the thing, the bloodline of the Xianxia family and the innate physique of your art family are totally opposite to each other. The Xianxia family bloodline uses soul energy to augment the card apprentice's body, whereas the art family's innate physique uses the body to augment the soul energy, making both these abilities opposite to each other. Yes, as a whole abilities, the Xianxia family bloodline and the art family physique should complement each other, but as soul pathways that result in these abilities, they do not go hand in hand. If both abilities use the soul energy to enhance the physique or use the physique to enhance the soul energy, then soul pathways that resulted in these abilities would be compatible. Heck, they could even mutate into a new ability never seen before. During the fetal stage of the baby, the soul pathways of the unborn child are beginning to form and align to give it the bloodline of the Xianxia family and the innate physique of the art family. However, because of the compatibility issue of the soul pathways of these two abilities, the soul pathway arrangement of the unborn baby starts to fall apart, resulting in miscarriage. However, in your case, your body was able to accommodate the soul pathways of both the Xianxia family bloodline and the art family's innate physique. And that was only possible because of a mutation in your body that became the limitation of both the unparalleled bloodline and the art physique that you possess, making you the jack of both abilities but the master of none. This was why I called your existence a miracle and a failure. I patiently explained to Arya how her parents' soul pathways were not compatible despite their abilities complementing each other, and how her birth was a miracle and a failure at the same time. No matter how pure Arya's unparalleled bloodline was, because of the limitation in her body it could not merge with her soul energy completely, thus Arya could use the unparalleled bloodline to its maximum potential. The same was true for the innate art physique she inherited from her father's family. Arya could try to remove this limitation on her body such that she will be freely able to use the unparalleled bloodline and the innate art physique, maybe even use them together to achieve a power never seen before, but without the limitation on her body her soul pathways would start to collapse and she would die. Master Wyatt, is there a way for me to overcome the limitation of my body? Arya asked the boy after understanding the crux of the boy's detailed explanation of her body and her innate abilities. I am sorry Arya, the limitation of your body is not something that you can overcome. Honestly, that limitation is what keeps you alive. Without it, your soul pathways would collapse and you would die a horrible death. That limitation is the reason why you were born as a healthy child but your siblings died in your mother's womb. My words to Arya were grim because I wanted to stress the gravity of the natural limiter in her body to Arya. I did not want her to do something stupid in pursuit of power which would inevitably lead her to a horrible death. I see that natural limiter on my body as what keeps me alive while also making me inadequate despite inheriting two of the most powerful abilities in the southern region, the unparalleled bloodline and the innate art physique. I guess I should be happy to be alive. Arya said this, but a tinge of regret could be heard in her voice as she could not come to terms with her situation, so she soon declared, I don't want to be mediocre when I could be the best there is. Girl, did you not hear what I just say? You only have two choices: keep the natural limiter or die a horrible death. I stressed, feeling that Arya did not understand how gruesome and grave death by soul pathways collapsing was. Master Wyatt, since you can clearly understand my situation, then you should have some way to rectify it, right? Arya was not reconciled with her situation. And she was right. If I could not rectify her problem, why even bother to bring it up in the first place? Arya, I hope you come to terms with your situation, but if you insist I can think of something. However, it will not be easy. I advised Arya not to try and change something that was keeping her alive but come to terms with it and move on because I did not want to solve a problem that actually did not need solving. However, thinking of numerous possibilities of Arya's bloodline and physique, I could not help but get excited. So, there is a way, Arya asked in anticipation. She did not even consider coming to terms with her situation and moving on. Clearly, Arya, like other royal children, would not hesitate to risk her life for power, as they knew their life's value was directly proportional to their strength. That was what they have been taught since their birth. Arya, take your time, I am not going anywhere. I did not agree with Arya and instead asked her to take her time weighing her options, because just with her current development Arya was able to create huge waves in the future vision of the clown mask, so I did not think it was wise for her to risk all it over a possibility that she could overcome the natural limiter on her body. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 5:52, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Guest Palace, Master Wyatt. No need, I have already decided. So, please guide me, Arya said decisively, and it appeared she was not going to change her mind no matter what the boy said. First of let me take shower in peace, then we can talk about your situation. It is not something you or I can address on a whim, I said, walking back in my isolation array formation. Then seeing Arya face the wall, I undressed and proceeded to enjoy the shower, followed by a soak in the tub. I had already thought of various ways around the natural limiter placed on Arya's body which would allow her to use both her bloodline and physique to their maximum potential, however all of them were temporary measures. The different ways I came up with all used the same principle of suppressing Arya's natural limiter for a certain duration for which her body will continue to be stable without the presence of the limiter. Now to find out how long and how much I can suppress the natural limiter placed on Arya's body without affecting the stability of her body, I would have to conduct numerous trial and error experiments, but there was only one Arya. Fortunately, I had Hive AI which could conduct accurate simulations when provided with the necessary data and real-time parameters. However, before going through the course of action I came up with, I thought it would be best if I visited the Infinity Library to brush up on similar cases. As that thought crossed my mind, I could not help but wonder if Arya was worth the trouble of me wasting my precious free reading time in the Infinity Library. Well, I like to use everything at my disposal to help provide the best solution I can to my client, only if they were willing to pay the appropriate price. So having enjoyed a long soak in the luxurious bathtub, I dressed up and lifted the isolation array. Feeling the isolation array being lifted, Arya turned to look at me with anticipation. Glancing into her eyes, I said, "It seems you did not change your mind." "No, I did not. If anything, I am more certain about it than before." Arya's eyes shone with a firm resolve as she spoke these words. "Good, that you are certain about this, because my services are not cheap. My help to you will depend on what you are willing to offer me," I said as I walked out of the main bath, only to find that the head butler Colton and the maids waiting for me outside. "Master Wyatt, Miss Abba Windsor, and her friends are waiting for you in the hall," Colton reported as I walked out of the main bath and paused in front of him. "Abba is here too," I blurted in surprise. Considering that the demigod Windsor had left Abba in Anna's custody, it would only make sense that Abba would follow Anna back to the royal palace. And what was this about Abba's friends? I thought she had no friends other than the ones she made in Sky Blossom City. "Yes, Master Wyatt, it has been 7 minutes since their arrival. Miss Abba in particular seems to be enthusiastic about meeting you. Will you be greeting them with your presence, or should I send them away?" the head butler asked. "No, take me to the hall, they are waiting in," I said, deciding to meet the future hero of this world. In any case, a strong friendship may come in handy someday. "This way, Master Wyatt." I followed the butler while trying to find Arya. She seemed to have once again faded into the background. Her presence was not noticeable if not for my sole pupils. Clearly, she did not want to discuss her personal problem with her client while she was on the job. I really liked Arya's strong work ethic. No wonder she was able to rack in so many merits at a young age in Clown Mosque's future vision. Arya was 17 years old now, and during the war between the South and North regions seen in Clown Mosque's future vision, she would be in her mid-20s, which was very young for card apprentices who could live a very long time compared to the mortals. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 6:35, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Guest Palace. Following the head butler, I arrived at the main hall of the Guest Palace to find Abba. As for her friends, they were none other than Agatha and the girl with the sword slave physique, Laura Hill. I should have guessed. "Wyatt, you are finally here," Abba said, seeing me walk into the hall. Master Wyatt, Laura and Agatha greeted with a nod. So did I. So, what brings you guys here? I wondered why had these three come to me. I heard you were finally awake from your cryosleep, so I came to check on you on Big Sis Susan's behalf, Abba said with a mischievous smile. As a teenager, her mind was riddled with romance and other nonsense when she should be trying her best to cultivate her active soul energy. Honestly, for a daughter of a renowned demigod, Abba's strength was a joke, but somehow she becomes the hero of this world according to Clown Mosk's future vision. I really did not understand how that worked. Why did you not bring her to the palace with you? I asked. Wait, I could do that. Why did I not think of that? Is it too late to bring Big Sis Susan to the southern capital now? Abba said, turning to Agatha, hoping that she would go back to the Sky Blossom City and bring Susan to the southern capital. Princess, I cannot do that. As someone who raised Abba, Agatha knew what Abba was thinking and immediately rejected her. They were in the southern capital. Though the relations between the southern royal family and her master were good, the same could not be said about the spies of the other forces stationed in the southern capital. So she could not be casual about her duties like she did back in Sky Blossom City. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 6:38, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Guest Palace. Wyatt, if you want to, we can arrange for people to bring your manager and Corey to the southern capital. However, Anna would be jealous that arranging to bring your manager to the palace was your first business in order after you woke up from the cryosleep, Anne said, walking into the guest palace hall and catching the boy and his friends by surprise. Anne, your family love to eavesdrop, doesn't it? I said sarcastically. No, it is just the burden we have to bear as a result of our high realms, Anne retorted, implying that her family member's realm was so high that they hear voices from afar, causing others to mistake their ability as eavesdropping. Sure, blame others when you guys are too dumb to control your abilities. Right now I was not a big fan of anyone in the Heatsen family except for Anna, who was accepting punishment for doing something I asked her to do. Burn, Abba yelled as she had a score to settle with Anne for those embarrassing pictures Anna took of her. She could care less that Anne and Anna were two different people. Honestly, in the guest palace apart from the boy, she was the only one who could get away with taunting the royal family. Even so, Agatha desperately nudged Abba her elbow, hoping her princess would not enjoy this too much. After all, they were in the heart of the southern royal family, so it would not be wise to cut the branch they were sitting on. Listening to the boy call the royal family members dumb to the face of Anne, Arya's mood kept fluctuating, affecting her stealth. However, she desperately tried to control her rage, knowing that the soldier queen held the boy in high regard and would probably overlook his rudeness again. As for Laura, she was the only one enjoying the refreshments prepared by the head butler for the guests, crunch crunch, attracting the attention of everyone in the hall. Feeling the gaze of everyone, Laura paused and defended, "Sorry, these cookies are just too good. The royal baker will be happy that you like the cookies. Miss Hill, would you prefer a glass of milk or a cup of tea with them?" the head butler said, trying to erase the awkwardness in the room. Colton knew the boy was a very important guest regardless of his realm, because the guest palace number 1 was only allocated to those the southern royal family held dear or those they wanted to impress. And from the looks of it, it appears the southern royal family held the boy dear and also wanted to impress him. Therefore, he did not hesitate to step in to smooth the conversation between Princess Anne and the boy. "A cup of milk without sugar, please," Laura replied enthusiastically, ignoring the gaze of everyone in the room. "What about you, sir and madams?" Colton politely asked others if they wanted any beverages. "None for me." "Nope, no," the rest of us rejected Colton's offer only. To hear Laura say, "If you guys don't want them, can I have all these cookies?" All of us nodded our heads in shock, looking at Laura stuff her face with a dozen or so cookies. Soon Agatha came to Laura's defense, saying, "Laura, looks like you have grown quite an appetite practicing your sword dance the whole night." "Yes, but how do these cookies taste so good despite being sugar-free?" Laura said while stuffing her face with another cookie, and then continued to ask, "You guys sure you don't want to taste them?" "Ahem, Miss Hill, those cookies are not sugar-free," Colton pointed out to Laura, wondering why she would assume that the cookies were sugar-free. "They are not sugar-free," Laura asked Colton in shock. Because of her ugly past with weight and food, in Sun Blossom City's Hill family the servants prepared all of Laura's food following a specific diet, so she unwitting assumed the same in the guest palace. "They are not," Colton awkwardly nodded his head. Barf. Laura suddenly began to vomit uncontrollably, spilling saliva and digestive juices mixed with chewed up cookies. Thankfully Colton was quick to act. He used his cleaning card to clean the floor and make it spotless and shiny again during the small interval between Laura's uncontrollable vomiting. What the fuck? Abba cussed, only to hear Agatha and Anne yell simultaneously, "Language princess, Abba. Don't mind her, she was called Cubby during her childhood, causing her to become overcautious about her weight," I explained in Laura's stead. Letting others know that Laura's condition was psychological and there was no we could do about it. Kids are mean. Abba instantly felt for Laura because kids called her shorty her entire childhood and they still do. Understanding that Abba misinterpreted my words, I said, "It is not like what you think. Believe me, I know what she has been through," Abba argued as she finally found a common point to bond with Laura. Shaking my head, I decided not to bother correcting Abba because it was too much of a hassle. "Wyatt, how about we start our palace tour now?" Anne asked the boy, ignoring that a few seconds ago the boy called her dumb. "Sure, lead the way." A palace tour sounded a lot better than watching Laura vomit everything she ate after her last bowel movement while the head butler used his cleaning card to clean the vomit again and again. "Where are you going?" Anne asked Abba, seeing her follow her. "Palace tour? Didn't you just offer to take us on a palace tour?" Abba responded. "No, the palace tour is just for Wyatt and me," Anne corrected Abba. There was no way she was letting this shorty and her bodyguard become the third wheel to her alone time she had managed to get with the boy. "Why not?" Abba protested and demanded why she could not go on the palace tour with the boy. "Yes, why not?" Listening to the boy question her too, Anne had no choice but to cave. "Sure, why not?" Before following Anne and me on a palace tour, Abba yelled at vomiting Laura, "Chubby, Anne is taking us on the royal palace tour, join us when you are done barfing." Date the 7th of April 2321, time 9:43, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace. "How may I be of service to the Soldier Queen?" A female voice answered from the other side of the grimoire call made by Colleen, causing her to frown and scold. "Girl, first learn how to respectfully address your mother." "Mother, I was just kidding." The female voice was none other than Colleen's daughter and Anna's mother. "With a mother like you, Anna is not to be blamed for her actions. Colleen did let her daughter off the hook so easily. How am I to be blamed for her actions? You, father, and big brother raised her once she stopped breastfeeding." The first word out of her mouth was grandma. "If anyone is to be blamed for her actions, then it's you guys, not me. I was mostly absent for her childhood," Anna's mother argued. "How can you say that proudly?" Colleen was dissatisfied that her daughter felt no guilt about missing out on most of her daughter's childhood. "I can say that proudly because I have the best family to depend upon," Anna's mother said, acting coy with her mother, knowing Colleen would not shut up about it unless she said something cringy to feed her ego. As Colleen's daughter, Anna's mother knew her better than Colleen herself. "Flattering will not get you out of trouble this time, young lady," Colleen thundered, but her eyes told a different story. The flattery worked. Anna's mother was right about her. However, Colleen continued to say, "Girl, how can you help her steal the important parts of the dungeon relocation apparatus? Do you know how it will affect our family's reputation if the word gets out?" "Mother," Anna said she had a plan, so as her mother I supported her, Anna's mother responded. According to her, a good mother would always have faith in her daughter and have her back, even if she was the dumb daughter. Listening to her daughter's words, black lines formed on Colleen's forehead, knowing that her daughter was lying to her and hiding something from her. Nonetheless, Colleen chose to overlook it and said, "Your aunt is very mad at you. For your safety and to keep our dignity, don't return to the southern capital until she leaves for the way beyond again." "Don't worry, Mom. Recently I have made some progress in my strength and am itching to test the power of the top 10 strongest in the world," Anna's mother said confidently. "Congrats on your progress, but don't underestimate your aunt. You know her better than me. She will not hesitate to whoop your ass in public if she catches you." Colleen warned her daughter not to underestimate their aunt. "I will keep that in mind. Anyhow, enough about me. Tell me, how is my son-in-law? I heard you kidnapped him and brought him to the southern capital and are holding him in the guest palace." Anna's mother seemed to have already decided that the boy who discovered the sliver milk powder was her son-in-law. "He is capable, not the men you see Anna usually hang out with. However, I think that boy has fallen for me," Colleen said in shame. She was embarrassed that her granddaughter's lover her life was entranced by her beauty. "Pfttttt haha, haha." Hearing her mother's words, Anna's mother burst out in loud laughter. "Girl, this is no joke. This is a serious issue. Whenever he is in my presence I can hear his vulgar thoughts about me, and let me tell you they are not pleasant," Colleen was angry that her daughter would laugh at such a serious matter. Ha ha, ha ha, Anna's mother continued to laugh louder hearing Colleen's explanation. Will you stop laughing? What's wrong with you, mother and daughter pair? Anna did not care when the boy flirted with me with her right next to him, and you are laughing when I tell you your daughter's husband has vulgar thoughts about me, Colleen complained. She did not understand what was so funny about this situation. Mother, relax, it is not like what you think. I think the boy is thinking vulgar thoughts about you to stop you from listening to his original thoughts. He is smart if not anything. It was not quite clear if Anna's mother was complimenting the boy or complaining about him. However, her words brought Colleen a sudden sense of clarity about the boy and his intense steamy vulgar thoughts about her. Yet, still, she asked her daughter in doubt, are you sure that is all to it and there is nothing more to it? I don't know, mother. You can never be sure about things like this. After all, you are a beautiful woman and he is an impressionable teenager. Anna's mother's words could not be more misleading. Hearing them, Colleen's brows tied in a knot as she contemplated if her granddaughter's love interest was interested in her or not. If yes, did she somehow lead him on? Mother, I am kidding. I am sure the boy was just trying to mask his true thoughts. Though it is worth noting that he knowingly used such a tactic to keep you from reading his true thoughts. He was either really interested in you or hiding an even bigger secret. It seems I will have to pay a personal visit to my mysterious son-in-law. Anna's mother was intrigued, wondering what secret could be more important than his life for the boy to go that far to cover it. Speaking of your son-in-law, I think you would like to know that he is in contact with Jill Norley, Colleen reported. How did that happen? How did that man's daughter get in contact with the boy? Anna's mother finally became serious in her conversation with her mother. Soon Colleen went on to report everything she knew about the boy's relationship with Jill to her daughter, along with the various speculations she, Anne, and Lorenzo came up with. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 9:48, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace. Mother, I don't think your speculations hold any truth to them. Anna's mother did not agree with Colleen's speculation that the boy was so adamant about joining Morningstar University because he wanted to be with Jill Norley. Colleen's daughter felt that the boy's reason for wanting to attend Morningstar University was not as simple as Colleen put it. She believed someone who had the smarts to discover sliver milk powder and trick the Southern royal family into doing his dirty work would not make his decisions solely based on irrational variables like infatuation, romance, and forbidden affairs. Otherwise, he would already be leashed by her daughters Anna and Anne. As for the boy's association with Jill Norley, she felt that the boy was using Jill to show them that they were not the only people he could depend on, he had other choices too. The boy was just making sure his value would not decrease as he continues to depend on the Southern royal family. The thought that the boy may be trying to separate himself from the Southern royal family did cross Anna's mother's mind, but she did not continue to entertain that thought further because she knew the boy was smart enough to know that he could not trust other forces like he trusted the Southern royal family. Anna's mother was so confident about this because of the soul contract her daughter entered with the boy in the presence of the world's will. The soul contract put the royal family at a little disadvantage, but with that, they gained the trust of the boy. Yes, Anna's mother thought that her daughter could have negotiated better terms, but that was a matter of the past and she hated to waste time reliving the past the most. Currently, the Southern royal family's relationship with the boy seemed to strain, but it was only because they had differences of opinion and it in no way meant that they did not trust each other. This only meant that the boy too had started to accept the Southern royal family like how it had accepted him. If everything works out, this little incident may even deepen their relationship. So ultimately Colleen's daughter had concluded that the boy did not plan to join Jill Norley or the faction her father represented, he was only using them to make the Southern royal family jealous. To be more accurate, he was only seeking the attention of the Southern royal family. In a way, Colleen did give the boy attention by bringing him to the Southern royal palace. However, it was obvious that this was not the type of attention the boy sought. So Colleen's action might have only made the boy more rebellious towards the Southern royal family. What kind of attention did the boy was searching for? He wanted his opinion to matter, he wanted to be treated equally. Since he trusted them to have his back, he wanted them to trust him. Anna's mother clearly remembers that the boy started acting out the first time when the Southern royal family started to meddle with his life and made plans for him without seeking his opinion. Since then the boy started to take action to separate himself from the Southern royal family. The boy might think he was shrewd by owning the majority shares of fine gold and using it as the spearhead to rise his influence in the Blossom District in his first step to establish his own force and secretly starting his little side project on pleasure cards, but Anna's mother was aware of his little every action. Yes, his relationship with Jill Norley caught her by surprise, but other than that she would like to think that she had a firm grasp of what the boy was up to. Despite knowing what the boy has been up to recently, Anna's mother let him be because she felt that shoving their demands and decisions onto the boy will only not work and end up making matter worse. However, in the end, her mother did what she chose not to. Projecting her fears and worries onto the boy, Anna's mother knew the only reason Colleen did what she did was that recent events had her feeling that what they were not doing was not enough. They could do better, she could do better. The boy would be safer in the royal palace than in the Sky Blossom City. In a moment of weakness, Colleen let her fears and worries get the best of her. Therefore Anna's mother did not bother throwing around the blame, instead began to think about how to make up for the damages. If only Anna was available, Anna's mother thought of using Anna to console the boy and consolidate his faith in the Southern royal family, knowing that her daughter would be the only person that trusted and cared for right now in the entire Southern royal family. Why would the boy not trust Anna? After all, he knew that she was hopelessly in love with him. And he took advantage of it every turn he got. However, with Field Marshal Heatsend disciplining Anna, she would not be available anytime soon. She had to think of something else. The thought of using Anne never crossed her mind because Anna's mother knew that, unlike Anna who dared to choose the boy over the family, Anne would never be able to put the boy ahead of the family's needs, so she could never gain his trust, let alone help the family smooth things over with the boy. Then what other reason there could be for the boy to be so adamant about joining Morningstar University at risk of his life? I don't understand. I was rash and ignorant when I was young, but I would never do something so stupid. Colleen tried to make sense of why the boy wanted to attend Morningstar University with his life hanging on the balance so that she could persuade him otherwise or find a reason to support him on his decision. Mother, don't try to make sense of it, it is pointless and will only confuse you. You are not him to see the situation the way he sees it. Since you have already forcibly brought him to the palace, think of a way to keep him. Anna's mother, like Colleen too, could not understand the reason for the boy to be so adamant about enrolling into the Morningstar University. However, she did not try to understand it because she decided to reciprocate the faith the boy had in them. As for what just suggested to Colleen, she did so to keep Colleen busy so that she would forget about her fear and worries and once again start thinking straight. How do I go about that? I offered to support him with every resource and manpower at the royal family's disposal, but he refused. What else can I offer to him? I am at my wit's end. Colleen was not exaggerating. She had offered her granddaughter to the boy, yet he refused her plans for him. Mother, that boy is a man of intellect. Why don't you try to keep him busy by giving him work that would test the boundaries of his intellect? Introduce some new for him to learn. Make it so that he doesn't have time to waste. I heard Anna say that he loves to create origin cards. You can start there. Anna's mother suggested, believing that maybe this way the boy would stop focusing on Colleen brought him to the palace against his will, and with time his opinion about Colleen and the Southern royal family would subside. Meanwhile, closely monitoring the boy and witnessing what he was capable of firsthand, Colleen would find the strength within her to have faith in the boy as he wanted her to. Anna's mother hoped that this would help resolve the strained relationships and misunderstandings between the boy and her family before he leaves to enroll in Morningstar University. She agreed with her mother that the boy should be risking his life by attending university in a central academic city, but she also knew that if she and her family could not put their faith in the boy and trust he knows what he was doing, they could potentially lose him for good. Anna's mother felt this way because she was pretty confident that the boy would other ways to attend Morningstar University without the help of the Southern royal family. His association with Jill Norley was the perfect example of that. However, Anna's mother did not plan to share all this with Colleen because telling a person riddled with worries not to worry would not do any good. Therefore, she could only give it time, hoping nature will take its course in their favor. Sounds good, I will do as such. Maybe I could reinitiate the Mega Morpher project. That should keep him busy for a while. No, that won't work. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 9:58, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace. Why is that? Colleen asked, hearing her daughter reject her idea to reinitiate the Mega Morpher project. With Luna gone, the Mega Morpher project was put on hold indefinitely. But considering that they need Mega Morpher to explore their inheritance land, Colleen felt it would be a good idea to revive this project after all the required funds and plans were already in place, with the exception that this project was no longer for the creation of Luna's regiment, allowing Colleen to achieve 2 goals with 1 kick. The goals were keeping the boy busy and getting the cards they need to venture into their inheritance land respectively. Mother, Luna was supposed to get the recipe for the ingredient required to create Mega Morpher's card. Now with her betrayal, I don't think that will happen anytime soon. Anna's mother explained to Colleen the real reason why they had put the Mega Morpher project on hold indefinitely. Why do you need the recipe to create the ingredient? Can't we just buy them? Colleen said, feeling that her daughter was making things unnecessarily complicated. Mother, we don't need that particular ingredient, we need a modified version of it, which the boy and Luna were supposed to research together. Anna's mother patiently explained to Colleen, knowing her mother was more of bronze and beauty than brains. I see. Colleen nodded in understanding, and then she come to a sudden realization and voiced it to her daughter in anger. We cannot use Luna's old connections to get our hands on the recipe for the ingredient required for the creation of the Mega Morpher because you guys stole the important parts of the dungeon relocation apparatus we rented from the Morningstar University. Even though you guys tried to hide your tracks by blaming it all on freedom fighters, you have dragged the name and reputation of the Southern royal family through the mud so that in the foreseeable future people will think twice before making use deals with us. Quote. Anna's mother suddenly went silent, know that she was in the wrong here. Yes, after stealing important parts of the dungeon relocation apparatus, she and her daughter cleaned their tracks by putting the blame on freedom fighters. But that did not change the fact that the Southern royal family was responsible for the protection of the dungeon relocation apparatus. So, its theft reflected badly on the Southern royal family, who was supposed to safeguard it. The more Colleen thought about it, the more angry she grew, and she did not hesitate to articulate her anger to her daughter. Sister-in-law is right, no amount of punishment and discipline will change the damage you and your daughter did to our family. Girl, tell me, where are you? My hands suddenly feel itchy. So, now Anna is not my daughter. Weren't you the one who paraded her around calling her the world's best granddaughter when she gave you the core of the Devil Slayed? You take the praise and I get the blame, Anna's mother snorted, hearing Colleen blame her for her daughter's string of bad decisions. Amen, whatever, forget about it, Colleen said in embarrassment, as what her daughter pointed out was not false, and then tried to divert the topic to the boy, saying, tell me, how do I keep the boy busy? Did I not already point out that he likes to create origin cards? Anna's mother repeated her original advice. Sure, but where do I find enough card apprentices in need of origin card creation that would jam-pack the boy's schedule for the next 3 months? Colleen pointed out, why don't you ask the Card Creation Association to send all the clients with origin card creation cases toward the boy? Anna's mother suggested. How dare you ask me to misuse my authority? You really haven't learned your lesson, have you? Colleen thundered at her daughter. All right, I will think of something else. Anna's mother stopped kidding around, and then, remembering a video that she saw recently, she uttered, old Lorenzo said that the boy has equipped his close confidants with some kind of giant transformation cards which can be used in fusion with summon type cards and summon possession skill cards. He even shared a video file where the 4 of them slaughter an entire army of 100,000 card apprentices. I think equipping our soldiers with that card would not be a bad idea. Now that's an idea I can get behind, and just to be on the safer side, I will fund the boy with enough resources so he can research a replacement ingredient for the creation Mega Morpher card such that he can continue with Mega Morpher project with agreed upon specs. Colleen thought if she tasked the boy to achieve the impossible, then he will be stuck in the confines of the royal palace indefinitely, where he could grow in a safe environment like she wanted. Now that's a great idea. Anna's mother immediately agreed with Colleen's plan, because she thought that if the boy could achieve what Colleen felt was impossible, then Colleen will not just see the raw potential of the boy but also see what he was already capable of. Pulling Colleen out of her fears and worries, so that she can put her faith in the boy so that he could take care of himself. I know, but enough about that. Tell me how far the relocation of the silver milk powder manufacturing plant has come. And what are the losses? Colleen inquired. Luna was an integral part of the silver milk powder manufacturing plant, from its secret location to how it operated. She knew every detail about it. Now that she had betrayed the Southern royal family and joined freedom fighters, as a precaution, Anna's mother had to relocate the entire silver milk powder manufacturing plant to a new secure location. Now that was no simple task. I have managed to hire trustworthy space rule users. They relocated the plant to a new secure location with ease, and no damage was incurred. So, Where are these so-called trustworthy space rule users of yours now? Mother, don't ask questions that you already know answers for. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 10:15, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace. So, all these are the trophies your ancestors collected from the demons? Abba asked Anne, watching the neatly displayed various artifacts that apparently Anne's ancestors collected after defeating demons. Impressive, as I looked at the Southern royal family's collection of devil rank ingredients. To think that they would waste such excellent grade ingredients as trophies to display the splendor of their ancestors' power and achievements instead of using them to create powerful cards. Well, recently we have discovered that most of these artifacts were collected by our ancestors when they invaded the demon realm, or the dark realm as the demons call it, and suddenly made a huge revelation surprising the boy and Agatha. As for the others, they did not understand or care the implication of invading the dark realm meant. Wait, you are telling me that your ancestors had traveled to the dark realm? I asked Anne in surprise because I clearly remember Anne claiming that the Southern royal family did not possess any technique that would allow them to travel to other worlds. Understanding what the boy was getting at, Anne hurriedly explained, yes, our ancestors did know how to travel to the dark realm. According to Anna, they created that technique because the only way to truly kill a devil was to kill them in the dark realm. However, with time and other circumstances, our family has lost that technique. Recently, Anna had a chance to learn that technique, but you know Anna, she is not that good when it comes to using her brain, so that fool forgot the precious technique to travel to the dark realm. Are you telling me that at some point in your family history, your ancestor knew how to travel to other worlds but you guys lost it? I asked, unable to fathom how could someone lose such an important technique. Shouldn't they be guarding it with their life? No. My ancestors' technique did not allow them to travel to other worlds but just the dark realm. According to what Anna remembers, they created this technique using the demon summoning technique that the demons had spread across the card world. As far as I know, only the top 10 universities are trying to create methods to travel to other worlds, and Morningstar University is leading that race, and corrected the boy's misunderstanding. I see, the boy said as disappointment flashed in his eyes, and then he bargained, are you sure Anna doesn't remember anything? Did you guys try to use the memory array to help her remember the technique? We did, but it was useless. There are many variables to this apart from Anna's stupidity, Anne answered the boy. And she was not lying when she said that they tried every method to help jog Anna's memory, as a technique to invade the dark realms would have proven a necessary addition to their arsenal to kill a devil permanently. Anne even tried to read Anna's memories, but for some reason, she could not access the part of Anna's memory where she communicated with their ancestors. This was one of the many variables that Anne spoke of, stopping the royal family from extracting the technique from Anna's memories. Sigh, I shook my head in disappointment because I felt that I could finally get my hands on the coordinate of the dark realm, but it seems it was not meant to be. Maybe I should ask Corey Park for the dark realm's coordinates, but then I would risk her deducing that I was a demon merchant based on all my previous inquiries to her about the dark realm, dark languages, and the devil merchants. Stuck in the royal palace, I did not have much to do, so I got excited at the thought that I could get the coordinates of the dark realm to explore it. Therefore, I could not help but feel disappointed over it. Seeing the disappointment on the boy's face, Anne frowned because the palace tour was not going as she planned it to. Well, her plan was doomed to fail the moment Abba and the rest tagged along, but Anne did not give up because the opportunity to spend time with the boy without Anna's intrusion was rare for her, so she decided to improvise her plan with the circumstances. But the entire palace tour the boy has been expressing boredom and now disappointment. The boredom was part of Anne's plan. She thought that using the moment the boy was bored, she could use the opportunity to make out with the boy in the corners of the palace. However, the presence of Abba and the rest had put a dent in that plan. Not to mention, every time she tried to physically get close to the boy, Abba would come between them out of nowhere. It happened so many times that Anne no longer thought that it was a mere coincidence, but Abba was doing it on purpose. Therefore, she timed again and glanced at Abba, asking her to back off, but Abba would act ignorant in response to her requests, please, and finally warnings. This shorty was getting on Anne's nerves. She thought of various reasons to ditch Abba and the rest, but none seemed to work. Abba was stuck to the boy like a fly to the honey. No matter what Anne did, Abba would come hovering back. I have seen enough old artifacts, paintings, and walls for one day. If we leave now, we can make it to the Card Association auction house. I heard the auction house is auctioning quite a collection of rare cards today. Seeing the power for Corey and the boy firsthand, Abba realized that she was very weak. Therefore she planned to make for it by staking up strong rare cards. Therefore she wanted to attend the auction held by the Southern Capital's Card Association's auction house. However, she could not leave knowing that Anne was trying to seduce the boy. As Susan's good friend, she had to protect Susan's man. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 10:22, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, card auction. I asked Abba while eyeing the trophies collected by the Southern Royal family, wondering how much they will fetch me in the Devil Merchant Code. This was just a tiny part of the wealth accumulated over millennia by the Southern Royal family. I bet the good stuff must be stored away safely in some big vault. Yes, card auction. If we leave now we can make it in time, Abba said eagerly. She wanted to attend the card auction, but out of her loyalty to Susan, she did not want to leave the boy alone with Anne, so as a compromise she decided to bring the boy to the auction with her. Let's go to the card auction, it is better than staring at fancy wall murals and paintings. I agreed with Abba's proposal, feeling that visiting the card auction would help me understand the card market and also see if something catches my attention. Well, I will arrange for the royal chariot to take us to the auction house, offered Anne, hearing the boy agree with Abba's proposal to visit the auction house. Royal chariot, won't that attract too much attention? Abba asked. No, that's better. It will keep unnecessary trouble away. Since I was a royal guest, I planned to make use of that status to the most. I was not new to this kind of treatment. Back on Earth, when I visited the Gulf countries to help them upgrade their mining technology, the royal families and dictators of those countries treat me with the highest possible treatment. One of the dictators even went as far as to send a dozen of beautiful virgins to my guest house. That wasn't a one-time thing, and every night there would fresh set of virgins, each more beautiful than the other. They even went as far as to gift me islands and mansions with all the required amenities and regular upkeep for free, in hopes that I would visit their countries regularly. That was the power of the technological innovations I held in my hands. I don't speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you of this part of my past life much, because I am ashamed of what I had to do to get the funding for my new projects and keep my existing wealth and innovations. It might sound like me making excuses for what I did, but it gets really hard to stay upright when the country you call motherland tries to swallow you and everything you built. It gets easier when you learn that there were no good and bad in the world but just interest, but then you can no longer enjoy life as you start to quantify everything, calculating the risk and returns. Now that wasn't a life. However, it's the eternal truth that as long as you live there exists interest that only grows with the passage of time. Look at me now. I was lucky enough to get a second lease on life, but I am back to building my empire for my interest to live a chill life. As the royal family's chariot descends in front of the auction house, crowd gathered around to see the royal family. However, they were in for a disappointment. Dropping us in front of the auction house, the majestic chariot flew away, and soon attendants of the auction house rushed to receive us with proper etiquette while managing the crowd that got rowdy seeing the Southern Emperor and her friends. Yes, the crowd had mistaken Anne for Anna. Anne's existence was not known to many, so it was not a surprise that she was mistaken for Anna. No matter Anna's lifestyle, the citizens of the southern region loved her. She had a large fan base, especially in the southern capital, regardless of her reputation and rumors about her. See, this was what I was talking about, Abba complained as B made it throw the crowd into the auction house under the lead of the auction house staff. Quote. I rolled my eyes at Abba's complaint because I did not have the habit of being belittled by some rondo for no reason. Abba keeps saying that she was bullied in her school. Considering the reputation of demigod Windsor, I really find it hard to believe that some rondo would have the guts to bully his only daughter. I have a feeling that Abba might have kept her background on the down low, which might have led to her getting bullied than her reputation that she was a pushover. Once you get the reputation of a pushover, then every rondo will make you the target of their insecurities and project them onto you. Except for prowess, Abba showcased every characteristic of the protagonist. Your Highness, Anne, I am sorry for the trouble at the gate. The auction house's director came to receive Anne. It seems they knew each other. Anybody who knew Anne's existence was capable in some or the other way. Therefore, I took a second look at the director. No problem, it is not your fault. I should have informed you of my arrival, Anne replied politely and then asked, I'm here to attend the auction, has it started already? No, Your Highness, the director hurriedly answered. Great, which hall is the auction being held in? Anne asked, planning to lead us to the VIP box reserved especially for the royal family. Your Highness, the auction has been delayed. the director answered with great difficulty because as a citizen of the southern region, he hated to be put in the position where he had to say no to the royal family. It was a popular view that the citizens cannot say no to the royal family, but that's not the truth. The citizens were more than happy and willing to make any sacrifice for the royal family, as they believed the only thing protecting their current lifestyle and the predators across the borders was the royal family. So according to them, if the royal family were to ask for a hand or a foot from them, they will not hesitate to sacrifice it, let alone assist them to attend an auction. This practice had turned into a social norm ingrained into the current society. And if one were to fail to do so, they feel like they had brought shame upon their family and ancestors. This sentiment was shared by every citizen. Despite the current peace, the havoc of monster war, demon worshippers, the lunatics of the empire, supreme beings at the way beyond, the governments, cults, sects, etc. were still fresh in the minds of citizens, so they were very grateful for the royal family who were responsible for the current peace. Such sentiments did not exist among the citizens for no reason. The southern royal family's work in the southern region was warranted it. They had turned a barren monster-infested land into a stable foundation for a civilization to grow on. The only reason northern and southern regions were at the bottom of the region ranking was that they did not have rich resources at their disposal like the other regions did. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 11:20, location southern region, southern capital, Southern Card Creation Association, auction house. What, the auction is delayed? When will the auction start? Abba blurted as she was looking forward to this auction. The sense of being weaker than her peers was eating away at her, so she wanted to fill that hole with her expensive cards as fast as possible. Sorry, Miss Abba, due to some variables I am unable to answer that, the auction house director answered Abba awkwardly. He was genuinely ashamed that he could not assist and entertain her friends. Instead of the auction, I was getting more interested in the auction house director. He not only knew Anne but Abba too. However, Abba did not seem to know the director. The surprise on Abba's face, as the director called her by her name, made it clear. There was something about this director. I shook my head, not bothering to pursue my doubts any further, as it was not surprising for a director of the auction house in the southern capital to know a few key figures such as Abba. As the only daughter of demigod Windsor, Abba was a pretty big deal even if she doesn't show it. What seems to be the problem? Anne asked as she found the atmosphere in the auction house not quite festive as it usually used to be. Anne planned to help the auction house to the full of her prowess and authority. The auctions held by the Southern Capital's Card Association attracted a lot of traffic from all over the southern region and the other regions. It was an event as important as an extravaganza to the economy of the city, and delay in such an event did not reflect well on the Southern Capital's Card Association and indirectly on the Southern Capital itself. Because of this small incident, this event can get a bad reputation, and in the future, the traffic attracted by this event would decrease, affecting the economy of the Southern Capital, directly affecting the southern region's tax revenue. So, Anne decided to help the auction house in any way possible. Your Highness, this morning a card creationist traveled from the western region and challenged our card association. This challenge attracted a lot of attention from guests from other regions who wanted to attend the auction. So we had to find a big venue for everyone to witness the challenge. As a result, the main hall of the auction house which planned to hold the auction was chosen, as it was only the venue that the Card Association could come up with in a short time, which was big and luxurious enough to entertain all the honorable guests from other regions. Isn't that dumb? If you are planning to hold the auction in the main hall, then why would you use it as the venue for the challenge? You could have used other halls, Abba uttered, looking at the auction house director. Miss Abba, we thought the challenge will be done by now, but unfortunately the card creationists of our card association have fallen short compared to the card creationist from the western region. The director sighed because he never accepted that a single individual would embarrass their card association to this level. A card creationist from the western region using my southern region as a stepping stone to make a name for himself. Now that doesn't surprise me. However, I am more shocked that my people are not able to defeat a westerner. Explain to me, why is that? Anne's brows frowned, hearing the card association was having a hard time handling a challenge from an individual, that to a westerner no less. Not to mention, due to the auction, many influential people from other regions witnessed the challenge. Somehow all this did not seem a coincidence but a conspiracy to embarrass the southern region. Listening to Anne's question, the director went silent because he could not think of any good reason for the card association being embarrassed by a single person from the western region. Was Minister Lorne notified about this? Anne asked the director as Lorenzo was the head of both the Southern Array Master Association and Card Association. Your Highness, the challenger is a young golden grade card creationist of the Card Grandmaster realm. The meaning of the director's words was clear since the challenger of the lower realm it did not warrant alerting the association head. A Grandmaster realm golden grade card creationist. Tell me how a challenge from the lower realm was able to attract so much attention. Anne asked in suspicion. A challenge from the Grandmaster realm card creationist might cause a commotion in a third-tier city like Sky Blossom City but not in the southern capital. Anything short of Card Emperor did not attract much attention at the heart of the southern region. Yet a challenge from a Card Grandmaster to the Card Association was able to attract huge attention. Now Anne was certain there was a conspiracy afoot here. Your Highness, the director's eyes wandered not knowing how to explain the events that lead to the current situation to Anne. Out with it, Anne ordered the director. Well, Your Highness, the challenger tried to enter the Card Association dressed like a beggar and smelling like filth. So, when the customers complained about the smell, our staff had no choice but to confront the challenger and deny him entry to the Card Association. The staff in question was very respectful and polite to the challenger. They only denied him entry to the Card Association after he rejected the staff's offer to use a cleansing card on him to remove the filthy smell that bothered other customers. However, the challenger grew angry and used that incident to challenge our Card Association by displaying his Card Creationist badge certified by the Western Card Association. Then the onlookers blew the story out of proposition leading to the current situation. The director explained awkwardly as he knew no matter how he narrated the incident it did not show the Southern Card Association in good light. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 11:27, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creation Association, Auction House. Anne, look, they have uploaded the video of the incident on the Grimoire network. Listening to the director's story, Abba immediately went on the Grimoire network knowing that such an incident would definitely be uploaded there, otherwise it would be impossible for the incident to gain such traction in a single morning. Your Highness, the challenge is also being live streamed on the network by multiple influencers, Laura Hill reported. Anne did not bother to watch the video or live stream knowing that the video would be an edited version putting the Southern Card Creationist Association in a bad light. As for live stream, they would just follow the trend. Nor did she bother whether the staff of the Southern Card Creationist Association was condescending to their customer. Anne believed the Card Creationist will conduct an internal investigation for that. Therefore she chooses to focus on a more pressing issue, the challenge. The longer it continues, the more damage to the reputation of the Southern Card Creationist Association. Which was bad for business. Not to mention the card auction was being delayed. The guest would not appreciate the delay nor the fact that a single Western Card Creationist was dominating the entire Southern Card Creationist in the challenge. Who is representing the South right now and what are the chances of their victory? Anne asked the director. A young card creationist who recently gained some fame in the capital, but the chances of him winning are not high, the director answered, ashamed of the situation. Every year the royal family allocates a high budget to both the Card Creationist Association and the Array Master Association. Apart from that, a lot of donations were made to both the associations for their research work. Taking all that money, but not being able to defend the honor of the South when it was their turn, the director could not light his head in front of Anne. Who are you planning to send next? Anne asked the director. I had nobody in mind yet, but since Master Wyatt is here, I hope he will help the Southern Card Association as its member, the director immediately proposed. You know me, I asked the director in surprise. I would not be doing my work properly if I did not know you, Master Wyatt, the director answered and then added, the Sky Blossom City Card Creationist Association has submitted your Nanomorpher card to the annual Innovative Card Creationist competition. I am happy to inform you that your card has made it to the semifinals. I had the opportunity to use your card and I have a feeling that your card has a good chance of entering the finals and winning the competition. Wait, I never participated in such a competition. Heck, I didn't even know that such a competition existed till now, I respond in puzzlement, wondering how did my card enter the competition without me knowing. Then one name came to my mind, Susan. Master Wyatt, I don't know about that, but congrats for making it to the semifinals. And I hope that as a member of the Southern Card Creationist Association, you will help us with the challenge, the auction house director spoke eloquently. I don't think anyone can be as humble as the auction house director was currently being. I mean, he was a platinum grade Card Emperor realm card creationist. Now someone of his status did not need to address me with the title, Master. While I scrutinized the auction house, Director. As he looked at me with a humble smile, I felt the collective gaze of Anne, Abba, Agatha, Luara, and Arya fall on me. This was the first time Arya made her presence known after we started the palace tour. This girl was really duty-bound. So, what have you decided, Wyatt? Anne asked if I was willing to participate in the challenge representing the Southern Card Creationist Association. The director was not wrong. I was indeed a member of the Card Creationist Association. Lorenzo had helped me jump through the formalities and get certified. Not yet. Let us go see the ongoing challenge. Who knows, the current representative of the Southern Card Creationist Association might be able to defeat the challenger from the West, I said while signaling the director to lead us to the main auction hall where the challenge was being held. Have you determined the identity of the challenger yet? I asked as the director led us to the VIP box reserved exclusively for the Southern royal family. Just his name, Chris Ainsworth. We could not find any Ainsworth family in the Western region, so we tried to reach out to our contacts in the Western Card Creationist Association for more information, but they haven't responded back yet, the director answered. So, you know nothing about the challenger. And what measures did you take to stop the misinformation spreading through the Grimoire network? I asked, trying to discern that the Southern royal family had the ability to censor the Grimoire network. No, Master Wyatt, but how do we go about that? The director acted innocent, but I did catch him and Anne shared a quick look. Clearly they did not want to disclose how much authority they had on the Grimoire network. You not only want me to defend your honor but also whip your butt by doing the damage control. Figure something out before a bad precedent about the Southern Card Association's reputation sets in. I did not bother to play the director's game. Instead of entering the VIP box, I stood by the balcony and viewed the challenge. The arrival of guests in the royal family's exclusive box instantly attracted the attention of the crowd in the auction hall. And many influencers began to use it to ignite the viewers watching their live stream of the Western Beggars Challenge to the Southern Card Creationist Association. Ignoring the reaction of the crowd, I focused my gaze on the challenger. Interesting. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 11:39, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creation Association. Auction house. Chris Ainsworth leisurely conducted the card creation process, not bothered by the crowd's gazes despite his beggar attire and his body smelling like filth, while the card creationist representing the Southern Card Creationist Association was sweating bullets. Poor guy was shouldering the weight of the Southern region's honor, so it was understandable. Whereas, Chris Ainsworth did not even seem to be that interested in the challenger, more like he was bored facing subpar competitors. In a way, it felt like Chris was putting up a show and the crowd was chewing up the content of his show with a hoot. The idea of a common man challenging a big organization like the Southern Card Creationist Association was proven entertainment gold, showing the citizens' dissatisfaction with the big organizations monopolizing the card market. Unlike the royal family that stepped up to protect the citizens during the Monster War, the big organizations profited from the war by selling their services for a steep price. If not for the Southern royal family needing these organizations to develop the Southern region and help it keep up with changing times, these organizations would have been punished severely for profiting off the Monster War. It was another thing that a month later, the Monster War, the royal family raided all the big organizations and confiscated their gains to stabilize the Southern region's economy. But that was not enough to erase the citizens' anger towards the big organizations. Because of their anger, many Southerners failed to notice that the beggar from the West was not just embarrassing the Southern Card Creationist Association with his challenge but the entire Southern region. Ignoring the crowd's reaction, I focused my gaze on the challenger. Interesting. What is it? Did you notice something? Anne immediately asked me, wondering if I caught the challenger cheating or something. Yes, I did notice something. This Chris Ainsworth has morphed his appearance with an ultimate tier rune. But I cannot tell what rule his rune belongs to. Maybe if I get closer my ego gem can pick up on the rule of his rune, I explained to Anne. He has morphed his appearance. Master Wyatt, are you sure? The director asked in doubt. Many card emperors and card semi-demigods were monitoring this challenge, especially the challenger. None of them found anything wrong with the challenger's appearance, but the boy took on look at the challengers and declared that the challenger had morphed its appearance. So, the director was finding it hard to believe the boy's words. Well, he is handsome for a beggar, Agatha commented. Then, feeling the gaze of everyone in the VIP box on her, she defended, I just said what every girl present here was thinking. I wasn't. Laura suddenly pointed out that she only had room for the way of the sword in her mind. Agatha, so this is your type, Abba chimed in. I think I have seen that face somewhere. I said, ignoring the nonsense of the girls while I asked the Hive AI to use facial recognition on the real face of Chris Ainsworth that Hive AI generated using his soul pathways arrangement. Wyatt, you know him? Anne asked. No, not the fake appearance he has taken but his real appearance, I replied. As Hive AI continued to match Chris's real appearance that it generated using his soul pathways arrangement with every 17-year-old boy I came across in this world. A Grandmaster with ultimate tier rune and exceptional card creation mastery, there is no way this Chris Ainsworth is some random card creationist from the West. Since he has chosen to hide his appearance, then he is trying to hide something, and then turned to the director and ordered, try contacting your contacts at the Western Card Creationist Association, I want every little information about this Chris Ainsworth. So, we are just going to go with the boy's words then. The director wondered, seeing Anne go along with the boy's judgment without any evidence to suggest it. Chris Ainsworth might not be the name he goes with, so get me a list of every 17-year-old card creationist registered at the Western Card Creationist Association with the name Chris. I want his picture, I instructed the auction house director. The director paused, not knowing if he should follow through with what the boy just instructed him. Only to get moving to hear Anne yell, do as he says, fast. Yes, Your Highness, the director immediately agreed, but then added, so, Master Wyatt, will you be representing the Southern Card Creationist Association in the next round? It was not that the auction house director was underestimating the current card creationist representing the South in the challenge, but Chris had already created his card while the South's representative was still struggling to create his card. It was already clear to whom the victory belonged. Yes, I will. I already planned to help the Southern Card Creationist Association as a gratitude to the Southern Royal family for their hospitality. As for learning what rule Chris was using, it was a bonus. An ultimate tier rune that allowed a card grandmaster to hide his appearance from the card emperors and card semi-demigods. I need to know which rule was capable of something like that. It would make a good addition to my arsenal. This rule was not for me but my Calamity Daughter gems, as I already had Mike Brown's Myriad Devil body card for disguise. Yes, I could use Myriad Devil Hex to morph the Calamity Daughter gems into any appearance I want, but I think they will be more comfortable using a rune than being cursed. Now, this is going to be fun to watch, Agatha commented. I know, right? Abba agreed, while Laura also nodded in agreement. Though she was not aware of the boy's capabilities, Luara knew that the boy had created her incredible origin card, which was a testament to what he was capable of and enough for her to believe that he will wipe the floor with Chris Ainsworth. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 11:48, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creation Association, Auction House, winner, challenger Chris Ainsworth. The referee overlooking the challenge announced the result, causing the crowd burst out in cheers and shower Chris with applause while the representative of the South dejectedly stepped down the stage. Wyatt, you are up, Anne reminded the boy. Wait, give the beggar a moment to enjoy his victory, I said, eyeing Chris Ainsworth. This fellow had noticed our arrival in the royal family's exclusive VIP box when he was half-heartedly competing in the challenge. He was monitoring Anne from the corner of his eyes. I guess her arrival was his cue to bring this challenge to climax, or so I thought. Chris directly took the stoplight from the announcer to start his second act. Looking at the balcony of the royal family's VIP box, he loudly addressed the crowd. Good people, thank you for supporting this humble. My victories so far would not be possible without your cheers and well wishes. I promise you I will not climb down this state until justice is served. Following Chris's gaze, the spectators stripped their gaze from the stage by turning their heads toward the royal family's VIP box to find the Southern Emperor and her friends on the balcony. Then Chris continued to say, I am honored to be in the presence of Her Highness Southern Emperor. I hope Her Highness will help me seek justice for the shame I suffered by the snobbish Card Creationist Association. Chris was good. He had purposefully not associated the Card Creationist Association with the Southern region because he knew if did so he will instantly lose the popular support of the Southern citizens he had managed to gather so far, as the Southern Emperor represented the Southern region. If Chris were to declare to his Southern audience that he was just facing the Southern Card Creationist Association but not the Card Creationist Association as a whole, then the stage he had created on their support for his theatrics would crumble. No matter how angry the Southern crowd was with the Southern Card Creationist Association, against a foreign enemy they would bury the hatchet and come together to face the foreign enemy. Therefore, Chris was very careful when he crafted his narrative of the events so that the crowd would favor him. The smart audience had already noticed that before the arrival of the Southern Emperor, Chris had no qualms about focusing his lens on the Southern Card Creationist Association. And in the Southern Emperor's presence, his lens zoomed out and focused on the entire Card Creationist Association, causing them to wake up from the spell of Chris's showmanship. Chris had no problem changing his narrative to target the whole Card Creationist Association instead of just the Southern branch because he had already spread his desired title for the challenge across the network of the other regions. A poor beggar from the West faces the elitists from the South. A young card creationist from the West takes on the pretentious Southern Card Creationist Association. West teaches South to be humble. Being put in the spotlight by Chris, Anne had no choice but to come forward and clarify. Had you followed the proper channels, the concerned authorities would have followed the evidence to uncover and punish the true culprit. But since you have taken the matter into your hands by initiating a challenge, the Southern royal family will respect your decision and freedom. However, the people of the South are entitled to the truth, so a thorough investigation will be launched with regard to this matter and the truth will be uncovered for everyone to see as soon as possible. Those at fault will be dealt with accordingly. Listening to the diplomatic response from Anne, Chris frowned but quickly replaced it with a wide smile and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness Southern Emperor." The reason Chris frowned was that Anne's response was totally out of his calculation. He had perceived that with little provocation Anne would say something rash which would put the Southern royal family in a bad light. Instead, she did not fall for his provocation and gave a diplomatic response. Despite all conspiracies and calculations, Chris did not know that the person who he thought to be the Southern Emperor was actually someone entirely different. He could never guess that his calculations failed because he mistook Anne for Anna, just like the audience and the millions of people watching the live stream of the challenge from the comfort of their homes or workplace did. Feeling that the second act of his plan was not going as he hoped, Chris decided to turn up the heat by shifting his lens back to the Southern Card Creationist Association from the Southern Emperor yelling, "Next!" The content of Chris's plan was simple. He took to the onlookers and the network after being denied entry to the Card Creationist Association and demand an apology from them for denying him entry into their facilities. However, the Card Creationist Association would not apologize to him because after a quick investigation, it was found that their staff was not at fault but Chris was being unreasonable and purposefully creating trouble for them. Not getting the apology that he demanded for the shame and embarrassment he had suffered, Chris challenged the Southern Card Creationist Association to a card creation duel by making use of the public's popular support, planning to defeat all their representative to a point where they would be forced to apologize to him. At least this was the story Chris sold to the public to gain their popular support. But Chris knew that the Southern Card Creationist Association would never apologize to him because that would mean accepting guilt and admitting that they were not as capable as the Western Card Creationist Association. Bringing shame to the entire Southern region, Chris had managed to use public support and his card creation mastery to put the Southern Card Creationist Association into check. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 11:59, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creation Association, Auction House, next. Chris's voice reverberated throughout the auction house's main hall. By now the unsuspecting people of the South had understood that they were not helping Chris stick it to the big organizations but to embarrass the Southern region as a whole. As for the guests and viewers from other regions, they were having fun at the expense of the Southern region. The audience's gaze returned to the stage, as they tried to find the next representative of the South. Unable to find the next representative of the South on the stage, the crowd followed the gaze of Chris to find a teenage boy flying out of the balcony of the royal family's exclusive VIP box and slowly hovering towards the stage. Scrutinizing the young representative of the South, the crowd became active, finding that the teenager was of the card soldier realm. They were surprised to see the Southern Card Creationist Association send out a card soldier realm card creationist to represent them against a talented card grandmaster realm card creationist. The crowd wondered if the South had lost its mind. "It's the Silver Milk fraudster," an influencer in the crowd immediately pointed out. After the incident involving the freedom fighter, world leaders were aware that Sliver Milk powder was not fake, but the unsuspecting general public was still under the impression that it was a fraud created by the teenage fraudster, Dalton Wyatt aka Sliver Milk fraudster. So the rumors were true. The Southern Emperor has taken fancy to the fraudster. Seeing the boy fly out of the balcony of the royal family's exclusive VIP box, the crowd began to speculate widely. What Her Highness thinking by sending the fraud to compete against that Western bastard? One of the Southern citizens who was no longer smitten by Chris's showmanship and lies complained. Unfazed by the crowd's gossip, the teenage boy slowly landed on the stage. Seeing the teenager, Chris smirked and said, "So you are the famous Dalton Wyatt, the Sliver Milk fraudster." "Yes, I am the famous Dalton Wyatt. However, tell me which name you prefer to be called by, Chris Ainsworth or Chris, Your Highness. Not good. The auction house director rushed into the royal family's exclusive VIP box. What is it? Anne asked with a frown, seeing the commotion caused by the auction house director. We finally managed to find the real identity of the challenger, Chris Ainsworth, the director reported. Well, are you waiting for my invitation? Out with it already, Anne stated sternly. Your Highness, Chris Ainsworth is none other than the Prince of the Western region, Chris Chase. Listening to the boy speak, please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. His true name. Chris's expression turned stern. Then he glared at the boy with a malicious gaze, then slowly asked, You do know that slandering royalty is punishable by death? So you do remember that you are royalty? I thought you forget since you are dressed like a beggar and smell like sewers, I retorted to Chris's quick-witted response, though he threatened me using the Chase royal family but also did not disclose that he was who I claimed him to be. When Shears said I was slandering the royalty, he meant, I was slandering Chris Chase by comparing him to him. A decent defense, but how did he know that when I said Chris Chase, I was referring to the Western region Prince Chris Chase? Not bothering to nitpick his argument, I said, as royalty, aren't you ashamed to use such despicable and lowly means to gain 2 minutes of fame? Are you here for the card creation duel or talk? Chris chose not to address the boy's accusations because any word he said right now could be used against him in case he fails to escape this predicament. Don't bother delaying time to use your long-distance teleportation card. The space isolation array of the auction house has been turned on, I warned Chris, knowing that once his real identity was exposed he would try to expose to not get caught in the act. If he was not caught, then there was no way for the Southern Card Creationist Association to clear their name. As for how I knew that Chris had a long-distance teleportation card, it was thanks to Anna. She was the one who had told me that Chris had escaped her wrath after calling a slut by using a long-distance teleportation card to run away with his tail between his legs. Listening to the conversation between the silver milk fraudster and Chris Ainsworth, the crowd once again actively became loud, discussing if there was any truth to the boy's claims. Why would I try to escape? Since you cannot defeat me honestly in a card creation duel, are you trying to accuse me of false crimes and silence me? Chris yelled aloud, causing the discussion between the audience and the viewers to get heated. Considering the situation, even the Southern citizens were finding it hard to defend the silver milk fraudster. Who can blame them? The audience was filled with card emperors and card semi-demigods. If Chris was using a disguise as the fraudster claimed, then they would have noticed something, considering that Chris was in the card grandmaster realm, but they did not. Therefore, it was not surprising that the crowd was finding it hard to believe the accusations of a renowned fraudster. I will give you a last chance to come clean, I offered Chris the opportunity to take the honorable way. But considering that he could be willing to plan such a lowly conspiracy to get back at Anna, I believe he was not the one to choose the honorable option. And that was also what I wanted him to do, because the harder he struggled, the more fun it will be to bring him down. I had not forgotten that I had a score to settle with Chris Chase, as this bastard was the one who reported my silver milk powder patent as a fraud to the authorities, and the rest followed was history. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 12:07, location Southern region, Southern capital, Southern Card Creation Association, auction house. Chris Chase was finding it hard to believe that someone saw through his disguise. Despite his disbelief, the truth was in front of him. The Southern Card Creation Association had seen through his disguise. No, it must be the Southern Emperor. Until her arrival, everything was going according to his plan. She must be the one who ruined his plan, like she ruined his ex-lover that wretched night. This woman, she was like the bane of his existence. She had even activated the space isolation array formation of the auction house before exposing his true identity. When did she get so cunning? The last time he was her, she was all boobs, no brains. I cannot get caught, thought Chris Chase, knowing that if he were to be caught and then expose his real identity, the Southern Emperor will blame him in the Western region for conspiring against the Southern region, and this incident will be blown out of proportion by his siblings to end his claim to the Western throne. Therefore, under no circumstance can he be caught. Feeling cornered, Chris could not help but wonder, all I wanted to do was raid an A-ranked gate dungeon, but how did it all come to this? This morning in the Western capital city, Chris Chase entered an A-ranked gate dungeon using his false identity Chris Ainsworth, planning to solo it, but while exploring the dungeon he came across another gate within the dungeon. Seeing the second gate within the dungeon, Chris Chase immediately got excited, believing that he had come across the rare dungeon tomb, but when he entered it he exited the dungeon. Confused, Chris used his grimoire to triangulate his location, only to learn that he was in the southern region. A gate dungeon with 2 gates, one in the western region and the other in the southern region. Making this discovery, Chris Chase was ecstatic. He believed this could be a huge opportunity for him to earn a lot of money as long as it stays his little secret. To make sure that it remains his little secret, Chris Chase decided to visit the nearest city and reserve all the raids for that A-ranked gate dungeon under his name for the foreseeable future. To his surprise, the nearest city was the southern capital. Learning this, Chris became more giddy because as long as he manages to monopolize this dungeon in both regions, he will get his personal trade route between the 2 regions, using which he can reap huge profits by opening a merchant company. Chris had thought of many ways to exploit the dungeon with 2 gates, but for now, he planned to become filthy rich. Chris might be the prince of the western region, but he was not rich. The resources and subsidies provided to him by the royal palace were not small, but not a lot either. Unlike the southern emperor, who was the sole heir of the crown and had all the resources of the southern royal family at her fingertips, Chris had siblings to share the resources of the western royal family with. The royal family provides abundant resources and support only to the royal children that showed potential, making the fate of the western royal children a constant struggle until one of them takes the throne and banishes or kills the rest. Compared to Chris, Anna was a lot lucky in this field, as she was the lone true heir of the southern region, unless it turns out that her uncle has given birth to a bastard somewhere outside or plans to start a family. Most of Chris's siblings had support from their maternal side, but his mother, however, came from a eradicated secret family, the Ainsworth family. So he did not have any forces to back him. Once his mother was killed in a conspiracy when she was attending a tea party outside the royal palace. He was all alone in the big royal palace and had to fend for himself. 3 months after his mother's suspicious death, Chris was almost assassinated when he left the royal palace to visit his lover. However, he was saved by the Ainsworth family treasure that his mother left for him. Since then he wised up and ventured out of the palace under the disguise, giving birth to the talented card creationist and array master Chris Ainsworth. Arriving at the southern capital, Chris realized that he did not have enough money to reserve the A-ranked gate dungeon for the foreseeable future. Therefore, he planned to visit the Southern Card Creationist Association to sell his services as a card creationist to gather the required money. In the enthusiasm of having found a secret route between the southern and western regions, Chris forgot that having fought the monsters of the dungeon, his clothes were not in a presentable condition and he smelled awful. Right now there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to earn enough money to reserve the A-ranked gate dungeon in both regions. And the fastest way to earn money that he knew was to create custom cards. Without any suspense, as soon as Chris entered the Southern Card Creationist Association, he was approached by a staff who pointed out his tattered attire and foul smell. Just then an idea flashed in Chris's mind, which would help him gather the money he needed faster. That was to gain fame in the western region by embarrassing the Southern Card Creationist Association by manipulating popular public opinion. With high fame, he would easily get approached by card apprentices to help them create custom cards for higher service charges. Fortunately, all the elements favored Chris's plan and he managed to get his stage to show off his skills while embarrassing the Southern Card Creationist Association. Everything was going according to his plan, but it seems he was out of luck because his disguise was seen through by the Southern Emperor, putting him in a desperate situation. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 12:08, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creation Association, Auction House. Decide quickly, I have other places to be. I sneered at Chris, watching his eye wander around trying to think of a way out of his current predicament. When caught, Chris would be directly charged with the charge of conspiring against Southern Region. A Western prince conspiring against the Southern Region, not that was the recipe for a huge scandal. Regardless of the final outcome, Chris Chase will lose all credibility. But to get the maximum out of this situation, I needed to do one more thing. Hopefully, Chris would play along. Well, he had no choice but to dance to my strings. The crowd grew noisy, not knowing what was happening, but the lack of information did not stop them from speculating wildly. Especially the influencers who were streaming Chris's challenge to Southern Card Creationist Association live. Most of the speculations and narratives they came up with favored Chris. They did so not out of malice towards the Southern Region or anything, but because it would increase their stream stats and that narrative was what most of their viewers favored. While most of the high-ranking card apprentices in the audience were getting jumpy because they found that the auction house had not only turned on its space isolation array but also turned on its trap array, making them feel like frogs trapped in a jar. However, they calmed themselves down as the array of formations seemed to only be targeting the young card creationist Chris. "Sir, are you sure Chris Ainsworth is Chris Chase?" Arya asked the director. As for Anne, after listening to the boy also claim that Chris Ainsworth was Chris Chase, she was certain that the young card creationist dressed as a beggar was none other than Chris Chase. Coming to this conclusion, she finally understood why the young card creationist let out a malicious intent seeing her on the balcony of the royal family's exclusive VIP box. Chris Chase's hatred for Anna was not news to her. With this, Anne was more certain that the card creationist dressed as a beggar was none other than the Western region's proud prince, Chris Chase. Rewind. Desperate and with nowhere to retreat, Chris decided to use his last resort, the Ainsworth family treasure. Rewind was one of many miraculous abilities Chris had gained from the Ainsworth family treasure. It allowed him to turn back time. However, because his realm was low, Chris could barely use it. With Card Grandmaster realm, Chris could turn back time for 20 minutes. Thankfully, that was enough for him to use the teleportation ability of the Ainsworth family treasure to leave the auction house before the Southern Emperor activates the space isolation array formation of the auction house. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 11:48, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creation Association, auction house. This proves it, this bastard was the one who turned back time back then. Suddenly arriving back on the balcony of the royal family's exclusive VIP box, I was a little surprised but quickly adjusted to the shift in time. I did not have the time to have the auction house director activate the array formation of the auction house, so turning to Agatha and ordered, "Agatha, disturb the surrounding space, immediately." Following my instruction, without even giving it a thought, Agatha immediately used her power to disturb the space surrounding the auction house, gathering the attention of all the high-ranking card apprentices on her. "Wyatt, what's wrong?" Anne inquired. "He plans to escape using long-distance teleportation, now that I have seen through his disguise," I explained as I flew up from the balcony and headed towards the stage where Chris was coughing blood. As I descended on the stage, my eyes met with Chris's and I uttered, "What's hurry? The challenge isn't over yet." "You?" Chris Chase looked at the silver milk fraudster in disbelief, as after rewinding the time it was not repeating itself, instead, it had totally changed. Other than the limit to his rewind ability, there was another reason why Chris Chase chose to rewind time to this point. Because he knew at this point of the auction house had yet to activate their array formations, and not to forget he had just defeated the representative of the Southern Card Creationist Association, so even if he vanished in the middle of the challenge, the fame and reputation he had built will not be totally lost. Might even explode because of the mystery behind his sudden vanishing. Because of all these reasons, Chris Chase did not hesitate to use the rewind ability of the Ainsworth family treasure. Arriving back in time, Chris Chase immediately tried to use the teleportation ability of his Ainsworth family treasure, which because of his low realm takes a moment to charge, to escape from the southern capital, but somehow the space surrounding the auction house was suddenly disturbed, cancelling his teleportation ability, which resulted in him facing a severe backlash. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Chris looked at the boy and said, "You, what is the meaning of this? I should be the one asking you this. Why are you using long-distance teleportation in the middle of a challenge?" I questioned Chris while acting as if there was nothing out of the ordinary, because I did not plan on letting Chris know that his time ability did not affect me. Quote. Chris's frown deepened. He did not know how to respond to the boy. His thoughts were occupied by the fact that his circumstance was suddenly worse than before he used the rewind ability. Since it will be a while before he can use the rewind ability again, Chris felt like wasted his ability over nothing. The thought that the timeline might have changed because another person also knew the timeline as he did not cross Chris's mind, because he was that confident about the abilities of the Ainsworth family treasure. "Don't tell me you are trying to escape because your disguise has been exposed." Date the 7th of April 2321, time 12:13, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creation Association, auction house. The card emperors and semi-demigods in the audience finally understood why Agatha had blatantly used her power to disturb the space surrounding the auction house. It was to stop Chris Ainsworth from leaving them wondering why Chris would try to escape. However, listening to the silver milk fraudster's words, they felt something much juicier and entertaining was afoot here. "Well, let us continue with the challenge. I'm your next opponent." Do you need a few minutes to recover to your peak condition? I said, not bothering to reveal Chris's real identity yet. It would not be too late to do that once I have defeated him. And this was the one last thing I had to do to put Chris in his place and make sure Chris doesn't get off this scot-free. If I were to capture Chris when the challenge was going on without defeating him, he would remain undefeated, and people's speculation that the Southern Card Creationist Association was accusing him of false crime because they cannot defeat him the honest way will start to sound a lot plausible. So to make this kill clean, I had to defeat Chris in his challenge before arresting him for conspiring against the Southern region. You are my next opponent. I don't need to be at my peak to defeat you. Let us get right to it, Chris answered, wondering why the boy was not acting the same as before he turned back time. He felt that this change must be brought about by his abrupt use of long-distance teleportation. I appreciate your confidence, but after winning the challenge I don't want to hear you whine that you only lost because you were not at your peak. So, go take a moment to adjust your physical and mental state. I ordered Chris to heal his body and recharge his mental strength. Because I did not want to leave a way out for Chris after I defeat him. You, a card soldier, hope to defeat me, in your dreams. Do you even have a golden grimoire? Chris jeered, staring at the boy, and then turning to the audience he yelled, does the Southern Card Creationist Association not have any capable card creationist that you have to resort to sending in a card creationist of card soldier? Having calmed down, Chris realized that in a sense he had done nothing wrong. So what if he was the prince of the Western region in disguise? There were no rules that forbid a Western prince from challenging the Southern Card Creationist Association. As for his siblings, as long as he remains undefeated and doesn't humiliate the Western region, he would still have a step to stand on. Chris was clear that as long as he remains undefeated he still had the chance to get out of this mess scot-free. Shears, I give you that you have some talent when it comes to card creation, enough for the Southern Card Creationist Association to finally take you seriously and send me. So, why don't you quit wagging your tongue and get prepared for the challenge? The more Chris talked big, the more devastating his defeat would be, so I did not mind provoking him. However, Chris did not fall for my provocation. Instead, he calmly responded, fine, I hope your mastery of card creation is half as good as your mastery over your tongue. Chris did not hold much regard for the silver milk fraudster, but seeing him purposefully trying to provoke him, Chris understood, the boy was up to something, or at least the hand behind him was. Therefore, he chose to adjust his breath and recharge to his peak condition, for what was coming next. In front of everyone, Chris took out expensive potions from his storage card and began to use them to regain his strength, recharge his mind, and heal any damage from the backlash, which was the direct result of his teleportation ability being forcefully cancelled midway. After 15 minutes or so, Chris's energy rose sharply and then stabilized. Then glanced at the boy who was waiting for him patiently and said, I am ready, let us get this over with. Good, I nodded, and soon the staff of the Card Association brought 2 sets of random ingredients, one for me and the other for Chris. As per the challenge, we both need to use these random ingredients to create the best cards we can think of. Our cards will be graded based on rank, rating, durability, skills, time taken for card creation, and lastly innovation. Of course, the card with the better grade wins. The referee verified both sets of the random ingredients provided to Chris and me to make sure no foul play was involved, while the announcer announced the random ingredients provided for this round of the challenge. Folks, the random ingredients provided are Bloody Veins, G rank, Mortal Grade 9 Rope, G rank, Mortal Grade Common Core, G rank, Mortal Grade. Learning all the random ingredients provided were of the Mortal Grade, the crowd that had just gotten silent suddenly burst into heated discussion. The influencers started to accuse the Southern Card Creationist Association of being partial towards the silver milk fraudster. The public already held a prejudice against the boy for his reputation of being a fraud, and they all looked down on him for his card soldier realm. They felt that the reason why the Southern Card Creationist Association provided mortal grade ingredients for the challenge was that the boy would not be able to use rare grade ingredients because of his lacking realm. Listening to the audience's speculation, the announcer soon jumped into action to earn his keep. Folks, these random ingredients of mortal grade favor the card creationist with higher realm, because the higher the mental strength, greater the command of card creationist on the ingredients. Considering the difference in the grade of the ingredients to the card creationist's realm, Master Chris has more advantage than Master Wyatt. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 12:40, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, auction house listening to the explanation given by the announcer. The unwitting audience that was raging at the Southern Card Creationist Association after hearing the baseless speculation of the influencers, felt that what the announcer said made sense. A solid mental strength was the greatest strength of a card creationist, which separated them from regular card creationists. Considering that, Chris, who was in the Card Grandmaster realm and 2 realms higher than the Card Soldier realm, Silver Milk Fraudster had an obvious advantage when it came to mental strength, which meant that Chris had more command over the mortal grade ingredients of the two. This realization, however, caused the southern part of the audience and viewers to frown. They no longer had an idea of what was going on. With the Southern Emperor's involvement, the Southern citizens woke up from Chris's showmanship and began to realize what it meant for the Southern Card Creationist Association to lose the challenge against a Western card creationist. Understanding the seriousness of the matter, they wonder why would the Southern Card Creationist Association send a card soldier and fraud as its representative. Has it given up on the challenge? You have nothing speculations to claim that Chris Ainsworth is Chris Chase. Anne thundered at the auction house director. After the time rewind, the boy had not pointed out that Chris Ainsworth was Chris Chase, so Anne did not blindly believe the auction house director when he reported to her that Chris Ainsworth was Chris Chase. Since that report, Anne has been going through everything the Southern Card Creationist Association had found on Chris Ainsworth. And surprisingly, there were no records of Chris Ainsworth entering the Southern region, causing her to wonder how a citizen of the Western region was able to enter the Southern region without registering his entry to the Southern region at the Southern Border Patrol. Either the Southern Border Patrol was not doing its job properly, or Chris Ainsworth had other means to enter the Southern region. The more Anne dug into the files collected by the Southern Card Creationist Association on Chris Ainsworth, the more suspicious she got about the character named Chris Ainsworth, because it seems to have come out of thin air a few years ago. What was remarkable about him was that his disguise was almost perfect. Even card emperors and card semi-demigods could not tell that he was using a disguise. What Chris was capable of did not match his attire, from the near-perfect disguise to high-level mastery of card creation to long-distance transportation. He was full of surprises. Ainsworth's surname belonged to Prince Chris Chase's mother's family. Is that all evidence you have to back your claims? Anne questioned the director sternly. Because speculations were not enough for her to accuse the prince of the Western region of conspiring against the Southern region, if she were to do so and it turns out that Chris Ainsworth was not Chris Chase, then it would be a huge scandal. As the ideal daughter of the Heatsend royal family, Anne did not want another scandal on her family's plate with everything that was going on with the Southern region, especially Luna defecting to freedom fighters. Therefore she did not want to rush to a quick judgment. Your Highness, not just the family name, their age and talent in card creation and array formation also hint at Chris Chase moonlighting as Chris Ainsworth. Following Master Wyatt's instruction, I found that except for Chris Chase, there is no other Chris in the Western region that matches the age and talent of Chris Ainsworth. The director patiently put forward his argument and reasoning for determining that Chris Ainsworth was Chris Chase. In making this discovery, he suddenly felt good, because his Southern card creationists being defeated by the Prince of the Western region was much better than being defeated by a random Western card creationist. This is not enough. Anne frowned, knowing that without concrete evidence they could not accuse Chris Ainsworth of being Chris Chase in disguise. Your Highness, you do not have to reach a decision yet. I believe Wyatt is up to something. Let us wait and watch his play. Agatha suddenly advised Anne not to rush to a decision and put her trust in the boy. Yes, Your Highness. With Master Wyatt taking action, Chris doesn't have a chance of winning even if he were the Prince of the Western region. I have already activated the array formation of the auction house. He cannot escape. So, it will not be too late to come to a judgment until Master Wyatt is done with him. The director knew that slandering the royal family punishable by death, so even if he was sure that Chris Ainsworth was Chris Chase, he did not dare to be adamant about it, because in case he was wrong, it would be a career-ending scandal for him. Quote. Anne nodded, trusting that the boy would put an end to Chris Ainsworth's undefeated streak, and then they could take their time to uncover Chris's real identity. In the corner of the room, Arya frowned, seeing that everyone was putting so much faith in the boy. Learning from her encounter with the boy so far, Arya knew that the boy's eyes were unique, having witnessed him use them firsthand, but she did not believe that his mastery of card creation was up to standards for the task at hand. However, she did not voice her concern because she felt it was not her place to question the judgment made by Her Highness Anne. It was not that Arya was underestimating the boy, but she was being realistic, considering the undefeated streak of Chris and the realm difference between the two. Not to forget that the random ingredients favored Chris. she felt that it was a safe bet to say that Chris would win the challenge. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 12:47, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, auction house. After verifying the 2 sets of random ingredients prepared for the challengers by the Southern Card Creationist Association, the referee found no signs of malpractice and then nodded toward the announcer stating his findings. Folks, the referee has concluded that both the sets of random ingredients have no problem. Now, I would like a volunteer from the audience to come up to the stage and validate it, saying that the announcer chose a random card emperor from the audience and asked him to introduce himself to the audience. Hi, I am Mark Johnson, a merchant from the Northern Region. Mark Johnson introduced himself to the crowd before checking the 2 sets of random ingredients provided to the challengers. And then report, the ingredients are not tempered with. As the host of the challenge, the auction house made sure to leave no room for doubts when it came to the fairness of the challenge. As this challenge was not just about the reputation of the Southern Card Creationist Association but the entire Southern Region, so no mistakes or doubts could be tolerated. They had the responsibility to make ensure the fairness of the challenge to the audience and the viewers. There they did not mind adding a few tedious procedures. Folks, now that the ingredients provided to both the challengers have been verified, let us begin with the challenge. Challengers, get to your card creation stations. The announcer signaled the contenders to take their position, then asked, ready? In response, both the contenders nodded, signaling their preparedness to the announcer, who then commenced the challenge. Start. Chris immediately summoned his golden grimoire and, opening the card creation page, he threw in the 3 random ingredients provided to him for the challenge. Then from the corner of his eyes, he looked at the silver milk fraudster to find that he had spaced out while seriously staring at the ingredients. Seeing the stupid look on the fraudster, an unconscious sneer formed on his face as he wondered, did I overestimate him? Shaking his, Chris decided to focus on his card creation process and go all in, because he had a feeling that the Southern Emperor wouldn't send the fraudster to accept his challenge just to make a mockery of him, herself, and the Southern Region. The same thoughts were running through the minds of the audience. By now many of the audience and viewers have done their own quick network search on the representative of the South accepting the challenge of Chris Ainsworth, the Western card creationist talent. Apart from all the news about his scam of the year, they all came across his online card boutique store where they got glimpses into the various cards created by the boy and the reviews of his customers. They were all impressed by the young card creationist's accomplishments. They finally began to understand that the boy was not just all talk but had the silks to back them. This was especially true for the influencers who were investigating the boy in the name of quality content. People started to see why the silver milk fraudster was sent in as the representative of the South for the challenge. And the Southern citizens finally found a little faith that the boy could win the challenge. Bloody veins, Nyan rope, and common core were the random mortal grade ingredients provided for the challenge by the Southern Card Creationist Association. Creating a good card with these ingredients was not a problem, however, creating a card using these ingredients that could beat whatever card Chris Chase creates was. The mortal ingredients did not leave much room for innovation. There were only finite possible ways a regular card creationist could use these cards. And my ego did not allow me to create a generic card with these mortal grade ingredients, especially with a large audience. I wanted to win the challenge by a landslide. Anything short of that would not satisfy me, because I did not want the audience to leave here with even a shred of doubt about my win in their hearts. However, considering the limited pool of traits and skills of the 2 mortal grade ingredients Bloody Veins and Nyan Rope, there was only a limited number of combinations one could use these traits and skills to create a card. Thankfully, I was not some regular card creationist. The moment the set of random ingredients was made known, I had already used Hive AI to learn all the traits and skills of the Bloody Veins and Nyan Rope mortal grade ingredients. That I cross-checked using my soul pupils to read their soul pathways and arrangements, to find some interesting discrepancies. Interestingly, not all traits of the Bloody Veins and Nyan Rope were recorded in the database of the Card Creationist Association or the Array Formation Association. Not because they could not find all the traits of these ingredients, but because they felt that these traits were insignificant, and also because they could explain why these traits existed in these ingredients. Nyan rope was a man-made rope created using the dried fibers from the bark of a monster tree species. This was known to regular card creationists, but they forget to consider that the fibers from the bark of any monster tree species can be used to create a Nyan rope. Based on the grade of the monster tree whose bark's fiber has been used to create the Nyan rope, the grade of the Nyan rope will vary. And the Nyan rope provided the challenge was created using a common grade tree monster. However, it seems to have been created by a rookie who did not know what he was doing, so its grade had fallen to mortal grade despite being created using the dried fibers from the bark of a common grade monster tree. Considering that Chris was no ordinary card creationist, he too should have noticed this by now. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 12:51, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, Auction House. I did not doubt that Shears had already noticed that the Nyan rope was made using the common grade ingredient, but the question was whether he figured out which common grade monster tree's bark fiber was used to create the Nyan rope. The fibers used to create Nyan rope were badly damaged by its creator, so much so that it was enough to drop the grade of the item created. The species of the tree monster was hardly recognizable through the fibers of the rope. Why was it important to recognize which tree monster's bark fibers were used to create the Nyan rope? It was because different tree monsters' bark fibers have different traits. Unless you can recognize the with tree monster the bark fibers belong to, you cannot recognize the various traits of the bark fiber used to create the Nyan rope. Without knowing all the possible traits and skills one could find in the Nyan rope, how could one use it efficiently to create a remarkable card? Thanks to my soul pupils, I did not have much difficulty recognizing which monster tree's bark fiber was used to create the Nyan rope. It was an E-rank, common graded, human flesh tree monster. The tree monster is popular for having a bark that resembled the flesh of a human. That was because this grew from the corpse of a human. In some dungeons where these trees are found, the seeds of these trees germinate in the corpse of the fallen adventurers, and once they have sucked all the energy and nutrients from the corpse, they take root in the ground for survival. However, they cannot grow unless they feed on more human or monster corpse. Being able to find which monster tree's bark fibers were used to create Nyan rope based on the horrible state of the fibers used to create Nyan rope was already an achievement, but being able to derive the traits of the human flesh tree monster from the degraded fibers of the Nyan rope, now that was a challenge. Come to this point, I could not help but wonder if Southern Card Creationist Association used the Nyan rope as some kind of test or if it was just a coincidence. Either way, I was looking forward to seeing if Chris has noticed this. Placing the Nyan rope and common core on my Grimoires card creation page, I turned my attention to the bloody veins. They were not actual human veins but the veins of a G-rank, mortal grade, grass-type monster, vampiric grass blades. The veins of this grass monster's Hall M were blood red in color, and they allowed the grass monster to track their prey by tracking blood, paralyzing, and sucking the blood from their victims. The vampiric grass blade monster had no consciousness and was incapable of mobility. However, their long blades moved in 360 degrees even though their roots were rooted to the ground for life. Even though the vampiric grass blade monster did not have the consciousness to actively search for their victims, their sharp and pointy blades had the ability to trace blood and move in that direction. So when a monster or human passes by them, the blades immediately gets active and uses their sharp edges and pointed tip to cut and poke the passing victim while paralyzing their victims. Once they immobilize their victim, all the blades of the grass monster poke into the victim's body and start sucking on the victim until there are no fluids to suck from them. What this monster lacks in terms of consciousness and mobility makes up for them by making use of blood tracing and paralyzation ability. Despite their low rank, they were a menace in the dungeon, especially to the bleeding adventurers and monsters. Since they grew in groups and have a sort of connection with each other that resembled a hive mind. Unlike the Nyan rope, which needed a keen eye to uncover its true potential, the bloody veins were pretty much straightforward. However, now the question was how to use Nyan rope in combination with bloody veins to create an excellent card. I had a few ideas in mind which mostly took advantage of the fact that Nyan rope was created using a common grade tree monster's bark fibers. Thinking of the best possible card that would help me win the challenge by a landslide, I was left with two ideas to choose from. 1. Blood tracing lasso. 2. Blood binding lasso. Though the names of the two ideas that I had shortlisted were almost the same, the abilities they showcased were entirely different. The blood tracing lasso would be able to track and bind the target based on the blood sample feed to it. This idea for the card mostly focused on the abilities of the vampiric grass blades. While the blood binding lasso wound enters the body of the target through an open wound and binds them from within their body. This idea for the card mostly focused on the abilities of the human flesh tree monster whose bark fibers were used to create the Nyan rope. Both ideas were good and enough to win by a landslide by themselves, but if both ideas were used to create a single card, then I will not only win the challenge but also have created a good item card that many card creationists would not mind adding to their arsenal, especially the adventures. Yet, why did I not think of doing that from the start? That was because of the time constraint. The time used to create the final card was also one of the judging factors in the challenge. No matter how good the card I create was, if I create it even a few seconds after Chris has created his card, it would not be in line with my idea to be the undisputed winner in the eyes of the audience. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 12:57, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, Auction House. When it comes to card creation, I have made a point to do my best and create the perfect card. I was going to do the same right now. As for the time constraints, I decided to face it as always, by dividing labor between myself and my mutated souls. However, there was a problem with this tactic, as one of my slave consciousness was in the world seed nurturing the excellent grade phantom sword mushroom spawns I was growing. Having planned to go all out for the creation of the card, I decisively summoned back the slave consciousness from the world seed card. Then, while my 3 slave consciousnesses transferred the soul pathways of the bloody veins and Nyan rope into the common core, I and Hive AI came up with the most efficient plan to create a card that was a combination of both the blood tracing lasso card and the blood binding lasso card. After a few thousand simulations run by Hive AI, we came up with the best recipe for the creation of the combination card and how to plan for the division of labor between my mutated souls and me. While I used Hive AI to separate the soul pathways responsible for blood tracking, vampirism, paralyzation, and pseudo-consciousness in the vampiric grass blade monster from the soul pathways of the bloody veins, I had my mutated souls use the Hive AI to recover the soul pathways of the damaged brack fibers of the human flesh tree monster used to create the Nyan. Such that I will be able to extract soul pathways of abilities related to the human flesh tree monster from the soul pathways of the Nyan rope. Why did I give my 3 souls consciousnesses a single job, to recover the damaged soul pathways of the fibers used to create Nyan rope? That was because recovery of the soul pathway was a very tedious, energy-consuming, and timing-consuming act. So I assigned 3 men to this task so that they could share the burden and complete the recovery of the soul pathways 3 times faster. One had to understand that by recovering the soul pathways of the fibers used to create the G rank, mortal grade, Nyan rope, I would be able to return it to its original rank, E rank, common grade, Nyan rope. This recovery process would have been faster if I had wood wisp cores and essence at my disposal, but this was the challenge. I did not have the luxury to use them. Instead, I had to use my soul energy to recover the soul pathways. By the time I was done with segregation of the soul pathways responsible for blood tracking, vampirism, paralyzation, and pseudo-consciousness in the vampiric grass blade monster from the soul pathways of the bloody veins, my mutated souls had already recovered the damaged soul pathways of the Nyan rope and had already started their second labor. My mutated souls were right now separating the soul pathways that allowed the human flesh tree monster to germinate and take root in the human body from the soul pathways of the brack fibers used to create the Nyan rope. Because I was going to use this ability to grant the lasso, I planned to create the ability to bind the target by entering and taking root in their body. P alpha ND alpha, no new 1, SOM. Meanwhile, I used the remains of the soul pathways of bloody veins and Nyan rope to create a new rope that would be strong enough to house the various abilities I planned to grant it. I achieved this by combining the soul pathways of the fibers of bloody veins with the fibers of the Nyan rope, i.e. the soul pathways of the brack fibers of the human flesh tree. The soul pathways of both these fibers were about 95% matched to each other. Therefore, it was not hard to find the right combination to combine the soul pathways of these 2 fibers such that the resulting rope will not only have high tensile strength but also be able to carry the various ability I planned to add to it. By the time I was on creating the base soul pathway arrangement for the lasso item card, the mutated souls had also completed their second labor. Now all I had to do was add the soul pathways of the various abilities I had collected from the vampiric grass blade and human flesh tree monsters to the base soul pathway arrangement in such a way that the resulting card should have near perfect durability and lost star rating possible. Thanks to the thousands of simulations conducted by Hive AI, I did not have to waste time thinking of an accurate soul pathway arrangement. It had already generated the most efficient soul pathway arrangement for the item card. All my mutated souls and I had to do was follow the recipe to the dot, then I will have created the card with near perfect card durability and minimum card rating. With everything laid out for us by the Hive AI, I and my 3 slave consciousnesses began to carefully add the soul pathways of abilities like blood tracking, vampirism, pseudo-consciousness, etc., to the base soul pathway arrangement. Once all the abilities were added, I checked on the pseudo-consciousness, to see how astute it was. The pseudo-consciousness was the ability of the vampiric grass blade monster which allowed it to use its abilities like blood tracing and paralyzation to trap and feed on its prey. I was granting pseudo-consciousness to the lasso-type item card I was creating so that it would be able to use the blood feed to it to track and bind the target. After little scrutiny, I found that the pseudo-consciousness ability of the lasso will only allow it to become an extension of the user's body, something like a whip, but on its own, it was only good for binding the target and nothing else. Considering the ingredients I had at my disposal, this was already the best I could do unless I used my mastery of the blood rule. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 1313, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, Auction House. Considering the ingredients I had at my disposal, this was already the best I could do unless I used my mastery of the blood rule, but I could not use the blood rule to enhance the capability of the card was about to create, as the use of the ego gem was against the rules of the challenge. That was because possessing an ego gem or the comprehension of a card apprentice in a particular rule did not define their mastery of card creation, and it would go against the fairness of the challenge. Different card creationists comprehend different sets of rules and their meaning. The random set of ingredients provided to the participants for the challenge might favor the rules comprehended by one of the contenders but not the other, turning this challenge into ramble rather than a show of one's mastery of card creation. Therefore, the use of ego gems and rule power was banned in the challenge. Instead of worrying about what could be, I went through the newly created soul pathway arrangement in the common core and then tugged on the soul pathway of the common core that turned it into a card. Soon my grimoire let out a brilliant light and then a card floated out of it before landing back into it. Seeing this, the crowd gasped in shock, as most of them did not think that the silver milk fraudster would be the first one to finish creating the card. But nobody dared to make noise in order not to affect Chris's state of mind, but their collective gasp was already enough to distract him. However, Chris did not let that little incident affect him, showing that his mind was more stable and concentrated than regular card creationists. Seeing Chris was nowhere near the compilation of his card creation, I felt like I had overestimated Chris's capabilities. I guess I was giving more credit to his origin card than I should be. How do I know about Chris's origin card? I had my super brain card hack into his golden grimoire the moment I learned that he using a high-level disguise to hide his identity. I did that to uncover his true identity, but learning his true identity I stayed to gather information on all the cards he had equipped, hoping to find clues about the time-related ability that he had displayed. Turns out the time-related ability that Chris used was the skill of his origin card, Ancestral Inheritance. Chris's origin card was very peculiar. Therefore, I did not dare to underestimate him, but I ended up overestimating him. Even though Chris's origin card was capable, he had to be capable to utilize it. I failed to take that into consideration. Card name, Ancestral Inheritance card type, origin card, card rank, card rate, card durability, card effects. The card allows the user to inherit all the knowledge and power of their ancestors depending on the user's realm. When the user is in the Card Grandmaster realm, they will be able to display all the knowledge and power their ancestors had during the Card Grandmaster realm. Additional effects: Ancestral Knowledge, Ancestral Talent, Ancestral Ego Gem Caution. The user can develop mental erosion with overuse of the card's ability. Note: strong mental strength can help user resist the mental erosion. Ancestral Knowledge. This skill gives the user access to all the knowledge of their ancestors' knowledge when in the user's realm. When the user is in the Card Grandmaster realm, they will be able to access all the knowledge their ancestors possessed during the Card Grandmaster realm. Caution: continued use of this skill cause mental erosion. Note: higher the mental erosion, greater the command of the user on their ancestors' knowledge. Strong mental strength will help user resist the mental erosion. Ancestral Talent. Users can inherit the talents of their ancestors' talents based on mental erosion. Note: higher the mental erosion, greater the chances of the user inheriting the talent of their ancestors. Strong mental strength will help user resist the mental erosion. Ancestral Ego Gem. The user can use the broken runes of their ancestor without any constraints and limitations. Note: higher the mental erosion, greater the control of the user over their ancestors' broken runes. Strong mental strength will help user resist the mental erosion. Chris's origin card was the second origin card I had come in contact with that would bring him closer to death the more he uses it. The first one was Corey's grandfather's origin card. At least Chris had a choice and could use mental strength to resist the side effects of his origin card, but Corey's grandfather did not even have that luxury. He had to act to wimps of his origin card or face penalty. With the entire knowledge of his ancestors at his disposal, I had no choice but to take Chris seriously, but it seems Chris could not make complete and efficient use of his ancestors' prowess because of his origin card's side effect, mental erosion. I was surprised to see that Chris could control mental erosion despite equipping multiple cards that would enhance his mental strength. I guess this was because of the baptism that came every time he broke through a realm. The baptism seems to have enhanced the side effect of his origin card along with its other abilities. I could only think of this reason to explain why Chris could not use his origin card efficiently despite equipping various rare grade mental strength enhancement cards. But I decided not to judge Chris's capability quickly and hold off until I saw what kind of card Chris ends up creating. After a good 5 minutes, Chris's grimoire illuminated with a brilliant light marking that he had successfully created the card. After creating his card, Chris turned his sight towards the boy, only to find that he had finished creating his card before him, causing him to frown. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 13:31, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, Auction House E Alpha GLESN New. Folks, now that both the respected card masters have finished the creation of their cards, now let them show their card and talk about it briefly for the judges to proceed to grade their cards, the announcer declared to the crowd. Then turning to me he added, Master Wyatt, you were the first one to finish, so will you choose to go first or yield the opportunity to Master Chris? I signaled to the announcer indicate that I yield the opportunity to Chris, as I felt that he would not have the confidence to display his card after I have shown mine. Understanding my signal, the announcer turned to Chris and said, Master Chris, the stage is yours. Chris's face was ugly, as until now in the challenge he was the one to finish the card creation first, and he always would choose to yield the chance of displaying their card first to his opponent. Now that the exact thing was happening to him, he did not like it one bit. Not to mention he felt that after he displayed his card, the fraudster would not have the guts to display his card and directly choose to give up to save himself the embarrassment. Chris was so angry with the way things turned out that he did not bother to mask his true feelings. He could not spare thoughts on such petty things when not only was his original identity exposed by the Southern Emperor, but a card soldier had created a card faster than him using the same set of random ingredients. Adding salt to his injury was that he did not know how much faster the card soldier had created his cards than him. The only thing that kept him sane right now was the thought that the card soldier did not notice that the mortal grade 9 rope that was given as a random ingredient for the challenge was created using common grade tree monster bark fibers. Why was Chris so sure that his opponent did not notice that? It was because if his opponent had noticed it, then he could not possibly create the card faster than him. Because nurturing the soul pathways of ingredients without external help took a lot of energy and a long time. Considering the time it took for the card soldier to create his card, even if he noticed the discrepancy in 9 rope, he chose to ignore it, choosing the fast creation time over the grade of the card he was creating. Chris, himself, would not have been able to nurture the soul pathways of the 9 rope so fast if not for the special technique he learned from his ancestors' knowledge. Knowing that a regular card creationist did not have access to such special techniques, Chris felt the card soldier was wise for having chosen the fast creation time over the grade of the card. Think of this, Chris's raging emotions finally calmed down. Then adjusting his facial expression, he connected his card to the auction house display array formation, which was used to display auction items to the audience. Now he was going to use this array formation to display the card info to the audience while giving a brief explanation and demonstration of the card. Fellow card apprentices, I present you E-rank, common grade, coiling rope item card, Chris announced as the display array formation of the auction hall displayed his card and its info through huge holograms on each corner of the auction house. Seeing that the card Chris created was of E-rank and common grade as he advertised, the crowd gasped in great shock. Then they turned noisy, discussing the miracle that Chris had achieved, creating E-rank, common grade item card using G-rank, mortal grade ingredients. The influencer went as far as to dub it the miracle of the century in their views. They would not have been only if not for the discrepancy with the grade of the 9 rope used to create the card. The crowd had grown wild. They had forgotten about the challenge between Chris and the Southern Card Creationist Association. Because creating higher grade cards with random lower grade ingredients was not something even the diamond grade card creationist could achieve. Diamond-grade card creationists could achieve similar results if they had a lot of experience in creating a said card and high mastery over the said card's card recipe. However, being able to create higher-grade cards with random lower-grade ingredients on their first try was not possible even for the diamond-grade card creationists. Because being able to achieve that would require card creationists to have complete knowledge of soul pathways and soul pathway arrangement of the random ingredients used to create the card. Not to forget the compatibility of the random ingredients with each other. If the random ingredients did not get along like ice and fire, it would require more than a miracle to use such ingredients to create a card of a higher grade than the grade of the ingredients used. This was the reason why the crowd had grown wild and required the announcer to come forward and calm them down while reminding them of the challenge between Chris and the Southern Card Creationist Association. Folks, I know Master Chris's achievement in card creation is huge, but please do not forget that why we are here. Listening to the announcer, the crowd finally calmed down. However, still some whispers could be heard. Especially the influencer who was telling their viewers that by creating a higher grade card using lower grade ingredients, Chris was the undisputed winner of the challenge and there was no way the card created by the Silver Milk fraudster could outshine Chris's card. While most of the audience and viewers were excited for Chris, the southern part of the audience and viewers were not. They too, like the influencers, felt that the results were already determined and there was nothing the Silver Milk fraudster could do to change them. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 13:37, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, Auction House, card name, Coiling Rope, card type, item card, card rank, E rank, common grade, card rate, 4 stars, card durability, 89/100ths, card effect. The item coiling rope binds the target determined by the user with the grip of the E rank monster. Additional effect. Bind note. The coiling rope will bind any that touches it and will only release with the user's command. While the crowd was celebrating the feat achieved by Chris, I went through the card info of the coiling rope item card created by Chris. Honestly, I was disappointed by the coiling rope item card. What disappointed me more was the fact that Chris did not add extra abilities to the item card so that he could increase the grade of the item card. Due to the time constraints of the challenges, he had chosen to focus on the grade of the card he was creating instead of its applications and uses. It seems I had indeed overestimated Chris's mastery of card creation because of his peculiar origin card, Ancestral Inheritance. Don't get me wrong, the coiling rope item card was a sound card and I would have respected its creator had it been created by a regular card creationist, but it was not. I was accepting more from some with ancient knowledge of card creation at his disposal. I guess the mental erosion side effect of Chris's Ancestral Inheritance origin card was limiting him from showcasing its full potential. I had a solution to the side effect of Chris's origin card, my Calamity Daughter gem. I wonder if he would be open to it. Yes, I was planning to add Chris to my Calamity Daughter gem collection. His origin card was too good to pass on as it held all the ancient knowledge and history of the card world from the point when the first card apprentice was born in Chris's maternal family. What appealed to me most about Chris's origin card was its additional effect, Ancestral Ego Gem, which allowed him to inherit and use the broken runes of his ancestors without any side effects aside from the mental erosion, of course. Hacking into Chris's grimoire, I had already gone through all the cards equipped in it and none of them had time-related abilities or teleportation-related abilities, yet Chris had displayed both kinds of abilities. This could only mean that he gained these abilities through the broken runes of his ancestors that he inherited from his Ancestral Ego Gem. Aside from Courtney, my Calamity Daughter gem, and me, Chris was the third person I know with a mutated ego gem. I created my mutated ego gem using the Dungeon Calamity Seed and Viltronian core. As for Courtney, Bloodette's involvement while forging her ego gem had led to the mutation in it. As for Chris, he had gained it through his origin card. This discovery made me realize that there may be more mutated ego gems out there and maybe I wasn't the first to create a mutate ego gem. Eaglesnov 1, SOM. Back to the topic. Since Cheers's origin card had mutated his ego gem into the Ancestral Ego Gem, then could it mutate his divinity when he forges one during the card's semi-demigod realm? I had little knowledge about divinity, so I refrained from making bold guesses, but I believe anything was possible and it was best to keep an open mind. With Chris's card Grandmaster Realm and Golden Grimoire, he would be helpless against my Calamity Daughter gem, but the question was how do I implant my Calamity Daughter gem into Chris without looking suspicious? Since the auction was filled with high realm card apprentices, I decided not to act until Chris was taken into custody by the Southern Capital authorities. Maybe later, I can use Myriad Devil transformation to disguise into a pebble or something and visit him in the prison to implant the Calamity Daughter gem in him. Calamity Daughter gem was my biggest secret, so I chose to be very careful and not take any unnecessary risks when using it. Ladies and gentlemen, I am sorry to disappoint you, but I did no miracle. The reason I was able to create an E-rank card using G-rank ingredients because one of the random ingredients provided to use was actually E-rank but had degraded to G-rank due to its damaged soul pathways. After the crowd finally calmed down, Chris came clean and cleared the misunderstanding, knowing that it will come sooner or later. Therefore, decided to come clean, act humble and gain a reputation as an honest person. Which was quite easy thanks to his opponent's reputation of being a fraud. Even a bunch of thugs and conmen who stand up against the devil will be considered heroes, so Chris, who was up against a fraudster, had easily gained the reputation of being an honest person. With the sudden revelation made by Chris, the audience and the viewers were confused as they could hear what Chris was saying but not understand what he was implying. Seeing the perplexed look of the audience, Chris briefly explained how the Nyan rope provide them was created using the brack fibers of an E-rank monster, but its grade degrade as the creator was lousy and had damaged the soul pathways of the Nyan rope, causing its grade to decrease from common grade to mortal grade. With Chris's explanation, most of the audience and viewers finally understood what he meant. Though the crowd was disappointed that their previous assumption was wrong, soon the card creationists among the audience and viewers began to explain how hard and tedious it was to repair damaged soul pathways. They commenced and praised Chris for repairing the soul pathways of the Nyan rope and creating an E-rank card with it. Once the audience and viewers finally understood what Chris had achieved in a limited time, their earlier disappointment vanished and replaced with admiration. The influencer began to use it as a reason to defend Chris for creating his card 5 minutes slower than the Silver Milk fraudster. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 13:43, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, auction house. Basking in the admiration of the audience, Chris glanced at the Silver Milk fraudster and subtly let out a sneer. Since the start of the challenge, Chris had never considered the fraudster a threat except for the Southern Emperor backing him. However, the fact that the card soldier was able to finish creating his card 5 minutes faster than him came as a shock to him, which was enough for him to see the card soldier with hostility. Briefly explaining his card, Chris then called volunteers from the audience to demonstrate the effect of his card, Coiling Rope. Following the choice of the referee, 2 card scholars quickly took the stage. One equipped the item card while the other assumed the role of the target. E-rank, common grade, Coiling Rope item card. The card scholar summoned the coiling rope and then threw it at the other card scholar under the watchful eyes of the referee. Upon coming in contact with its target, the coiling rope immediately coiled around the card scholar. The card scholar tried every ounce of his power to free himself from the bind of the coiling rope, but he couldn't even loosen it. As advertised, the coiling rope indeed had the grip of an E-rank monster. Once Chris's demonstration was over, the announcer then took the stage and after saying a few words of praise to Chris, he then invited the representative of the Southern Card Creationist Association to display, explain, and demonstrate the card he had created. Master Chris, you have created a remarkable card considering the ingredients and time at your disposal. Your card creation was an eye-opening experience. Now continuing with challenge, folks, give it up for Master Wyatt. Handing the control of the auction house's display array formation to his opponent, Chris followed the announcer off the stage, feeling that he had already won the match and wondering who the Southern Emperor will be sending next to represent the Southern Card Creationist Association against him. In the royal family's exclusive VIP box, Laura and Arya looked at the boy with concern, seeing the shocking demonstration put forward by Chris. Having come in contact with the boy recently, both of them were not yet fully introduced to the capabilities of the boy, otherwise they would be as aloof and casual about the challenge as the others in the VIP room. Especially Anne. She didn't even bother about the challenge ever since the boy took the stage. She was more focused on figuring out Chris Ainsworth's real identity and how he made it to the southern capital past the border without leaving any form of a trace. Unable to confirm if Chris Ainsworth was Chris Chase, Anne decided to trace everything and everywhere Chris Ainsworth has been, hoping that it will give a clue to his identity and also help her figure out how he made it to the southern capital from the western region without getting noticed. E Alpha GLESN Nu L, this is all you could find on Chris Ainsworth? Anne asked the director while going through the files that showed every place and everything Chris Ainsworth did after entering the southern capital. Yes, Your Highness, the auction house director nodded with his head down, able to face Anne because of the lacking intelligence collected on Chris Ainsworth. According to this file, Chris Ainsworth suddenly appeared at the gates of the southern capital this morning all alone. While the folks at the western capital claim that Chris Ainsworth entered an A-ranked gate dungeon this morning and was yet to clear it. Will you help me understand how one person can be in two places at the same time? Anne grumbled at the auction house director. Anne's frustration only kept growing the more she looked into Chris Ainsworth. It was as if this fellow came into existence a few years ago, proving that Chris Ainsworth was a fake identity as the boy claimed. However, what she did not understand was how can person who entered an A-ranked gate dungeon in the western capital be in the southern capital? Things did not make sense. While Anne was taking her frustration out on the auction house director, Agatha and Abba looked at him with pity. They too did not focus much on the challenge because knowing the ending had spoiled the fun of watching the challenge for them. So they sought entertainment in the auction house director's misery. But seeing how the auction house was not able to produce any results, was instead being screamed at by Anne, it got sad real fast. Taking the stage, one did not bother to greet the audience, and nor did the audience welcome me with a round of applause as they did in Chris's case. Instead, I heard someone in the crowd boo as I took the stage. It seems the crowd has already deemed me as the bad guy. My reputation as the silver milk fraudster was more notorious than I had thought. I have never met such prejudice from a crowd of unfamiliar people in both of my lives till today. Even the Southerners in the audience and viewers did not seem to bother to cheer for me for the sake of team spirit. Therefore I did not bother to address the audience in any way because I knew I would be met with ridicule and laughter, unlike in Chris's case where every time he addressed the audience he was met with affection and respect. Once Hive AI and Super Brain had total control of the auction house's display array formation, I announced with a deep voice, "Behold, the bloody lasso of prohibition." With my announcement, the card and its info were displayed on the big screens in all the corners of the auction hall. And the disinterested and wild audience soon became disciplined as they went through the card info of the bloody lasso of prohibition. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 1346, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, auction house card name, bloody lasso of prohibition card type, item card rank, E rank, common grade card rate, 3 stars card durability, 97/100ths card effect. Bloody lasso of prohibition possesses the ability to ensnare and incapacitate the target following the instructions of its user. Additional abilities: pseudo-spirituality, blood invasion, paralysis, vampirism, blood tracking, size manipulation, vampiric enhancement, and blood prohibition. Pseudo-spirituality. Bloody lasso of prohibition possesses a certain degree of consciousness which allows it to become the part of user's body when used as a weapon by the user. E-alpha GLESN new L note, without the consciousness of the user supporting it, the pseudo-spirituality of bloody lasso of prohibition is of little use. Blood invasion. Bloody lasso of prohibition, when in contact with an open wound of the foe, will immediately infiltrate the bloodstream of the foe. Having invaded the foe's body, bloody lasso of prohibition's outer fibers will unwind and take root within the body of the foe. Note: the bloody lasso of prohibition cannot invade the body of the foes of a higher grade than it, only if its invasion is met with resistance. Bloody lasso of prohibition leaves the body of the foe upon user command. Paralysis. Bloody lasso of prohibition's fibers, when in contact with the foe's wound, induce paralysis similar to the vampiric grass blades. Note: the paralysis only activates when the bloody lasso of prohibition is in contact with the foe's blood. This skill is limited by its grade. Vampirism. When in contact with an open wound of the target, the bloody lasso of prohibition feeds on the blood of the target, giving the target blood drain debuff. Note: vampirism only activates when the bloody lasso of prohibition is in contact with the foe's open wound, where it can get a constant source of blood. This skill is limited by its grade. Blood tracking. The bloody lasso of prohibition can sense the blood flow in other organisms and differentiate between them based on their blood. So when enough quantity of enemy blood is fed to the bloody lasso of prohibition, it can track the enemy within the user's mental range. Note: bloody lasso of prohibition uses its pseudo-spirituality to tap into the mental strength of the user and expand its range. Size manipulation. Bloody lasso of prohibition can control its length and width by manipulating its total matter, or temporarily increase its length and width with the blood it fed on using vampirism. Note: in normal conditions, when bloody lasso of prohibition increases its length, its width decrease, and vice versa. The strength of the temporality increased size of the lasso depends on the rank of the blood used in the process. Vampiric enhancement. Bloody lasso of prohibition grows stronger based on the rank of blood it feeds on. Note: Higher the grade difference between the item and the target, lesser the effect of this ability. Blood Prohibition. Bloody Lasso of Prohibition makes use of its blood invasion and size manipulation to spread across the entire body of the foe, and then makes use of paralysis skills to impose a prohibition on the body of the foe. The strength of prohibitions continues to grow as it continues to feed on the blood of the foe thanks to the skills of vampirism and vampiric enhancement. The user can use the blood tracking ability of the Bloody Lasso of Prohibition to have it impose a prohibition on a specific part of the foe's body or the entire body based on their requirement. Note: Blood Prohibition is an advanced technique created to efficiently use all the skills of Bloody Lasso of Prohibition. After displaying my card, I looked down at the shocked audience. They went through the card info repeatedly, unable to believe its stats and skills. For a while, a graveyard silence loomed over the auction hall. Before the audience once again started to murmur and whisper to each other. I could care of the gullible crowd. I turned and looked at Chris, who was staring at the card info of the Bloody Lasso of Prohibition dumbfoundedly. I wanted to taunt him, but he was too engrossed in the card info of the card created 5 minutes faster than him while using the same ingredients as him. Seeing him in such a state, I wondered why did I even bother to think that he could pose me some challenge. I guess this was the lesson I needed to learn, that even if one has an overpowered origin card doesn't mean that they are overpowered. In a way, they themselves were the limitation of their overpowered origin card. Chris was the perfect example of this. Shaking my head, I turned to look at the auction hall that had suddenly descended into chaos. The audience did not believe that I create the card displayed on the auction hall display array formation. Everyone in the audience and viewers seemed to believe that I did not create the card, or I did not use the same ingredients used by Chris. As they felt it was impossible for any card creationist to create such a card given the ingredient grade and time constraints. Once again, my reputation as a fraudster did not help my case. It only gave legitimacy to wild speculations made by the audience and the influencers. I wasn't surprised by that. What surprised me was that none of the Southerners in the audience defended me. Their silence only proved that they too thought I cheated. There was not a single soul in the audience or viewers that believed that I created the Bloody Lasso of Prohibition, or that I used the set of mortal grade random ingredients provided by the Southern Card Creationist Association for the challenge. A person could only remain indifferent for so long. I could take the booze and name calling, but the audience had gone far as to cuss my friends and family. Seeing such prejudice directed at me through no fault of mine, I involuntarily cussed, "Fuck these bastards." Date: the 7th of April 2321. Time 1350. Location: Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, Auction House. Seeing the unrest in the audience and listening to the wild speculations floating around, the referee immediately took the stage yelling, "Silence." The audience immediately went quiet, being bombarded by the intimidating atmosphere that suddenly covered the entire auction hall. The referee was of the semi-demigod realm and was very close to successfully forging his divinity to step into the demigod realm. The pressure he let out was no joke. Even some semi-demigods in the audience experienced shortness of their breath, let alone the low and mid-level card apprentice. If you have any doubts about the challenge, then rise a formal protest so that we can address it instead of widely speculating, which will not help but instead sully the reputation of the Southern Card Creationist Association and the Southern Region, the referee declared, asking the audience to not make baseless speculations as it will hurt the reputation of the Southern Card Creationist Association, which they will not stand. Alpha GLESN Nu L. Seeing that nobody in the crowd dared to comment, the referee nodded in satisfaction before turning to gaze at Chris and asked, "Chris Ainsworth, do you have any doubts about Representative Dalton Wyatt's card creation?" After going through the card info of the card created by his opponent, Chris was shell-shocked. He could not believe his eyes. Similar to the crowd, he too immediately jumped to the conclusion that the silver milk fraudster had somehow cheated without even waiting for his opponent to explain and demonstrate his card. Chris did not doubt in his mind that his opponent had cheated because, unlike the audience who were making baseless accusations without having any or little knowledge about card creation, he had the ancient card creation knowledge of his ancestors, which told him that even the excellent diamond-grade card creationist among his ancestors could not create a card similar to the one his opponent had created using the same set of the mortal-grade ingredient his rival had used, that was without the restrictions of the time that his opponent had due to the challenge. Chris knew that for a card creationist to create such a card despite being limited by the ingredients and time would require a card creationist to have the perfect understanding of the soul pathway arrangements of the ingredients at their disposal, which was just godly and impossible for a card creationist to achieve. Even if the card creationist knew the soul pathway arrangements of the ingredients by heart, then how did they know the most efficient combination of the soul pathways of the various abilities of the ingredients that would add to form a card with near-perfect card durability and low card ratings? Now that was ungodly, not to forget the time it would take to achieve something similar to that, especially when the soul pathways of one of the ingredients were damaged and degraded. Having concluded that his opponent had cheated, Chris then began to wonder, how did his opponent cheat with so many witnesses present? Was it because of the card soldier's ability to cheat the reason why the Southern Emperor sent out a silver milk fraudster to face him in his challenge to the Southern Card Creationist Association? Yes, I do have doubts about my opponent's card creation process. Chris carefully considers every wild speculation made by the audience regarding how his opponent could have cheated, and surprisingly most of them made sense. Listening to Chris Ainsworth voice out the blatant cheating of his opponent, the audience nodded. Because if the victim did not want justice to be served, then wouldn't they be stupid to risk falling out with the Southern Card Creationist Association because of unnecessary meddling? Okay, Chris Ainsworth, your doubts are noted. To satisfy them, I will pull up the footage of Dalton Wyatt's card creation process, which was recorded by the auction hall's recording array formation. The referee acknowledged Chris's concern and then turned to the other contender and said, "Dalton Wyatt, please let go of the controls of the auction hall's display array formation." "Thank you." Quickly taking control of the auction hall's display array formation, the referee then accessed the footage recorded by the auction hall's recording array formation and began to play it on the big hologram screens on each corner of the auction hall. Soon the recording of the representative of the Southern Card Creationist Association's card creation process from scratch began to play on the big hologram screens of the auction hall. The audience and Chris closely watched the recordings for any discrepancies that would prove that the silver milk fraudster had indeed cheated as they claimed. The recording started with the boy blankly staring at the set of random grade ingredients for a few minutes before he immediately placed the ingredients on his Grimoires card creation place before turning the bloody veins and Nyan rope into a mass of energy, transferring them into the common core. The recording focused deep into the common core, where three masses of energy were present, each representing the bloody vein, Nyan rope, and the common core respectively. These masses of energy were actually the soul pathways of the ingredients, also termed as soul. The array formation could only display the soul pathways and soul pathway arrangements of the ingredients inside the common core as a mass of soul energy. Hence this mass of soul energy was referred to as the soul of the ingredients. Soon the audience and viewers witnessed the boy's mental strength cut up the soul belonging to a bloody vein while simultaneously repairing the degraded soul of the Nyan rope. This came as a huge shock to everyone watching. Similar to how a person could only do one thing at a time with both their hands, a card creationist could only use their mental strength to do one thing at once. Hence the surprise of the crowd seeing the boy's mental strength attend to two tasks at a time. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 1356, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, Auction House, that's duality. His mastery over his mental strength has reached duality, a card creationist in the audience yelled in shock. The audience might not have knowledge about card creation, but everyone was aware of training one's mental strength to achieve duality, the ability to do two things at a time using mental strength, despite most of them not having strong mental strength. Training one's mental strength to achieve duality was not an easy task, as it was similar to splitting one's soul into two. Every high-level card creationists and array masters dream about mastering their mental strength to achieve duality, but not many of them were able to achieve it in their lifetime. However, thankfully there were many cards out there that helped card creationists have mastery similar to duality on their mental strength. However, those cards were very rare and expensive. Especially the low-ranked cards which low-realm card creationists could use. No, his mental strength mastery has not achieved duality, he must have a card helping with that. An old card creationist among the audience commented, because considering the realm and the age of the boy, it was impossible to fathom how he could achieve such mastery over his mental strength at such a young age. Therefore, he believed that the boy was using a card that would increase his mastery of mental strength to duality. Listening to the old card creationist, the crow nodded in agreement, as they too felt that it was more possible that the boy was using a card than him actually reaching duality in his mastery of mental strength. The recording array formation could not capture the mental strength as it was colorless and formless. However, the audience knew the presence of the boy's mental strength based on the changes to the souls of the ingredients in the common core. Like the air that surrounds us, one could only sense mental strength, they could not see it. Otherwise, seeing how strong and pure the boy's mental strength was, the audience would think twice before crediting the boy's reaching duality in his mastery of mental strength to some card. They would also notice that his mental strength couldn't do 2 things at a time but 4 things at a time. Unfortunately, 3 parts of his mental strength were busy repairing the soul pathways of the 9 ropes, so they were not going to see them do separate tasks anytime soon to realize that the boy's mastery over his mental strength was far greater than their minds could imagine. Apart from the duality displayed by the boy's mental strength, the other thing to catch the attention of the audience was that the boy was cutting up the soul of the bloody vein into small parts. This represented that the boy was separating the soul pathways of the bloody vein to acquire the soul pathways specifically belonging to its abilities. What surprised the audience about this how was fast and decisive the boy was when he was separating the soul pathways. It was as if he did not have any doubt in his mind about which soul pathway of bloody vein belonged to which ability of the bloody vein. Something like this could only be achieved when a card creationist was confident and certain about his knowledge of the soul pathways of the ingredients. Watching the recording, they felt exactly that, as if the boy knew everything there was to know about the soul pathways of the bloody veins. Which puzzled the audience, because how could somebody so well versed in the soul pathways of an ingredient? Even though the boy had previous experience using bloody veins as an ingredient in card creation, still, it did not make any sense to how he had so confident about his knowledge about the soul pathways of the bloody veins. His mental strength did not pause or hesitate as he used it to cut the soul of the bloody vein, representing that the boy knew what he was doing and was confident about doing it. The footage continued to play, not waiting for the audience to make sense of what they just saw. The card creationists had already assumed that the boy was very well versed in the soul pathways of the bloody vein. Some even began to think that the Southern Card Creationist Association was aware of this, and that was why they had chosen the bloody vein as a part of the set of random grade ingredients. While the boy was still busy using a part of his mental strength to separate the soul pathways of the bloody veins, the other part of his mental strength was done repairing the soul pathways of the 9 rope, and then to everyone's surprise it began to cut the soul of the 9 rope in the similar confidence and decisiveness to how the other part of the boy's mental strength was cutting up the soul of the bloody vein. Seeing the boy so skillfully separate the soul pathways of both ingredients to get the soul pathways belonging specifically to their various abilities, the audience immediately assumed that this was not the first time the boy had used both bloody veins and 9 rope as ingredients for card creation. And it did not take long for the audience and viewers to doubt the Southern Card Creationist Association's intentions when they had chosen the bloody vein and 9 rope as the set of random grade ingredients for the challenge. Were they aware that that boy was so knowledgeable about the soul pathways and arrangements of the bloody veins and 9 rope when they selected these 2 as the only random ingredients for the challenge? Considering the fraud reputation of the boy and his relationship with the Southern Emperor, the audience and viewers did not think twice before assuming the worst. The silver milk fraudster granted a patent for a fake product with the help of the Southern Emperor, so how hard it would be for him to cheat in the challenge with the aid of the Southern Emperor occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 14:02, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, auction house. Though nobody in the audience dared to voice out what they all thought, the viewers did not care. They had opened a discussion on how Silver Milk fraudster backed by Southern Emperor was using this challenge to make a name for himself, when it was clearly not working. They all wondered how dumb did the Silver Milk fraudster and Southern Emperor think they were to not notice something so obvious. Right now everyone in the audience and viewers believed that the challenge was rigged in favor of the Silver Milk fraudster by the Southern Emperor. As for the Southerns in the audience and viewers, they were all confused. Because from the footage they all could see that the Silver Milk fraudster was a capable card creationist for his age. Both the duality of his mental strength and the knowledge about soul pathways of the ingredients displayed by the boy proved that he was a very capable card creationist, as his online card store claimed. At least better than 60% of card creationists of the card soldier realm out there. Eaglesnov 1, SOM. From the looks of it, even without the trickery, the Silver Milk fraudster had a good chance of winning against Chris in the challenge. So why did the Silver Milk fraudster resort to trickery? They really did not understand. A talented kid would rather take the shortcut when his talents make it obsolete. The thought that the Southern Emperor was behind the challenge being rigged for the Silver Milk fraudster never crossed the Southerners' minds. Even with the whole Grimoire network clamoring about that, they defended her and put all the blame on the Silver Milk fraudster and the Southern Card Creationist Association. As for Southern Emperor, she was in the wrong place at the wrong time. To the citizens of the southern region, Southern Emperor was the perfect jewel of the southern royal family in the southern region. That has been blemished by rumors created by the enemies of the southern region. The audience continued to watch the recordings displayed on the big hologram screens with pin-drop silence, scrutinizing every little detail and change in the recordings. However, the more they watched the recordings, the more dignified their expression became, because the whole process of the Silver Milk fraudster's card creation was like a well-oiled machine, performing every move with precision and no hesitation. If not for them knowing that this recording was of the fraudster's card creation process, they would easily mistake it for an array formation specifically designed for a particular card creation. Though the haters complained about the challenge being rigged in the fraudster's favor, they no longer dared to speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. Of the fraudster's mastery of the card creations. From what they saw, it was clear that the fraudster was skilled and capable when it comes to card creation, which only sparked jealousy and envy in those in the audience and viewers who have been trying to make a small achievement in card creation their whole life. So they did not spare any words to sully the reputation of the fraudster even further, using his silver milk powder scandal, which was in no way related to the challenge that was taking place in the southern capital auction house. To sum it up, more people were going out of their way to damage the reputation of the representative chosen by the Southern Card Creationist Association for the challenge than those that tried to defend him. To be accurate, nobody was defending him, as everyone felt that the challenge was rigged for him to win. It was like everyone in every corner of the world was against him. It was baffling how so many people held prejudice against him when they did not even know him, except for what the media and the malicious rumor on the network had to say about him. It was astonishing how people immediately think they know a person based on what they heard and began to judge them. However, in the face of the prejudice against him, the boy stood tall on the stage. It was not clear, audience and viewers, how he could be dauntless when his deeds were being exposed for the whole world to watch. Regardless, while the audience scrutinized the recording of the fraudster's card creation process for discrepancies, the card creationists among them noticed small details that they had failed to notice before while watching the fraudster's mental strength separating the soul pathways of the Nyan rope which it had just repaired. When they further focused on these details, they all had a huge revelation about the boy's card creation process, especially his control over his mental strength. His mastery of the mental strength has gone beyond duality. It can simultaneously do 4 things at a minimum, an impatient card creationist in the audience exclaimed. Then he continued to yell, "There is no way a 17-year-old can achieve such mastery over his mental strength. He definitely using an extremely rare card." Before the impatient card creationist could finish what he was yelling, he found that he was no longer in the main auction hall but out on the streets in front of the auction house. He had nobody but himself to blame for being thrown out of the auction house. The card creationist then immediately summoned his grimoire and then went on the network to watch the challenge live. After seeing the impatient card creationist being thrown out, the audience did not dare to voice out the doubts they had. Those with little knowledge about card creation or using mental strength wanted to know if what the impatient card creationist claimed was true and understand why he claimed as such, but they did not dare to voice out their doubt, fearing that they would also face the same fate as the impatient card creationist, to be thrown out of the auction house. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 14:04, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, auction house. Seeing the audience maintain a pin-drop silence after witnessing the impatient card creationist being thrown out of the auction house, the referee nodded in satisfaction. He was very keen on watching the card creation process of the card soldier with one-track mind, but then a sudden exclamation among the audience was disturbing him from doing so. So, left with little choice, he finally decided to make an example out of the impatient card creationist as a warning for others that if were to exclaim or cause a ruckus, then he would use the array formation of the auction house to throw them out of the auction house regardless of their status. As the referee of the card creation challenge between Chris Ainsworth and the Southern Card Creationist Association, the referee was a diamond-grade card creationist. With such high status, the referee had better things to do with his time. Still, considering that this challenge also involved the reputation of the southern region, he had no choice but to sacrifice his time for his motherland. Watching, Chris wiped the floor with each of the representatives sent by the Southern Card Creationist Association. The referee had a stomach full of anger. He felt ashamed that the future card creationist of the southern region could not handle a single card creationist from the western region. He was starting to understand why the association leader Lorne repeatedly asked them to conduct card creationist seminars and classes for low-level card creationists, it was not that the association was lacking money, but it was lacking worthy future generations to pass on the association to which they built with blood and sweat. These juniors had a very shaky foundation of card creation compared to the challenger from the West. The referee was not bothered by the fact the association might lose this challenge to the Western card creationist. What worried the referee was the future of the association, having witnessed such a disappointing performance from the representatives of the Southern Card Creationist Association. Just when the referee had lost hope for the future of the Southern Card Creationist Association, he saw it spark watching the card created by the Card Soldier Realm Card Creationist. As a semi-demigod and a high-ranking member of the Southern Card Creationist Association, the referee knew that the boy hadn't cheated in any way, nor did the Southern Card Creationist Association rig the challenge in the favor of the Card Soldier. However, for there to be no doubt why the Southern Card Creationist Association conducted this challenge, he had no choice but to pull up the footage of the Card Soldier's card creation process after getting his permission. It was rare for card creationists to reveal their card creation process so openly, therefore the referee had mentally asked the boy if he could use the recordings of his card creation to prove that he did not cheat, before declaring to the audience about it. This was just a courtesy. As the representative of the Southern Card Creationist Association, the Card Soldier had no say in how they could use the recordings of his card creation process. But it was good to see the Card Soldier be understanding of the situation and give his consent. Normally, as a diamond-grade card creationist, the referee would not bother to watch the recordings of a low-level card creationist's card creation process, but having witnessed the card that the Card Soldier had created despite the limitation of the number of ingredients and time, he was curious how did the Card Soldier achieve something like that when he, himself, was not confident about achieving such a feat. As the referee watched the recordings of the Card Soldier's creation process, he was suddenly reminded of watching his late master's card creation process. Because the only time had seen such a decisive and precise card creation process was when his master let him watch his card creation process while teaching him. Not to forget, the Card Soldier's knowledge about the soul pathways of the two mortal grade ingredients was out of this world. Like the audience, the referee too was caught off guard by the duality displayed by the Card Soldier's mental strength. This caused him to look at the boy in a new light and wonder where has been such genius been hiding so far. As someone who was a step away from becoming a demigod, the referee never planned to take disciple, but suddenly he felt like he found the disciple he was destined to teach. As the recording continued, the referee began to notice that the part of the Card Soldier which was separating the soul pathways of the Nine Rope was a lot faster than the other part of mental strength that was separating the soul pathways of the bloody veins. Focusing on the processing of the Nine Rope soul pathways, the referee began to notice that the part of the Card Soldiers attending to the soul pathways of Nine Rope was not faster but was doing three things simultaneously, causing an illusion that it was faster than other part of his mental strength. With this revelation, the referee finally understood that the boy's control over his mental strength had already broken through duality and reached greater heights previously, which only the best of the card creationist and array masters of the world had achieved. Now the referee felt he was not worthy of taking the Card Soldier as his disciple because his mental strength had just recently achieved duality. His skin was not thick enough to teach someone who had surpassed him in terms of control over mental strength. Unlike the crowd that assumed that the fraudster was using a card to display such control over his mental strength, the referee knew better because until recently he too once used such a card and knew that such cards were far from enough to display the control over mental strength displayed by the boy. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 14:06, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, auction house. After the Card Soldier card creationist was done with separating the soul pathways belonging to the abilities of both the ingredients, Bloody Vein and Nine Rope, he then made appropriate preparation and began to fuss them together in a weird combination to create a new soul pathway arrangement such that the resulting card would display the abilities he had extracted from the soul pathway arrangements of the Bloody Vein and Nine Rope. The referee and the other card creationist in the audience found that the way the boy was arranging the soul pathways was unconventional and it did not follow any of the card creation principles out there. Thinking of this, they began to notice that the same was true when the Card Soldier was separating the soul pathways of the ingredients. He did not seem to follow any card creation principle or soul pathway cutting either. However, they did not notice it earlier because his method of separating the soul pathways from their original soul pathway arrangement was so simple. They were all mesmerized by the decisiveness and precision displayed by him, not to forget his shocking knowledge about both the ingredients' soul pathway arrangements. The card creationist in the audience wondered why the boy was not following the standard and widespread card creation principles, soul pathway cutting methods, soul pathway repairing techniques, etc. Then suddenly a weird thought crossed their mind: does the card soldier not have any intermediate and advanced knowledge of card creation? But they quickly erased that thought as soon as it crossed their mind, considering the impossibility of such a scenario. As for the referee, as a diamond-grade card creationist, he too noticed the peculiarity in the card soldier's soul pathway cutting, but unlike the audience, he did not think that the boy did not follow the standard card creation principles or did not use any intermediate and advanced soul cutting methods, but he felt that the boy's understanding of the card creation principles and methods had reached to such a level that he did not make any unnecessary moves and steps as he cut the soul pathways, as these moves and steps were like safety rails, such that in case the card creationist made a small mistake he had time to rectify it before soul pathways get damaged and start degrading. But for someone who displayed such decisiveness and precision when cutting the soul pathways, these safety rails were more of a nuisance than a help, hence they did not need to follow the standard card creation principles when cutting the soul pathway cutting. This was the main reason the boy's card creation process reminded the referee of his master's card creation process. In this instant the referee's speculation was wrong. The card creationists in the audience were right, as the boy had no knowledge of intermediate and advanced card creation. All he relied on was the basic card creation taught to him by his late parents. However, thanks to the soul pupils and the guidance of the Hive AI's simulations, the boy was able to achieve the decisiveness and precision that came with achieving the peak in the mastery of card creation. Hence, in a way, the referee was wrong but right too. Soon the referee changed his mind when the boy did not follow the standard card creation principle and methods to combine the extracted soul pathways and create the main soul pathways arrangement for the card he planned to create. The boy's every move, as though decisive, only induced madness in the eyes of the referee as watched. Even he, a diamond-grade card creationist, would not blindly combine the soul pathways of the various ingredients without any room for correction. However, as the boy successfully combined all the soul pathways he extracted from the soul pathway arrangements of both ingredients to form a new soul pathway arrangements which looked highly stable. Seeing such a result, the referee could think of only one possible reason why the boy was able to create a new soul pathway arrangement with high stability despite recklessly combining all the soul pathways, and that was because the boy had already done it before multiple times. Yes, seeing that the boy was able to create a new stable soul pathway arrangement despite totally disregarding the standard soul pathway merger principles, the referee, like the audience, could not help but wonder if the boy had created a similar card that he had created for the challenge before, and multiple times at that, meaning he doubted if the challenge was rigged for the boy to win. The referee too started to doubt if the Southern Card Creationist Association had rigged the challenge without him knowing. That would be possible if the Southern Emperor had stepped in. With this thought, a deep frown formed on the referee's face as he turned to look at Anne, who was reprimanding the auction house director for his incompetence in uncovering how did Chris Ainsworth enter the southern capital when he was seen entering a gate dungeon in the western region. However, Anne soon stopped scolding the director, turned to make eye contact with the referee, feeling his gaze directed at her, and nodded at him respectfully. The identity of the referee was not simple. He was the junior brother of Minster Lorne. He was supposed to be the leader of the Southern Array Master Association and the Southern Card Creationist Association. However, he declined the position because he preferred to focus on his research than politics and authority. In the end, it became the responsibility of Minister Lorne, who had his hands full managing the royal court and his research work. Focusing his gaze on Anne, the referee immediately noticed the minute discrepancy in her soul pathway's signature, so he immediately understood that she was not the Southern Emperor but her other half, the good half, Anne, who would not abuse her authority regardless of the situation and difficulties. Now the referee was confused, unable to figure out what was going on. If the Southerner Card Creationist Association did not rig the challenge in their representative's favor, then did the card soldier get lucky? Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 14:06, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, Auction House. The referee's confusion was understandable, as he could never imagine that the boy was able to create a stable soul pathway arrangement despite not following the standard soul pathway merger principles, because he had simulated all the possible combinations one could think of to combine the available soul pathways and figured out the most efficient combination. It was worth noting how the referee never considered maybe the boy was a genius card creationist. Rather, he felt more comfortable thinking that the boy was lucky to get a familiar card to create for the challenge. Well, In the referee's eyes, the possibility of such a genius existing was similar to a miracle. So he did not spare any thought to it. However, it did not mean that he did not think the boy was a talented card creationist. It's just that he was underestimating the boy's talent in card creation. In the recording, having created a new and stable soul pathway arrangement, the boy then morphed the core into a card, successfully creating the bloody lasso of prohibition. By now the audience had already concluded that the Southern Card Creationist Association had rigged the challenge in the favor of their representative, and Chris had the same thoughts. With knowledge of his ancestors, he had noticed many details of his opponent's card creation process, and there was no doubt in his mind that his opponent was a talented card creationist. Considering his opponent's reputation of being a fraud and his opponent's card creation process being too smooth, Chris concluded that this was not the first time his opponent had created the bloody lasso of prohibition card. Considering that at one point the referee himself had thought that the Southern Card Creationist Association had rigged the challenge in the favor of their representative, it was not surprising that the audience and Chris would think the same. Therefore, the referee was in a pickle right now, because the recording of the boy's card creation process had only managed to legitimize the concerns of Chris Ainsworth and the audience that the boy had cheated, so he could not think of a reason to explain that the Southern Card Creationist Association did not rig the challenge, but the boy was just lucky. Fortunately, before Chris Ainsworth or the audience questioned the legitimacy of the challenge conducted by the Southern Card Creationist Association, the boy took the spotlight and said, "With the world's will and the rules in it as a witness, I swear that I did not cheat in this challenge." Before the crowd could react, the light of righteousness shone on the head of the boy, showing that the boy was not speaking a single word of falsehood. Then the boy turned to Chris Ainsworth and asked, "Is this enough for you to solve your doubts about my card creation? Or do you still feel that I cheated?" Soon the spotlight switched onto Chris, whose expression had turned ugly as he knew that in a way Boyd did not cheat. It was Southern Emperor who had the challenge rigged. So the ones to cheat here were the Southern Emperor and Southern Card Creationist Association. Chris knew he could not directly point his fingers at them, so he snorted and said, "This only proves that you did not cheat, but not that somebody manipulated the challenge in your favor behind the scene." Watching the boy come forward and swear in the presence of the world's will to clear his name, the referee nodded in satisfaction, but then hearing Chris's response he frowned, as what Chris stated was not unreasonable. However, it was not true and he did not have a way to prove that. So he was in a difficult position, unable to prove the innocence of the Southern Card Creationist Association. Listening to Chris, the audience nodded as they too had similar doubts, because not even a single soul present in the auction house or watching the challenge live on the network was willing to think that somebody so talented in card creation existed. "I did not know that the Westerners were such sour losers." The voice of the boy resounded in the auction hall as he glanced at Shears and added, "Fine, let us compete in another challenge, but this time you select the set of random ingredients. This way you do not have any more reason to defend your incompetent ass when I beat it again." Listening to the boy's words, it wasn't just Chris and the audience who were surprised, but the referee too. However, considering that the boy indeed had a lot of talent in card creation, the referee understood the boy's confidence, and the same was true for the audience. Now the only question in their mind was if Chris would go for it. Chris glared at the card soldier. Someone whom he did not even put in his eyes was now taunting him and his motherland. Chris was enraged, but he did not rashly agree to the card soldier's proposal. He considered it for a while, and before he prepared to agree to the boy's proposal, he stopped seeing the Southern Emperor stand at the edge of the balcony of her family's exclusive VIP box and say, "Wyatt, you do not have to do that." Seeing the Southern Emperor suddenly interfere, the audience and the referee listened to her curiously, but before she could make her intent clear, she was interrupted by the boy. "Your Highness, please let me handle this." Seeing the boy blatantly interrupt the Southern Emperor, the audience and viewers raised their eyebrows, waiting to watch a show, but to their surprise, the Southern Emperor glanced at the fraudster for a moment before returning to her seat. Witnessing this, the audience could no longer keep calm, understanding that there was more to the boy's relationship with the Southern Emperor. This came as a huge shock to the admirers of the Southern Emperor and the Southerners. How could they sit by and watch at the possibility of their precious jewel being hogged by one person? The jewel of South belonged on a pedestal where they can shower it with their universal devotion. Nobody could monopolize it. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 1412, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, auction house. Watching the harrowing effect of my reputation of being a fraud spread by Anna's mother, I understood it was more of a risk than I thought. It did not even take the audience a second to believe that I had cheated in the challenge. not one person stood up in my support, not even the Southerners whom I was representing in the challenge between Chris and the Southern Card Creationist Association. In weeks, I went from an unknown kid from a third-rate city to a household name as a fraud. Participating in the challenge, I finally saw how infamous I was. People who don't even know me held prejudice toward me. It's not like I did not know that Anna's mother's action would cause harm to my reputation, but I did not think it would be ruined to this instant and prove to be a problem for me this early. I thought I would not have to deal with this, at least not until I enrolled in the university, or maybe once the silver milk powder hits the market my reputation will clear without me having to take action. But seeing the reaction of the public, I had a feeling that if I don't do something about it, it will be too late for me to act. At first, I decided to volunteer as the representative of the Southern Card Creationist Association in the challenge because I was curious about Chris, especially his origin card, but now I stayed to take a step to improve my reputation. I was not a fool to think I could clear my name with this challenge. I would have to pull the entire Southern royal family out to clear my name. Anna's words alone would not be enough for that. And this challenge alone was evidence enough that my taking an oath in the presence of the world's will would not help either. Clearing my reputation was not possible in a day. There was not much I could do about it with my current strength, so I decided to settle for improving my reputation from a fraud to a talented card creationist with a tainted past. After all, once the silver milk powder becomes public, my reputation will once again become spotless and shine brighter than ever. So bright that even the people on the other side of the world will be blinded by it. Therefore, instead of worrying about things I couldn't control, I decided to do what I had control over. This was the reason why, seeing that the audience would not believe that I did not cheat even after being proven not guilty by the world's will, I decided to challenge Chris for another card creation match with a slight change. So after stopping Anne from meddling in my plans, I glanced at Chris and asked, "So, do you agree? I have no problem with what you proposed. However, you sure do talk big, so I have to ask, do you dare to compete against me in a challenge that favors me?" With a smirk on his face, Chris asked if I dared to do what I proposed. "Wasn't I obvious earlier? Just to assure you, I will bet 2 liters of liquid soul energy," saying that I passed the card of a 2-liter soul energy constructed bottle filled with liquid soul energy to the referee, which the referee displayed on the display formation of the auction. Then I added, "That's yours if you manage to beat me." Color me impressed. However, we Westerners are known for our bravery and generosity. Since you dared to take out 2 liters of liquid soul energy as a bet, I will counter it with a liter of S-rank Diamond Ape wine. As for the challenge, how about we randomly select 3 people from the audience who will state a random ingredient each? And we'll use those 3 random ingredients to create a card following the regular rules of the challenge. What do you say? Chris said, taking out a jar of wine from his storage card and handing it over to the referee, who displayed it on the auction hall's display array formation for the audience to witness that both the bets were genuine. Chris did this because if he were to win in a challenge that favored him as proposed by his opponent, it will not be an honorable win. As a capable showman, Chris knew how important chivalry was to the audience. Therefore, instead of agreeing to his opponent's proposal, he not only increased the stakes of the bet made by his opponent but also pointed out a better way to ensure the legitimacy of the challenge by having the randos from the audience choose the set of random ingredients for their challenge. "Honorable, but you sure you will not regret taking the handicap I gave you when you lose to me?" I taunted Chris, agreeing to his proposed challenge. Though Chris proved to be incompetent to use his origin card to its full potential, he made it up for his shrewd mind. However, this time none of them will save him from the devastating loss he was about to suffer. "You talk big for someone who relies on cards to control his mental strength," Chris retorted, pointing out that the boy would not have finished the card creation faster than him in their last challenge if not for his rare mental strength mastery card. "What are you talking about?" I asked, not understanding what Chris was referring to. "Don't dumb, or do you think that the people in this auction hall are dumb to believe that you have polished your mental strength to do 4 tasks simultaneously? It is so obvious that you are using a card." Chris spoke what everyone in the audience was thinking. "Oh, that, it's a part of my physique," I respond to Chris, removing the taboo limiter on my body. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 1412, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, auction house. The audience witnessed the silver milk fraudster suddenly grow a few inches in height and became bulkier, filling his loose clothes until they were stretched to the max tension their threads could bear. The fraudster appeared shredded and intimidating. Nobody would say that was the body of a 17-year-old card creationist. Their shock wasn't done there. They soon witnessed 3 heads and 3 pairs of arms float behind him. At present, in the eyes of the audience, the fraudster looked like a well-chiseled demon god. All the men in the auction house for some weird reason suddenly felt intimidated like the beta, sigma, and omega in the presence of the true alpha. No matter how much they denied their wild instincts, they were ingrained in their soul pathways and they could never outgrow them. The Gigamites' masculine hormones have always suppressed the hormones of males across all species, especially their own. Or in this case the Viltronians and humans. Despite the horror of watching floating heads and arms, the women could not take their eyes off the fraudster. For some unknown reason, their pupils dilated, their hearts raced, and some even felt their panty was moist. In front of the combined threat of Gigamites' masculine hormones and the fragrance of the dungeon calamity seed, even Jill's carnivorous womb leaked in heat, let alone the average woman. I take it back, R. Wyatt is the most handsome and attractive man I have seen, Agatha said, biting on her lower lips. Her eyes were bright and her pupils dilated in anticipation as she stared at the boy's body. It appeared as if she was undressing him with her eyes and had let her imagination run wild. I don't see it, aren't all boys the same, Abba complained. Listening to Abba, Agatha did not bother to correct her and continued to ogle the boy. Princess, you will understand when you grow up. Quote. Abba went silent, trying to figure out if what Agatha said was an insult or advice. As for Anne, who was in a heated discussion with the auction house and city wall staff, hearing the discussion between Abba and Agatha, suddenly turned to glare at Agatha and said, "Bitch, he is mine. Come at me if you disagree." Chill, I was just smelling the dish and so are the other bitches in the audience. You can taste the dish all by yourself. That is if Susan or Anna don't beat you to it, Agatha commented passive-aggressively. Despite the obvious physical attraction between her and the boy, Agatha felt 17 was too young for her taste. Not to mention she planned to tie her boat to the boys to make a fortune once her princess attends university. She knew better than to defecate where she plans to eat. Ignoring the dumbfounded expression of the audience, I explained, as you can see, my physique allows me to divide my mental strength. I wasn't lying when I said this, because my mutated soul was indeed a part of my physique and traits. With my amazing display of card creation, somebody was bound to ask me if I had a secret to it, so I decided to give them an answer before they took matters into their hands and came knocking at my door. It's not that the audience was looking at the card soldier's physique for the first time. Most of them had done their own network search on the card soldier and they have witnessed his fight in the city tournament. However, watching his physique in person brought up this mix of emotions in them that they could not experience watching the video. Listening to the boy explain that his high-level control over his mental strength was thanks to his physique, the referee looked at the boy with eyes full of greed. Yes, he was interested in the boy's peculiar physique, but he was more interested in the boy's potential. Because it appeared as if the boy was born to be a card creationist and an array master. It would be hard for the referee to find such a talent even if he were to search the entire southern region or the world, so he did not plan to let the opportunity to take in a talented disciple slip by. He felt that his meeting with the boy was fate. Because he rarely takes a break from his research work, and even when he does, he rarely participates in the association work. And today of all days he volunteered to become the referee for the challenge and then runs into such a rare gem. If this was not fate at its finest, then what? Learning that the boy's physique gave him incredible control over his mental strength, the audience suddenly felt worried for Chris. Yes, they felt worried for Chris, but none of them even bothered to think that maybe they were not giving the boy enough credit for his capability as a card creationist. That thought never even crossed their mind. This was the result of Chris's showmanship, through which he had made the audience and viewers care about him and used it to turn every representative of the Southern Card Creationist Association into a public enemy in their eyes. Especially, the boy, mostly because of his reputation of being a fraud of the highest order. Ain't that nifty? Chris snorted, feeling envious of his opponent's physique and its mental strength-related abilities, since his origin card came with a huge side effect despite its overpowered nature. Feeling Chris's envy, I shook my head, because out of everyone present in this auction hall, Chris was the last person to feel jealous of my physique considering his insane origin card. I then added, "Let us just start the match." Getting Chris's nod, the referee prepared to commence the challenge, but the announcer suddenly intervened, saying, "Sir, Master Wyatt never got to demonstrate the card he created, and we have yet to judge their previous challenge, which is still underway. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 14:16, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, auction house. Being reminded by the announcer, the referee nodded and said, "If that's the case, we should follow the proper procedure then. How is the Southern Card Creationist Association going to assure challenger Chris Ainsworth about the authenticity of the challenge?" The referee may be a high-ranking member of the Southern Card Creationist Association, but as the referee of the challenge, he took his duty seriously, otherwise not just the Southern Card Creationist Association but he too would lose credibility. "Forgive my rudeness, sir," the announcer apologized, understanding that the only way for the Southern Card Creationist Association to prove their credibility was by going through with a second challenge between their representative and the challenger. Only by displaying his prowess concerning card creation could their representative prove that the ongoing challenge was not rigged by the Southern Card Creationist Association, but he was just that good. The second challenge was more of a trial to prove the credibility of the first challenge. "Do you have anything else to add before I commence the trial?" the referee asked the announcer, who though embarrassed mustered all his courage to speak. "Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you." His mind, "Sir, the results can wait for the trial to conclude, but Master Wyatt has to complete his card explanation and demonstration before you initiate the trial." "That is only fair," the referee nodded in response to the announcer's demand. Since Chris got to complete his card explanation and demonstration, it was only fair that the representative of the Southern Card Creationist Association got to complete his card explanation and demonstration before they proceed with the trial, which would be the deciding factor of the results of the challenge in the Southern Card Creationist Association's credibility. "Dalton Wyatt, finish your card explanation and demonstration so we can get to the trial," the referee ordered the representative of the Southern Card Creationist Association. Taking the spotlight, I reactivated the taboo limiter and then looked down on the audience and said, "The card info speaks for itself. So I won't bore you with the details. However, I would like to add, if you are in the market for similar innovative and creative custom cards, you can contact me. I will be in the Southern Royal Palace's Guest Palace number 01 for the next 3 months. Now, let us just proceed with the demonstration." Not getting a brief explanation of the card created by the representative of the Southern Card Creationist Association, the audience looked disappointed because they were all intrigued by the huge arsenal of additional effects of the bloody lasso of prohibition, and wanted to learn more about it them. However, this disappointment of theirs was soon buried by shock and envy, having learned that the boy was not only staying at the Southern Royal Palace premises but also in the Royal Guest Palace number 01. Many in the audience may not be locals, but they all have heard about the Royal Guest Palace number 01, which the royal family uses to entertain the most valued and honored of guests. They did not understand why a fraudster would be allowed to stay in something so pristine, and that too for 3 months no less. The Jewel of the South fan club was feeling threatened by the boy, as they felt the distance in their universal devotion to the Jewel of the South, Southern Emperor Anna Heatsend. Seeing that the Southern Card Creationist Association's representative did not bother to explain his card but shamelessly advertise his services, the announcer did not comment but immediately called up the 2 card scholars from the audience who had previously demonstrated Chris's card, Coiling Rope. However, this time their roles were interchanged. The one who got to use Chris's card became the target for the other to demonstrate the card, Bloody Lasso of Prohibition. This was more about allowing the 2 volunteer card scholars to get even than ensuring the fairness of the card demonstration. Equipping the card, Bloody Lasso of Prohibition, it took a while for the card scholar to get a gist about the various abilities of the card before he used it on the living target, because the card he was about to use had the potential to kill the living target by drain last bit of the blood in his body. To avoid accidents, he had to control his power. But most of the abilities were more of auxiliary nature. They only came into effect if the target was wounded. The card scholar explained his dilemma to the announcer, who then asked the living target to make a small cut on his palm and hand over a drop of his blood. Bloody Lasso of Prohibition, the card scholar summoned the blood-red lasso with a light red shine and fed it the blood drop of the living target that the announcer had procured, chanting, activated blood tracking. Feeding on the blood, with one end of the lasso in the grasp of the card scholar, the other end of the lasso stretched out and floated in the air, pointing in the direction of the living target, who then circled the stage only to find that the floating end of the lasso would follow him accurately without a second of delay, while the red glow of the lasso grew stronger the closer it got to the target, proving that the blood tracking of the card worked as advertised. Activate size manipulation, the card scholar yelled, and following his command, the lasso began to lose its width but gained in length. Interestingly, the lasso's length grew enough to reach the target, however now it no longer looked like a lasso but more like a thick thread. Activate blood invasion, Listening to its user's instruction, the lasso made full use of its pseudo-spirituality to locate the wound on the living target's palm. Entering the wound, it easily took root despite the resistance of the target, proving that the card scholar realm was not enough to resist the blood invasion effect of the E-rank Bloody Lasso of Prohibition item card. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 1422, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, auction house. Having tested blood invasion, the card scholar moved on to check other effects of the item card. Bloody Lasso of Prohibition. Activate vampirism. The end of the lasso that was rooted in the wound of the target's palm began to feed on his blood. Its red glow grew stronger the longer it fed on the target's blood. Then the card scholar ordered, activate blood enhancement. Making use of the blood it sucked from the living target, the lasso grew a millimeter in its radius, showing that it can use the blood of its victims to grow in size and strength. Then the card soldier chanted, activate paralysis. With his body paralyzed, the living target immediately fell to the floor, but the announcer used his mental strength to cushion his fall. Lastly, the card soldier chanted while letting go of the other end of the lasso in his hand, activate blood prohibition. Soon, the lasso began to invade the body of the paralyzed target through his wound under his horrified eyes. It did not take long for the lasso to enter the body of the paralyzed target completely. No noticeable changes took place on the body of the target except for the blood-red rope tattoo covering him from head to toe, showing that the lasso had successfully spread throughout the body of the target. Deactivate paralysis, the card soldier ordered. Feeling his body once again, the target jumped back on his feet and began to scrutinize the blood-red rope tattoo spread across his entire body. Then he glared at the card scholar and yelled, take it out. However, before he could finish his sentence, the card scholar chanted, voice prohibition, turning the target mute. With his voice suddenly vanishing, the target began to panic while repeatedly touching his throat, trying hard to utter a single word, but not a single beep came out of his mouth. Horrified, the target began to aggressively point at the card scholar with gestures as if begging him to undo the blood prohibition skill. Upper limb prohibition, the card scholar commanded mercilessly. As a result, the hands of the target which he was waving in the air suddenly stopped functioning and became lifeless. The target had lost the function of his throat and hands because the rope which was spread inside his body was paralyzing the nerve cells necessary for him to make use of his throat and hands by adding its paralyzing agent to the blood that flowed to those nerve cells. Seeing the helpless state of the target, the audience and viewers were horrified, wondering what if the card scholar commands the bloody lasso of prohibition to prohibit the target's heart from beating or prohibit the target's brain from functioning. Now that was a death sentence. Some even wondered if they could use the item card to torture or enslave their enemy. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the referee immediately intervened in the demonstration. Young man, that's enough for card demonstration. Deactivate the card and hand it over. The card scholar reluctantly deactivate the item card. Finally freed from the dreading effects of the bloody lasso of prohibition item card, the target immediately tested if his voice and hands were functioning while the card scholar hesitated to hand the card over, only to hear the referee say, young man, if you like the card you can buy it from its creator. But as of now, you have to return it. The scholar no longer hesitated and immediately handed over the card to the referee, knowing that there was no possibility in which he could keep the card for himself. Taking the card from the card scholar, the referee handed it back to its creator and rightful owner, the representative of the Southern Card Creationist Association, saying, good card, you better copyright its recipe before someone creates its fake version. I doubt it, but I get to it when I get the time, I replied, casually taking the item card from the referee. With no thoughts about applying copyright for the card recipe of the item card bloody lasso of prohibition. I wasn't being overconfident, but speaking the fact, as I could not see anyone creating a similar card using a similar set of ingredients. And if someone uses a different set of ingredients to get a similar item card, then it's not considered as a breach of the copyright. Therefore, I did not see the point in copyrighting the item card recipe. Not to mention, even if I wanted to copyright the recipe of the item card, I lacked the intermediate and advanced knowledge of card creation to write a standard E-rank item card recipe that could be understood by the average card creationist. Listening to the boy's reply, the referee could not help but raise his eyebrows. Card recipes were the blood and sweat of the card creationists who created them. Copyrighting their card recipe was like an honor to all card creationists. This was the first time the referee had come across someone so dismissive of copyrighting his creation. Hence his surprise. The more the referee got to know the boy, the more curious about him and thirsty he became to accept him as his disciple. Especially when he learned that the boy was staying at the Royal Guest Palace number 01 for the next 3 months. This made him curious about the boy's relationship with the Southern royal family. Yes, he did do a quick network search on the boy, but it gave very little insight into the boy's relationship with the Southern royal family, but learned a lot about the silver milk fraudster. The referee cared more about the boy's relationship with the royal family because, if the boy had some hidden special status, then the harder it would be for him to accept the boy as his disciple. Okay, let's commence the trial. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 14:35, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, Auction House. The referee faded into the background after declaring the commencement of the trial, giving the spotlight to the announcer, who glanced at the challenger and said, "Master Chris, since Master Wyatt has home field advantage, why don't you choose the first audience to give us the first random ingredient for the trial?" Okay, Chris nodded, and glancing over the audience, his eyes stopped at a Card King Realm Card Apprentice. Everything about this gentleman, from the clothes he wore to his hairstyle, screamed that he was not a local but a Westerner visiting the Southern Capital for the auction. I chose the gentleman seated on in left section, seat number 17 of the 4th row. "Sir, please introduce yourself and then state one random ingredient for the trial," the announcer requested, shining the spotlight on the Card King that Chris pointed out. "Hello, I am Tom. As for the random ingredient for the trial, I choose A-rank Dream Sandalwood." "West rules," the Card King named Tom exclaimed enthusiastically. There were 2 reasons why Tom had stated A-rank Dream Sandalwood as the first random ingredient for the trial. The first reason was the obvious one, that a Card Soldier Realm Card Creationist will have a hard time using an A-rank ingredient in card creation, increasing their card creation time. The second one was that he had checked the card creationist profile of Chris Ainsworth on the network and learned that Chris had used Dream Sandalwood in one of his previous custom card creations. Which meant Chris was familiar with the soul pathway arrangements of the A-rank Dream Sandalwood. The first random ingredient for the trial is A-rank Dream Sandalwood. "Master Wyatt, your turn," the announcer invited the representative of the Southern Card Creationist Association to select someone from the audience who will state the second random ingredient for the trial. To everyone's surprise, before the representative could choose, they heard a melodious female voice yell, "Wyatt, choose me." The audience tracked the source of the melodious voice to the balcony of the exclusive VIP box of the Southern royal family. "Wait, is that Abba Windsor?" "By Abba Windsor, do you mean the only daughter of demigod Windsor? What is she doing here in Southern Capital? Obviously she is an esteemed guest of the Southern royal family." Seeing the daughter of demigod Windsor in the company of Southern royalty caused quite a stir among the audience, because demigod Windsor claimed to be neutral and stayed out of all forms of disputes, so seeing his daughter with Southern royalty was scandalous. "I chose this gentleman seated at the front. Despite hearing Abba's call, I causally chose someone not local to the Southern region from the audience. Because I proposed this trial to show that the last challenge was not rigged for me to win. Therefore choosing someone I knew or a Southerner would not help my case. Sir, please introduce yourself and state the second random ingredient for the trial," the announcer requested, shining the spotlight on the selected card apprentice. "Hi, I am Dick. I choose A-rank Nightmare Sandalwood as the second random ingredient. West is the best." The reasons for Dick choosing an A-rank Nightmare Sandalwood as the second random ingredient for the trial were the same as the reasons why Tom had chosen A-rank Dream Sandalwood as the first random ingredient for the trial. The second random ingredient for the trial is A-rank Nightmare Sandalwood. "Master Chris, please," the announcer invited Chris to select a third person from the audience to announce the last random ingredient for the trial. "I choose the gentleman on the left of Mr. Dick," Chris selected, knowing that Dick's companion must be a Westerner too. "Will the gentleman please rise and announce the third and final random ingredient for the trial?" The announcer requested Dick's companion. "Hi, I am Harry. I choose the core of the A-rank monster Sleepy Caterpillar as the third and last ingredient for the trial." Love from the West, announcing the random ingredient, Harry immediately took his seat. His reason for choosing an A-rank ingredient as the last random ingredient was no different from his friend Dick. A-rank Dream Sandalwood, A-rank Nightmare Sandalwood, and A-rank Sleepy Caterpillar Monster Core, these 3 are the random ingredients selected by the audience for the trial. The announcer addressed the audience as the staff of the Southern Card Creationist Association hurried to arrange 2 sets of all 3 ingredients. All 3 of the random ingredients stated by Tom, Dick, and Harry were very expensive and in-demand ingredients, as they were mostly used to create mental strength cards or cultivate one's mental strength and resistance to illusion. Especially, the A-rank Nightmare Sandalwood and Dream Sandalwood. While the staff scrambled to arrange the ingredients for the trial, a heated discussion broke out among the audience regarding the 3 random ingredients selected for the trial. How all the random ingredients were of A rank, and that it would be very time-consuming for a card soldier to use 1 A-rank ingredient in the card creation process, let alone 3. Hey, check Chris Ainsworth's profile on the Western Card Creationist Association network. He seems to have used similar ingredients to create cards once before. What's your point? Isn't that unfair? How is that unfair? Isn't this exactly what Chris accused the Southern Card Creationist Association of doing? So what? Both of them agreed to let randos from the audience announce 3 ingredients for their trial. From the way I see it, Lady Luck just favored Master Chris over Master Wyatt. So it's fine if you guys do it, but if someone else wins you accuse them of cheating. Kid, welcome to the world of adults. No rules were broken, so nothing is unfair here. Ladies and gentlemen, once 2 sets of the random ingredients were prepared, the announcer immediately began to control the audience to commence the trial. The audience continued to argue with each other, especially the Southerners and Westerners among the audience. The Southerners felt that the trial was unfair, while the Westerners felt smart for making use of the loophole in the rules of the trial. Though the Southerners were not proud that a fraudster was representing their Southern region in a challenge against the Western region, but their patriotism kicked in, seeing that they might lose the challenge again because the Westerners were shamelessly using the loophole in the rules of the trial to rig the trial in favor of Chris Ainsworth. As for why the sudden sense of patriotism among the Southerners, it was most likely because of the talent and potential shown by the fraudster in the field of card mastery. As for the audience from the other region, the straightforward and hot-blooded ones sided with the Southerners, while the realistic ones had the same opinion as the Westerners. Seeing the crowd only grow rowdy with the passing second, the referee stepped forward and uttered, "Silence," spreading his intimidating pressure across the auction hall. Feeling the pressure on them, the low and mid-level card creationists grew breathless, while the high-level card creationists snorted. Especially, the card creationists in the semi-demigod realm. They felt that the referee was showing off the fact that he would soon be able to step into the demigod realm. Regardless of their opinion, everyone chose to stay silent. Having witnessed a card apprentice being thrown out of the auction hall, they did not want to challenge the authority of the referee within the auction house. Not to mention that the challenge had just gotten more interesting. Seeing the graveyard silence that descended in the auction hall, the referee nodded in satisfaction before fading in the background. Then the announcer requested, "Contenders, please return to your card creation stations, so that we can call upon a volunteer from the audience to check the random ingredients." After the contenders took their respective card creation stations, the announcer selected a card emperor from the audience to check the ingredients. After going through the ingredient, the card emperor asked in doubt, "Will the common core not be provided?" "No, the contenders can use the core of the Nightmare Sandalwood card or Dream Sandalwood card instead of the common core," the referee explained. Listening that the Nightmare Sandalwood and Dream Sandalwood were being provided in the form of card ingredients instead of their raw form, a Westerner commented, "Why are you giving ingredients in the form of ingredient cards? Is it to help your representative same time when dealing with the soul pathway transfer of A-rank ingredients?" Listening to him, the card creationists in the audience slapped their foreheads, finding the question of the Western card apprentice stupid. Shaking his head, the announcer explained, "Gentlemen, both Nightmare Sandalwood and Dream Sandalwood are highly hallucinogenic, making it near impossible to store them in their raw form. So they are immediately refined into ingredient cards after being harvested." The Southerners in the audience laugh out loud at the Western card apprentice after listening to the announcer's explanation. Date: the 7th of April 2321, time 1441, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, auction house. Listening to the heated debate among the audience on whether the trial was fair or not, Chris stood straight without showing any emotions on his face. However, in his heart, he was worried about the upcoming trial. Not because he had managed to abuse the loophole in the trial rules, but because soon he would be going up against an opponent whose physique allowed him to split his mental strength into 4. Facing such an opponent, he needs a little edge to ensure his win. And the 3 random ingredients were exactly that. Therefore, he did not let the audience's debate bother him. Instead, he focused on winning the trial. Since he had used the same set of ingredients to create his signature custom card on numerous occasions, he had the what card to create covered. All he had to do was create the card as fast as possible. "I don't see any problem with these 2 sets of random ingredients," the volunteer from the audience vouched after verifying the ingredients and got off the stage, and the spotlight once again shifted to the announcer, ready. Witnessing both the contenders nod showing their preparedness, the announcer declared, "Start." With that, the spotlight split into two and shone on the two card creation stations. Then both the contenders immediately summoned their golden grimoires and hurriedly transferred their set of random ingredients onto their grimoires card creation page. I wasn't deaf nor did I lack access to the network. When the audience was buzzing about how Chris had already created the cards using the exact random ingredients selected for the trial, I had I used Super Brain to search for information on the card Chris had created while the staff of the association scrambled to put together two sets of random ingredients for the trial. Within a minute, Hive AI provided me with the information I seek. I wanted this information to see what kind of card Chris planned to create using A-rank Dream Sandalwood, A-rank Nightmare Sandalwood, and A-rank Sleepy Caterpillar Monster Core. To check what I would be competing against. I was once again let down by Chris. I wonder if all of Chris's ancestors were just no-name average card creationists, or if Chris was that bad at making use of his origin card. Either way, the card Chris planned to create was a huge letdown. What shocked me was that this card was his most in-demand and bestseller custom card, making it his signature custom card. Considering that Chris's signature custom card had some adult applications to it, I can see why people would seek it. As I had thought, the adult card market was an untapped section of the card market. When people were spending astronomical money for Chris's subpar card, My Pleasure Cards collection would take the adult card market by storm once released. Moving on, the A-rank Nightmare Sandalwood and A-rank Dream Sandalwood were extracted from the same monster, the A-rank Sandalwood Tree Monster. Like all tree monsters, the Sandalwood Tree Monster had very low agility stats, but they made it up for it with their hallucination-inducing fragrance, which could travel in the wind and attract the prey towards them. The Dream fragrance would attract the prey while the Nightmare fragrance will keep away the predators. How did that work? When someone becomes the victim of Dream fragrance, they tend to move toward the Sandalwood Tree Monster because they get addicted to it and want more of it. So when under Dream hallucination, they would unconsciously move toward where the Dream fragrance was concentrated more, and that was right next to the Sandalwood Tree. This was how the Sandalwood Tree would attract its prey. As for Nightmare fragrance, the Sandalwood Tree would only release it when it feels threatened. Due to this reason, if one were to directly confront a Sandalwood Tree Monster and kill it, they can only manage to extract Nightmare Sandalwood from its remains. However, if they kill the Sandalwood Tree Monster without it realizing, then the Tree Monster will not have switched its fragrance from Dream fragrance to Nightmare fragrance, making it possible to extract only Dream Sandalwood from its remains. Both types of sandalwood had many known applications in various fields, from medicine to therapy to stimulants to drugs to poison. However, I plan to use them for something totally different application, and that was possible because of the last ingredient, the core of A-rank Sleepy Caterpillar, and my knowledge of the principle behind the Grimoire network. The card I was planning to create was something similar to VR pods. A concept device pitched back on Earth, which would allow the user to totally immerse their consciousness into the virtual reality. No, not like the one I created for A Song Young, but a very simpler and smaller version of it. Having visited the Devil Merchant Code's Inter-Realm City, I had my own plans to introduce a simpler version of it back in the card world. Unlike the spiritual city created by the Devil Merchant Code in the spiritual plane, I plan to create a virtual city, in layman's terms an illusionary city, on the Grimoire network. The card apprentices could transfer their consciousness in and out of this virtual city through their grimoire by equipping a card that only I and my company could design. If the government or the royal families had a problem with it, they could create their own illusionary city on the Grimoire network. But if they planned to what's mine, they had another thing coming. If it were before, I would have had some reservations about creating something like this, but now I had enough confidence that if worst comes to worst I could escape, endure, and you know what comes next. After becoming a demon merchant and seeing how big the universe is, I had a lot more confidence about surviving in this little card world. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 14:45, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, auction house placing the A-rank Dream Sandalwood card, A-rank Nightmare Sandalwood card, and A-rank Sleepy Caterpillar Monster core on the card creation page of my grimoire. I skillfully turned the two cards into their core form. Now I had two common cores in my hand and I planned to use both of the cores in my card creation. Was that possible? Yes, because I planned to create two cards. But if I create 2 cards, will I be able to create the cards faster than Chris, who was only creating 1 card which he had created numerous times? It took him so long to create an E rank card, now he was planning to create an A rank. I don't think he will be able to create the A rank card any faster than the E rank card. This was me being generous about Chris's card creation capabilities. If I were to be brutally honest, then not only will I be able to create the 2 cards before him, but also cook lunch for myself before he finishes his creation. I wasn't underestimating Chris. I reached this conclusion having witnessed his card creation capabilities in the previous challenge. He was better than average card Grandmaster Realm, Golden Grade, card creationists out there, but that was far from enough to defeat me. Shaking my head as I transferred the soul pathways of the other 2 ingredients into 1 common core, I ordered one of my mutated consciousness to make use of Hive AI to create the sandbox virtual city. Making a virtual city sandbox was not difficult, as I did not need to design the entire city myself when I could just copy it from one of the sandbox games back on Earth. Considering that my mutated consciousness and Hive AI lack imagination, it was for the best that I kept it simple. Then I had my other 2 mutated consciousness separate the ability-related soul pathway from the sleepy caterpillar monster's soul pathway arrangements with the help of the Hive AI while I attended to the soul pathways of the nightmare and dream sandalwood. I had 2 of my mutated consciousness focus on 1 task while I took on 2 tasks, because the soul pathway arrangements of the nightmare sandalwood and the dream sandalwood were almost the same. Also because I was planning to not just separate their ability-related soul pathways but also modify them. This was not a task I could hand over to my mutate consciousness. Besides, the Hive AI would be doing the heavy lifting while I would be mostly supervising. Why did I plan to modify the ability of the nightmare sandalwood and the dream sandalwood? It was because I only wanted a part of their ability that allowed the nightmare or dream fragrance to separate the consciousness of the victim from their body. Once the consciousness of the victim was under hallucination and separated from their body, under the effect of the fragrance, their body would follow their instinct, which was yearning for more dream fragrance. Hence the prey ends up going to the sandalwood tree monster. The interesting part about this was that once the consciousness of the victim was separated from their body, neither the body nor the consciousness of the victim would be harmed in any way, even when the effect of both fragrances was interrupted midway. This was why these 2 sandalwoods were widely used despite there being many other alternatives. I plan to use the soul pathways of both the sandalwood to obtain 2 sets of soul pathways with the ability to safely allow anyone to detach their consciousness from their body with ease and without worrying about any potential harm to either their body or consciousness. With this, the card apprentice could transfer their consciousness to a virtual city with ease and not worry about being harmed when they were interrupted midway for any number of reasons. While the soul pathways of the nightmare sandalwood and the dream sandalwood took care of the consciousness transfer, the soul pathways of the sleepy caterpillar monster would take care of the physical body of the card apprentice while their consciousness explored the virtual city. For this, I plan to extract the cocoon spinning ability of the sleepy caterpillar. I plan to use this ability of the sleepy caterpillar to create a cocoon for the physical body of the card apprentice, which would not only protect it but nourish it. Similar to the concept of a life pod. The best part about sleepy caterpillar's cocoon was that when inside it, only the physical body falls asleep but the mind remains functional. This was a protective mechanism of the sleepy caterpillar to save itself from predators when it enters the cocoon stage of its life. How would remaining awake in the mind and asleep in the body help sleepy caterpillar defend itself against predators as it evolved in its cocoon? It was because when it feels threatened, it can trigger its cocoon to spray sleeping gas in its surroundings. This sleeping gas was so potent that it could put an A-rank monster or a card lord for a month, enough time for the sleepy caterpillar to complete its evolution. Something so potent was limited, therefore the sleepy caterpillar had to remain awake in mind to use it sparingly so that the sleeping gas would last until it completes its evolution. However, this perk of the sleepy caterpillar's cocoon spinning ability made it a perfect cocoon for me to use for my VR pod card or VR cocoon card. With the mind of the card apprentice awake inside the cocoon, it would be easier for the card to transfer the consciousness of the card apprentice to the virtual city, where, with enough preparations, they can spend a month without having to worry about their boy being malnourished. With virtual city, consciousness transfer, and physical body health taken care of, all that remained was the user interface. I plan to keep it simple and use the user interface of the Grimoire as the card apprentices of this world were all familiar with it. I saw no point in complicating it by creating something new, as this should be more than enough for this trial. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 1454, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, Auction House. The virtual city was ready. I had my mutated consciousness keep it simple and detailed. After all, this was just a demo version to create hype. While my other two mutated consciousness were also done extracting the soul pathway of cocoon spinning ability from the soul pathway arrangement of the sleepy caterpillar core. I too had managed to separate the soul pathway related to the fragrance ability of the sandalwood tree monster from its soul pathway arrangement. Which was only half of the task I took on. Now all that remained was modifying these soul pathways to fit the card I was planning to create. By modifying I meant to edit the soul pathways of the fragrance ability as per my requirement. The fragrance of the sandalwood tree monster not only separates the consciousness of the victim from their body but puts them under a hallucination, not to forget the addictive nature which causes the victim's body to near the tree monster in search of more fragrance. I only needed the part of the fragrance ability of the sandalwood tree monster that separated the victim's consciousness from their body and not the hallucination and addictive part of this ability. So I had to edit the soul pathways of the fragrance ability of the sandalwood tree monster to just get the part of the ability I wanted without compromising the ability's efficiency in any way. Otherwise, the soul pathway would be useless to me. It was a lot harder said than done because without putting the victim under a hallucination, it was near impossible for the fragrance of the sandalwood tree monster to separate the victim's consciousness from their body. However, the only reason the victim needs to be put under hallucination was that there would be no resistance from the victim when it separates the victim's consciousness from their body. This would not be a problem for the card I was creating as it would ask the permission of the card apprentice before separating their consciousness from their physical body and entering the virtual city through their grimoire. Since there would be no resistance from the card apprentice when they use the card, I did not require the hallucination part and I could edit it out or keep it but render it dormant such that it doesn't show as a part of the ability of the card I was creating. However, I decided to keep the hallucination part of the ability but keep it dormant because removing it would only decrease the effectiveness of the part of the soul pathway I wanted, so this was the best choice to get the maximum of the consciousness separation ability. As for the addictive part, I removed it as it did not help in consciousness separation ability in any way. With two sets of consciousness separation ability soul pathways separated and modified, I had all the soul pathways required to create the VR cocoon card. This time I did not plan to add many effects to the card I was creating as I did with the bloody lasso of prohibition item card because I wanted to keep the card simple such that the focus of the audience would remain on the new concept I was introducing to them. The simpler the card, the easier for the audience to understand what the card actually did. Since virtual reality was a relatively new concept in this world, I knew there was a possibility of the audience giving a mixed reaction. However, I believe during the card demonstration part of the trial, once they see the virtual city and the infinite possibilities within it, I think the audience that was against will have a change of heart. Especially when they see PvP fighting action I had added to the virtual city. This was why I decided to create two cards instead of one. There were two parts to the cards I planned to create the VR cocoon and the virtual city. I say two parts because the virtual city will not be a part of the VR cocoon card. As the virtual city will be nothing but huge data on the Grimoire network which one could only access through the VR cocoon card. Aside from helping the card apprentice transfer their consciousness to the virtual city safely, the VR cocoon card also allowed the transfer to a small virtual room where the card apprentice could experience the Grimoire network as a virtual reality. Nothing grand, instead using the network in 2D form they will get to experience it in 3D form. Once the virtual city and virtual safe room were established on the Grimoire network, I verified them for bugs. Hive AI was thorough so no bugs were found. Then I began combining the soul pathways of the cocoon spinning ability with the soul pathways of the consciousness separation ability following the most efficient combination the Hive AI came up with, creating a near-perfect soul pathway arrangement in the first common core. While my mutated soul consciousnesses repeated the same for the second common core. Then we tugged on the transforming soul pathways of the common cores, morphing them into cards. The audience gasped seeing the grimoire of the representative of the Southern Card Creation Association shine brilliantly and witnessed two golden cards float out of it while Chris was still busy creating his card. They were all shell-shocked and could not believe their eyes. The fraudster had not only managed to complete his card creation faster than Chris, but he created two cards using the ingredients for one card. The viewers who were watching the trial on the Grimoire network were buzzing, unlike the audience in the auction hall who did not dare to say beep as they did not want to be thrown out of the auction hall without seeing the end result of the trail, especially the card demonstration of the representative of the Southern Card Creationist Association. Date the 7th of April 2321. Time 1509. Location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, Auction House. The audience and viewers were not the only ones who were shocked, having witnessed the card soldier create 2 cards even before Chris, but the staff of the Southern Card Creationist Association and the mighty referee were also dumbfounded. They all wanted to argue the impossibility of such a thing, but knowing that the card soldier's physique allowed him to split his mental strength into 4 and do 4 tasks simultaneously. They felt that anyone could create 2 cards at a time with such a physique. So there wasn't much surprise there, but what surprised them was the time he took to create the 2 cards. They wondered if the card soldier realm card creationist could create an A-rank card in such little time, or did he create a lower rank card, believing to make up for it by creating 2 cards. Everyone present in the auction house was now looking forward to the card demonstration of the card soldier. They wanted to see what rank and type of cards he had created. So much so that they all hurried Chris to finish his card creation in their mind. Since they already knew what kind of card Chris was going to create, they did not look forward to his card demonstration. All they cared about was he would finish his card creation faster so that they could get to the card soldier's card explanation and demonstration. Ultimately, all the gimmicks and showmanship Chris used to get the audience on his side were not failing. As they were curious about the card soldier, they were not only curious about what card the card soldier had created, but also curious, why would someone so talented resort to fraud and ruin his future? They felt that there was an untold story here, especially considering the attitude of the Southern Emperor and Abba Windsor towards the boy. Why would someone with their status be seen along with a fraudster? The audience and viewers began to strongly believe that there was more to what the media was telling them about the silver milk fraud. However, more than that, they wondered if the 2 cards created by the card soldier were enough to outmatch the A-rank card that Chris was creating. As in a challenge, finishing card creation faster than your opponent meant nothing if you created a card of lower rank than your opponent. Finishing the card creation, I went through their card info and nodded in satisfaction, seeing that they were exactly what I imagined them to be. Then I decided to address the heated gaze I felt on the back of my neck. When I turned, I found the referee staring at me and salivating. Such a sight sent a chill down my spine. Still, I calmly nodded at him and turned to look at Chris, who was still busy with his card creation. 12 minutes later, Chris completed his card creation, and with a satisfied look, he turned to look at his opponent, only to find him looking right back at him. Chris was dumbfounded. He did not expect to once again be outdone by his opponent, especially when he had an edge over his opponent. Now this was embarrassing. In frustration, Chris clenched his fist so hard that his nail dug into his palm. However, the wounds did not bleed as they quickly healed. Seeing both the card creationists were down with their card creation, the announcer quickly took to the stage and announced, "Folks, both the card creationists have completed their card creation. Now let us move to the card explanation and demonstration phase. Master Wyatt, since you finished card creation first again, please choose if you will go first or later," the announcer asked the card soldier, only to see him signal that he would demonstrate his card after his opponent. Understanding the signal, the announcer looked at Chris and said, "Master Chris, please." Chris hid the humiliation he felt well and quickly took over the controls of the auction hall array formation and displayed his card for the audience to watch. Being unable to finish his card creation faster than this opponent once again, despite having an obvious advantage, had left a dent in his confidence. But then, thinking about his opponent's physique, he felt better but irritated out of envy. Card name: Sleepy Cloak. Card type: Item card. Card rank: A rank, rare grade. Card rate: 8 stars. Card durability: 93/100ths. Card effect: the user can summon a clock made from the silk extracted from the sleepy caterpillar's cocoon. Additional effect: enhanced dream fragrance, enhanced nightmare fragrance. Enhanced dream fragrance: the user of the sleep cloak can release dream fragrance released by the sandalwood tree monster at will, except it is enhanced using the sleeping gas of the sleepy caterpillar. Enhanced dream fragrance will attract the victim's body toward the user while their consciousness is trapped in a strong hallucination. Note: the sleep gas of sleepy caterpillar has enhanced the hallucination effect of the dream fragrance of the sandalwood tree monster. All effects are limited to the rank of the card. Enhanced nightmare fragrance: the user of the sleep cloak can release the nightmare fragrance released by the sandalwood tree monster at will, except it is enhanced using the sleeping gas of the sleepy caterpillar. Enhanced nightmare fragrance will repel the victim's body far from the user while their consciousness is being confused and fighting its strong hallucination effect. Note: The sleep gas of Sleepy Caterpillar has enhanced the hallucination effect of the dream fragrance of the sandalwood tree monster. All effects are limited to the rank of the card. As predicted by the audience and viewers, Chris had created his signature sleepy cloak whose effects were similar to that of a sandalwood tree monster but enhanced by the sleepy gas ability of the Sleepy Caterpillar. This card was popular in the Western capsule for its enhanced dream fragrance, which could easily be abused to do perverted stuff. The victim will not even realize what happened or struggle thanks to the enhanced hallucination of the enhanced dream fragrance. With such an application, it wasn't a surprise that it was one of the in-demand and best-selling custom cards. What was surprising was that the authorities have not taken action to put an end to it by adding this card to the list of forbidden and illegal cards. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 1531, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, auction house. As Chris briefly explained his sleepy cloak card to the audience, he was puzzled by their impatient gaze. He felt as if they couldn't wait for him to finish, and if he were to talk any longer they might drag him off the stage. Chris did not understand what was going on. Clearly before the start of the trial the audience, although having mixed reactions to him abusing the loophole in the rules of the trial, still favored him over his opponent, a career fraudster. However, right now it appears as if he wasn't their favorite person. Without knowing the ins and outs of the situation, Chris could only come to this conclusion noticing their impatient reaction to his card explanation and demonstration. Therefore, he cut his explanation short and had the announcer call on the volunteers from the audience to proceed with the demonstration part of his item card Sleepy Clock. Soon 2 Card Lord Realm card apprentices stepped on the stage for the demonstration of Chris's item card. While one of them reluctantly filled the role of the tester, the other happily became the target. As the one who assumed the role of the target in this card demonstration would be the tester for the Card Soldier's card demonstration. Equipping the item card Sleepy Cloak reluctantly, the tester summoned a shimmering white cloak and donned it. The cloak perfectly fit the tester as if it was tailored for him. Then aiming at the target the tester chanted, "Enhanced Dream Fragrance." Soon a pleasant fragrance started to slowly spread in the auction house with the Card Lord Realm tester at the center. Smelling it, the referee immediately jumped into action by limiting the spread of the enhanced dream fragrance just to the auction hall stage. The dream fragrance of the sandalwood 3 uses wind to spread it across the surroundings. This was the disadvantage of the sandalwood tree's fragrance ability, as it could not only attract prey but predators also. Similar was the case with Chris's item card Sleepy Cloak. Its enhanced dream fragrance would also spread with the help of the wind. The item card gave the card apprentice zero control over where the spread of the fragrance. Maybe the card apprentice could use their mental strength or some other card to control the spread of the fragrance. However, that did not excuse the shortcoming of Chris's item card Sleepy Cloak. As most card apprentices do have strong mental strength, nor do they have proper control over their meager mental strength. Soon the enhanced dream fragrance reached the target. As advertised, the target immediately began to hallucinate, unable to resist as his consciousness was ditched from his body. Then the target's body began to rush toward the tester, following the path of the fragrance. Seeing this, the audience was shocked. Their mind wandered, thinking of various ways one could abuse the abilities of this card. Due to the enhancement, even a card lord could not resist the effect of the fragrance, let alone a defenseless woman. Enhanced Nightmare Fragrance. Just as the target was about to near the tester immediately activated the second ability of the item card Sleepy Clock. Once the enhanced Nightmare Fragrance emitted by the Sleepy Clock came into contact with enhanced Dream Fragrance in the surroundings like a chain reaction, all the enhanced Dream Fragrance turned into enhanced Nightmare Fragrance, bringing the advancing body of the target to a sudden halt. Then it began to retreat as it could not bear smelling the enhanced Nightmare Fragrance. This would not work similarly on stronger enemies. The enhanced Nightmare Fragrance's hallucination would at most confuse the enemy while managing to erase all traces of enhanced Dream Fragrance in the surrounding, leading to the user. Since the enhanced Nightmare Fragrance was very unpleasant to smell, the hostile will not be able to use it to track the user. "Thank you for the demonstration," the announcer asked the tester to stop while pinching his nose, as he could not escape the unbearable smell of the enhanced Nightmare Fragrance despite its hallucination being of no effect to someone of his realm. The referee then waved his hand, dispersing the enhanced Nightmare Fragrance, while the tester required the card and handed it back to Chris and got off the stage along with the card lord who assumed the role of target. After seeing the demonstration of Chris's item card Sleepy Cloak, the audience and viewers were less enthusiastic about it. Because despite its strong abilities, its disadvantages were quite obvious to everyone who watched the demonstration. Not to mention the audience and viewers did not see a practical use for Chris's item card Sleepy Cloak. They did not see how they will use it in the dungeon when the card's ability cannot differentiate between friend and foe. Many even wondered why a card with such obvious limitations had such high demand. The reason was apparent to everyone: the obscene way one could abuse the enhanced dream fragrance ability of the item card Sleepy Cloak. The only reason this card was able to become the best-seller's custom card in the Western Card Creation Association was because of its profane applications. Other than that, this card was not that special. Since the item card Sleepy Cloak was Chris's signature card, there was no way he did not know about its abilities could be abused for obscene purposes. Yet, Chris not only did not stop making such a card, but he advertised it as his signature custom card to shamelessly draw in shady clients who would not think twice before abusing the enhanced dream fragrance of the item card Sleepy Cloak. This only showed that Chris would not hesitate to harm society to make a buck, causing Chris's chivalry image to immediately fall to the bottom and shatter to pieces in the hearts of his female fans and righteous male audience. Date: the 7th of April 2321. Time: 1543. Location: Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, Auction House. Seeing Chris's disappointing card demonstration, I shook my head thinking that he did not deserve his origin card. Maybe I should reconsider adding him to my Calamity Daughter gem collection and consider plundering his origin card for myself. No, despite how useless Chris was, he was still a Western prince. Killing him would only bring me endless trouble. So, it was best if I stick to the original plan and planted a Calamity Daughter gem in him. After Chris's card demonstration was concluded, the spotlight shone on me and I heard the announcer request, "Master Wyatt, please." As took control of the auction hall's display formation, the audience looked at me with great anticipation. They all were wondering what were two cards I created and if they both were A-rank cards. Not letting them wait any longer, I displayed both the cards I created on the auction hall's display formation. Card name: VR Cocoon. Card type: item card. Card rank: A rank. Rare grade. Card rate: 7 stars. Card durability: 98/100ths. Card effect: the user can summon a cocoon to rest the body while their consciousness enters the virtual reality. Additional effect: key, the unique key of the user to enter the VR city and their designated VR safe room. Seeing his opponent display two card info of two similar cards, Chris was confused. He did not understand why the boy would display two cards. Was there a glitch in the display array of the auction house causing the display screen to split in two? Chris looked at the audience to get clues about the situation from their reaction, but they did not seem to react and acted as if everything was normal. Then Chris turned to look at the referee and the Southern Card Creation Association staff. Their reaction was similar to the audience. Frowning, Chris decided to wait and watch. So he began to go through both the card info displayed. To his surprise, they did not understand what the card actually did. What did it mean by the user's physical body would rest in the cocoon while their consciousness enters the virtual reality? Going through the card info of both the cards created by the boy, the audience, viewers, and staff were not surprised that both the cards he created were the same. What surprised them was that both the cards were of A rank. The boy had managed to create two A-rank cards before Chris, despite the clear difference in their realms. This was a tough nut for them to understand and found questioning how was that even possible despite having witnessed it with their own two eyes. Their surprise wasn't finished there, as after reading the card effects they did not understand what it did, what was virtual reality, VR safe room, and VR city. These were all new terms to them. So they couldn't understand what the card did except for the part where the VR cocoon would nourish the physical body of the user when their consciousness was away. The audience went through the card info repeatedly, hoping that they would be enlightened about its effects. When that failed, they all looked at the boy for the answer, who seemed to be in no hurry to being explaining his card. I patiently waited until I had the complete attention of the audience and staff. Then I declared, "I will explain along with a demonstration, as it will be easier for you to understand what the VR cocoon does by witnessing it in action. Volunteers, please come to the stage." Soon the two card lords from the previous demonstration climbed the stage. Seeing them, I said, "Please share your contact information with each other and me." The volunteers nodded and did as I said. Then I handed each a VR cocoon card, informing, "Equip the card and do not resist its skills. I vouch that you will not be harmed in any way. So, have no fear using them." "Yes, Master Wyatt." The two card lords nodded in agreement and then equipped the cards as I asked them to, and following my signal, they activated them, chanting, "Activate VR cocoon." With the burst of brilliant light, the two card lords were nowhere to be seen. However, there were two human-sized cocoons in their place, indicating that they had entered the VR cocoon. The audience, viewers, and staff looked at the boys' card demonstration without blinking an eye because they knew they were going to witness something new. Yes, none of them knew what virtual reality, VR safe room, and VR city meant, but seeing how these words were displayed on the card info, they knew these were not just a bunch of made-up words, but they had a meaning to them. Otherwise, the creation of such cards would not have been possible. This was why the high-ranking card apprentice and card creationist in the audience went through the card info repeatedly. The fact that these cards existed showed that the ability mentioned in their card info was real and possible. So, despite not understanding the words, they repeatedly went through the card info. And all failed, they turned to the card's creator for answers. There was not much in this world that the high-ranking card creationists and card apprentices did not know, so coming across a card with effects and skills they were not familiar with, they were curious and excited to learn something new. It wasn't just the audience, even the mighty referee was giving his undivided attention to the boys' card demonstration. Just like the audience, he too had no clue as to what the card created by the boy did. If he were to boldly guess, then based on the card effect displayed by the card info, he would guess the card allowed the user's consciousness to leave their physical body and wander around a dimension called virtual reality. However, the same was not true for Chris. He was stuck trying to figure out why did his opponent use two similar cards for his card demonstration. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 1549, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, auction house. To Chris's disbelief, neither the referee nor the staff questioned his opponent when he used two similar cards for demonstration. He did not understand what was happening. The audience too was excitedly watching his opponents demonstrate. Nobody seemed to care that the boy was using two cards for demonstration. In frustration, Chris summoned his grimoire and joined the viewers watching the challenge online under an alias. Then asked them why the representative of the Southern Card Creationist Association was using two cards for the demonstration. Learning the answer that in the time he created an A-rank card, his opponent had created two A-rank cards and had 12 minutes to spare, Chris was shell-shocked. His confidence had taken a strong hit. Ever since his maternal family's treasure became his origin card, Chris believed that he was the chosen one, the protagonist of everyone's story. Today he felt as if he was not the chosen one and the protagonist of his story was the card soldier representing the Southern Card Creationist Association and not him. Chris had such thoughts because in his mind he had already lost the trial and the challenge to the card soldier. He did not need the judges to tell him that he lost. It was obvious to him, the audience, and the viewers watching the challenge live on the Grimoire network. No matter the effects of the boy's cards, the fact that he was able to create two A-rank cards 12 minutes faster than he created an A-rank was enough for the boy to win the trial. That was not considering the limitations of Chris's A-rank item card Sleepy Cloak. If it were to be considered, Chris stood no chance of winning the trial. Once his opponent wins the trial, it would become the proof required to prove that neither Southern Emperor nor the Southern Card Creationist Association had rigged the challenge in his opponent's favor. With that handled, his opponent will be declared the winner of the challenge. Chris could see it all playing in front of his eyes. Chris did not forget the fact that the Southern Emperor already knew his identity and was waiting to reveal it to everyone and arrest him after her minion defeats him in the challenge. How could he forget? He paid a huge price to turn back time and escape but failed. Chris also realized that he had lost the favor of the audience. They seemed to favor his opponent for his amazing talent in card creation. Chris knew once the results were announced his demise would begin, and the audience would not care for him once they realize he was not who said he was but a Western prince. The Westerners in the audience may speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you up for him, but considering that they were hardly enough to be considered a minority in the audience, their voice would not be heard. Knowing that he had lost and had no hope to turn things around, Chris felt that it would be stupid of him to stick around till the end and watch things play out exactly as he imagined, being arrested by the Southern Emperor under the charge of conspiring against the Southern region. Having thought it through, Chris decided to escape while everyone was still engrossed in watching the card demonstration of his opponent. However, the auction house isolation array formation was turned on, making it impossible for him to use the broken teleportation rune or the broken stealth runes of his ancestors to escape from here without alerting the auction house staff. Unless Chris used his last resort, a desperate measure, that could result in him harming his life force, damaging his soul, and also increasing his gross mental erosion. Chris was very reluctant to use his last resort, as the last time he used it he was bedridden for weeks. However, if he did not use it now and continued to stay, his identity will be revealed, and then he will lose the favor of the Western Royal Palace for losing face in the Southern capital. Being the Western Prince, for Chris, losing the favor of the Western Royal Palace meant death, which was more frightening than being bedridden for weeks. Therefore, after a lot of thought and consideration, Chris decided that despite what it would cost him, he was prepared to use his last resort, as continuing to stay here was nothing but him waiting for his death. He was willing to suffer the pain than die. Space-time tunnel, location Western capital, Chris chanted. With Chris's chant, the time all around the card world came to a sudden halt, then a big hole ripped into the space in front of Chris, forming a space tunnel of sorts. On the other end of the space tunnel, the image of Chris's safe house in the Western capital was visible. Since the longer he used this ability, the higher the price he will have to pay. Chris immediately jumped into the tunnel and the space rift closed behind him. In his hurry, Chris failed to notice that despite the time being paused uniformly across the card world under the effect of his broken runes ability, a figure not only was able to move but also had rushed toward the space-time tunnel behind him, but it was a step late and failed to enter his space-time tunnel before it closed. The space-time tunnel used by Chris was the effect of his ancestors' hybrid rune made using the meanings of the space rule and the time rule. Since Chris did not have the appropriate realm or mental strength to borrow the power of such an ability, he could not use it like any other broken rune, instead had to use it forcefully. However, forcefully using it would hurt his life force and soul. Hence Shears only dared to use it as his last resort in desperate situations. As I was about to begin a conference call with the 2 volunteers for card demonstrations so that I could help them use the VR cocoon cards from outside their VR cocoon, I felt the time suddenly pause. I immediately turned to look at Chris, only to find a space tunnel open in front of him. In a split second I decided to take action and implant my Calamity Daughter gem into him while he paused the time. Fuck, I cussed, seeing the space tunnel summoned by Chris close behind him after he entered it. A quarter of a second, I missed the window by a quarter of a second. I should have used my floating heads and arms to implant the Calamity Daughter gem in him. No, the time it would take me to summon them would have been the same as the time it took me to reach the space tunnel while creating a Calamity Daughter gem. Also, what if the tunnel had closed with my floating heads and arms inside the tunnel? I would lose connection to my floating heads and arms. So, it would all be for nothing. I would not have achieved anything and instead revealed the fact that I am unaffected by his time ability to Chris, and maybe even revealed the Calamity Daughter gem to him. In a way, this was not the worst outcome. However, I let the candidate who could have become the strongest Calamity Daughter gem so far slip away. This pissed me off. I don't know when I will see Chris next. And if I do see him, whether his control over his origin card would improve or his origin card will swallow his mind. Not wasting time on useless thoughts, I quickly returned to my previous position on the stage before the time pause expires. I managed to make it to the spot of breath before the time pause was released. Then, controlling my expression, I continued with my card demonstration. I used my grimoire to start a conference call with the 2 volunteers using the VR cocoon cards. However, before the call could connect, a Southern card creationist in the audience pointed out, "Chris Ainsworth is missing." Listening to his words, I acted confused as if I had no idea what the Southern card creationist was talking about, and turned to look at Chris Ainsworth's card creation station. Then, unable to find him, just like everyone in the auction hall, I acted surprised. Silence, the referee suddenly ordered the audience to maintain the order, as he used his mental strength in the auction house array formation to search for Chris Ainsworth. Anne, who heard the commotion in the audience, walked to the balcony of her family's exclusive VIP room and overlooked the auction hall stage in search of Chris Ainsworth. Unable to find him, she turned to look at the director of the auction house and the city wall staff. Seeing them not take action, she yelled, "What are you guys waiting for? Go, find him." Date the 7th of April 2321, time 15:58, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, auction house. Chris Ainsworth ran away. In the surveillance footage, Chris just vanished out of thin air. He must have used a high-level teleportation card. I can't believe he ran away after all that big words he spoke. What did you expect from a Westerner? His forefathers ran away with their tails between their legs during the Monster War, and now Chris ran away knowing he was going to lose. Back then those Westerners escaped the accountability of their actions, and now their descendant is doing the same, escaping the accountability for his actions. What are you guys talking about? Kid, anybody who lived through the Monster War era knows what I am talking about. During the Monster Wars, amidst the confusion, some supreme beings tried to cross the western post of the Way Beyond. The Westerner card apprentices were asked to hold the post till the reinforcement arrived, but they abandoned the western post and ran away. It took the reinforcements months before they were able to find and fend off the supreme beings back to the Way Beyond. Do you know many innocent lives were lost because of that one cowardly act? Friend, you weren't there, you don't know what exactly happened. Millions, 8.7 million innocent lives to be exact. Westerners are nothing but cowards and losers. Hey, buddy, watch what you're saying. Why, did I say something wrong? Did your forefathers abandon their post on the Way Beyond or not? Did Chris run away or not? Tensions were high among the audience in the auction hall, especially between the Westerners and the Southerners. After all, Chris was a Westerner and trying to shame the Southern region. With Chris gone, the Southerners did not have a target to vent their shame and anger on. So they targeted the Westerners in the audience, whose support for Chris was an eyesore for the Southerners from the beginning of the challenge. Considering the ratio of Southerners to Westerners in the audience, if a fight were to break out, then the Westerners would be butchered. Now that would be a political scandal that neither the Southern Card Creationist Association nor Anne wants on their hands. With the auction house director busy tracking Chris Ainsworth, Anne flew from the balcony of her family's exclusive VIP box and landed on the auction hall stage. Feeling Anne's presence on the stage, the Southerners in the audience immediately started to behave without her having to ask them. For the Westerners, they were outnumbered in a foreign land, they had no choice but to behave if they planned to return home in one piece. Thank you, Anne thanked the audience for the respect they showed her and proceeded to say, now let us continue with Master Wyatt's card demonstration. I bet most of you are curious about this item card VR cocoon. Anne then walked next to the representative of the Southern Card Creationist Association and said, Master Wyatt, please. After handing the spotlight to the card soldier, Anne did not leave the stage but stood next to him as if she were his assistant. This came as a shock to the Southerners, however they held back their protest. Knowing that the Southern Emperor was watching them, I did not mind Anne standing next to me, but seeing the threatening glares the audience threw at me. I had just managed to change the impression of the audience of me, I did not want all the work to be vain. Anne had to go, so I sent her a text informing her that Chris has already left the southern region and that she should call off the people looking for him. Reading my text, Anne nodded and then continued to stand next. Seeing Anne's reaction, I could only sigh exasperatedly, which only brought another wave of threatening glares. Ignoring them, I continued with my card demonstration. While the audience was arguing about Chris's escape, the two volunteers joined my conference call, and following my instructions their consciousness entered the VR safe room designated to the unique key of their VR cocoon card. Right now they were exploring the wonders of VR cocoon by interacting with the data of the Grimoire network at a very immersive level. So, I directly skipped the part on how to use VR cocoon and displayed the video of what the two volunteers were doing in their respective VR safe room on the display formation of the auction hall. The audience was confused, so I went ahead and explained, what you are seeing right now is the consciousness of these two card lords in their respective VR safe room interacting with data of the Grimoire network at a 3D level. As you can see, volunteer number 1 is watching the live stream of this very card demonstration in 3 dimensions inside his VR safe room, which is way more advanced and immersive compared to the rest of the viewers who are watching the live stream in 2 dimensions because of the limitations of a grimoire. And volunteer number 2 is watching some adult content in 3 dimensions inside his VR safe room. Yes, he knows we are watching him, and to quote him, I don't care, this is freaking awesome. If additional data is provided, the way we can consume content will change forever. You can not only hear and see a video but feel and smell it. I am not just saying that it is possible and the VR city is proof of that. But I will get back to that later. For now, let us explore the VR safe room. Volunteer number 1 and 2, please switch to the video call function of the grimoire. Yes, volunteer number 1 complied without any complaint, but volunteer number 2 reluctantly paused the adult video and switched the call to video call saying, fine. Soon a full-body hologram of volunteer number 2 and a partial hologram of me appeared in volunteer number 1's VR safe room. The same thing happened in volunteer number 2's VR safe room. Seeing this, both the volunteers and the audience gasped in shock. It is like you are right here. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 1623, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, Auction House. Get out of my VR safe room, volunteer number 2 yelled at volunteer number 1, believing he was invading his VR safe room. Friend, relax. My image in your VR safe room is just an illusion. Volunteer number 1 seemed to be getting the hang of the VR cocoon card. Volunteer number 1, why don't you invite volunteer number 2 into your VR safe room and together watch the live stream of the card demonstration? I ordered volunteer number 1 and addressed the audience. Multiple consciousnesses can enter a VR safe room as long as they have the permission of the admin of the said VR safe room. Entering the VR safe room of the volunteer number 1, volunteer number 2 was surprised and said, "Wait, you can watch a video while on a video call? Fuck, isn't this awesome?" Friend, language. Kids might be watching this live stream. Volunteer number 1 condemned volunteer number 2's use of coarse language. Fuck, kids and fuck you. I am going back to my VR safe room and continue watching my video. Now that he knew he could watch a video while on a video call, volunteer number 2 immediately returned to his VR safe room to watch the happy ending of his adult video. Ignoring the spat between the two volunteers, I continued to address the audience. If the grimoire were to be upgraded to collect the data on smell and touch along with vision and sound, then one can not only see the full body of their caller but see and smell it. Now, let us move on to VR City. But before that, I will take some questions from the audience. Some people in the audience were still puzzled. The card creationists and array masters among the audience watching the display immediately understood what a VR cocoon was and did as they have heard of a similar concept in the creation of illusion-type cards and array formations. Still, it was for the best that I cleared everyone's doubt to ensure that we were all on the same page before I proceed to talk about VR City, which unlike VR Safe Room could allow the user to feel and smell, use their other senses as it had achieved full immersion, the peak of virtual reality. Listening that I will be taking questions from the audience, everyone raised their hands indicating that they had something they would like me to answer about the VR cocoon card. But before I could pick someone, the referee appeared on the stage like a ghost and asked, "I understand that this VR safe room is a sort of high-level illusion. I want to know where it is located." The VR safe room and the VR City are located in the Grimoire network, just like the sites, videos, and other files on the network, I replied. The referee did not seem to be satisfied with my answer and asked, "I have already gathered that. I wanted to how you placed it in the Grimoire network. How did you create an illusion which can not only interact with the Grimoire network data but also house multiple conscious and interact with them?" Mr. Referee, I can't tell you that. You seem to already understand what a VR safe room and VR City are, so I will move on to another person. I politely respond to the referee and then turn to look at the audience. 2/3 of them were no longer lifting their hands. It seems from my response to the referee they understood I was not going to talk about the working principles behind the VR safe room and VR City, so they gave up prey on that information. Pointing at the person at the front of the audience, I said, "Yes, what is your question? You said VR safe room is located in the Grimoire network. My question is, how did you manage to transfer 2 rooms and 2 people into the Grimoire network?" Listening to the person's question, the audience turned to look at him to see if he was for real. How can he think that the 2 card lords were physically transferred into the Grimoire network? Does he not see the 2 cocoons laying on the stage? The VR safe room is not a real safe room. It is a high-level illusion built inside the Grimoire network capable of housing multiple consciousnesses and interacting with them in the data of the Grimoire network. And people are not transferred into the Grimoire network. Their consciousness is, their physical body is here in these cocoons. I explained. Seeing that the person was not satisfied with my answer, I immediately added, I have opened a Q&A section about the VR cocoon item card in my online boutique store. Please visit it and ask your doubts about virtual reality, VR cocoon, VR safe room, and VR City. I promise to answer them to the best of my knowledge. Now, let us move to VR City. Almost all of the learned audience had already understood the concept behind virtual reality, VR cocoon, VR safe room, and VR City. Now all they cared was about the working principles that made them possible. As for the remaining audience, let us just say they have a very strong imagination. I did not want to waste my time explaining to them the basics of an illusion, consciousness, etc., so I created a Q&A page in my online store where the Hive AI and Super Brain will answer their silly questions regarding VR cocoon and its effects for me. This way I could also answer the doubts of viewers who were watching the live stream of the card demonstration. I should have thought of this sooner. Volunteers, enter the VR city. I commanded both volunteers to leave their designated VR safe room and enter the VR city. Yes, both of them nodded in agreement and used their VR cocoon card's unique key to enter the VR city. Soon their consciousness vanished from their designated VR safe room and appeared in the VR city. As for the audience, all they saw was the scenery surrounding the volunteers changing from their VR safe room to a crossroad in the VR city. This is so real, I can feel the wind brushing my hair, light kissing my skin. Date the 7th of April 2321 time 1639 location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, Auction House. This is so real, I can feel the wind brushing my hair, light kissing my skin, I can breathe air and feel its freshness. How is this even possible? Volunteer number 1 exclaimed, "Hey, genius! Have you never experienced a high-level illusion?" Volunteer number 2 scoffed at volunteer number 1, he did not seem to be impressed by the VR city as it resembled a typical high level. He would rather go back to his VR safe room and continue watching his adult videos in 3D. Volunteer number 2 has a lot of experience with illusion-related cards and arrays. He even funded research to create an illusion array or card that could turn adult videos on the network into three-dimensional experiences. However, no reputed and named array masters or card creationists were willing to participate in his research. So his promising research idea, despite having enough funds, came to an end as it was ahead of its time. However, today he saw a chance of reviving that idea in the VR cocoon card. Volunteer number 2 felt that VR safe room would be more promising if it could also exhibit the sense of touch and smell, just like its creator proposed. Not everyone is shameless to live off their daddy's money, volunteer number 1 mocked volunteer number 2. Friend, you don't know the burden of having a rich father. I cannot get a job because I am too busy helping my father spend his money, volunteer number 2 sighed exasperatedly. Friend, I misunderstood you. Your life is hard. Volunteer number 1 expressed his understanding as he neared volunteer number 2, and then out of nowhere he punched volunteer number 2 in his face, sending him flying into a nearby wall, and yelled, "I have tolerated you enough." Fuck, that hurts. Getting up from the rubble, volunteer number 2 cussed. Despite the pain, he did not suffer any damage. I will this one last time, watch your language. Kids might be watching this, volunteer number 1 warned volunteer number 2 from using profanity. Fuck fuck. Fuckity fuck. I say fuck fuck, fuckity fuck. In response to volunteer number 1's warning, volunteer number 2 began to sing a crude song, but then he had to stop and run for his life as the hulking volunteer number 2 dashed toward him with the anger of 10,000 fathers. While running for his life, volunteer number 2 yelled, "Yo, Master Wyatt, you seeing this? Isn't this against auction house rules?" Volunteer number 2, you are in VR City, their auction house rules don't apply, I respond, not planning to intervene in their drama. As the drama was good for business. What about VR City rules? Volunteer number 2 inquired in distress. I am sorry, volunteer number 2. As of now, VR City has no rules, I said, taking pleasure in volunteer number 2's misery. Though both of the volunteers were of the Card Lord realm, just by looking at their appearance, one could tell that volunteer number 1's physical prowess were higher than volunteer number 2's physical prowess. Master Wyatt, I am begging you, do something about this madman before he kills me. Volunteer number 2 pleaded. Why don't you just fight back? I asked. Fight back? Have you seen him? He looks like a human-orc hybrid. How can I go against him using my average human body? Volunteer number 2 complained. Human-orc hybrid, mock all you want. Once I catch you, I will thrash you so hard that you will look like a human-goblin hybrid. Volunteer number 1 was enraged listening to volunteer number 2 comparing his appearance to a human-orc hybrid. Master Wyatt, I don't want to look like a human-goblin hybrid even if all this is just an illusion. Volunteer number 2 sounded like he was going to cry. So, why don't you summon your grimoire and defend yourself? I advised volunteer number 2. Listening to the creator of VR City, volunteer number 2 tried summoning his grimoire in doubt. Seeing he could summon his grimoire in the VR City, he yelled, "Come here, you big fat boar, I will show you the power of the best cards my daddy's money can buy." You shameless son of a rich daddy, volunteer number 1 too summoned his grimoire. However, he knew that his card collection could not compare to volunteer number 2's card collection, which costs a big fortune. So he asked, Master Wyatt, can we use Ego Gem in here? Yes. Go wild you too. I rooted for both the volunteers to fight as it would allow the audience to see the possibilities of the VR city. Actually, I had created a huge stadium in the VR city just for these two to fight after they were done exploring the VR city, but fighting on the streets of the city works way better than what I had planned. It reminded me of open world, player versus player, and battle royal games back on Earth. Learning that he could use his Ego Gem inside the VR city, Volunteer number 1 did no longer hesitate and was about to launch an attack, but paused hearing Volunteer number 2 say, "Shameless son of a rich daddy. What kind of taunt is that? You are just stating the obvious. Friend, kneel and expect me as your teacher. I will help you attain enlightenment in the art of cussing." My kid is watching the live stream of the card demonstration, Volunteer number 1 explained before resuming his attack. He dashed toward Volunteer number 2 like a lightning bolt, burning the asphalt under his foot and leaving a charred footprint in it. Earth escape. Seeing Volunteer number 1 dash toward him with his entire covered in the lightning rule power, Volunteer number 2 used an escape skill card to dig into the asphalt, burrow into the groan, and escape in a direction only he and the creator of VR City knew. He was proud of the cards his daddy's money can buy him, but he would be foolish to use soul energy against rule power, not just any rule power but lightning rule power. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 1656, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, Auction House. Seeing Volunteer number 2 use his Earth Escape card, the audience thought the fight in the VR city will become a cat and mouse chase, but to their surprise, Volunteer number 1, whose body was covered in lightning rule, suddenly morphed into a bolt of lightning and followed Volunteer number 2 into the tunnel he had burrowed. In a second, a huge explosion sounded, the ground burst open, a sinkhole appeared in the middle of the road, and rumbles flew across the street, damaging the surrounding infrastructure. Soon 2 figures can be seen jumping out of the sinkhole. Volunteer number 1 frowned and asked, "How come you don't have a single scratch on you when you took the full brunt of my lightning bolt?" "I don't know, but I did feel the pain of being burnt alive by a bolt of lightning," Volunteer number 2 replied, and checked his body. It hadn't taken any damage. Even his clothes did not have a single scratch on them. It was as if he wasn't recently bombarded by a bolt of lightning rule power. You don't die in the VR city. However, the more damage your consciousness sustains in the VR city, the more mentally exhausted you will be when you wake up in the real world. As a precaution to hurt the user's mind, when the user's consciousness sustained a lot of damage, you will be forced out of the VR city, I explained to the volunteer in the audience while adding a large number of NPC to the VR city and added the gore function. Seeing the 2 volunteers fight, I realized an important reason for the popularity of open world games was realistic NPC and gore. "Wow, where did all these people come from?" Volunteer number 2 asked, looking at the streets and the air space of the city that was previously empty was now filled with people, vehicles, and floaters. "Ignore them, they are interactive illusions I added to the VR city. You guys continue with your fight. Go wild, the sky is your limit." I encouraged the volunteers to continue their fight in the recently populated VR city. "Master Wyatt, are you saying no matter how hard I hit him in here, he will not die but only be a little mentally exhausted at best?" Volunteer number 1 inquired as his eyes glanced at Volunteer number 2 like a predator looking at its prey. It was not every day he got to beat the ass of a rich young master without any consequences. "Yes, so don't hold back," I answered Volunteer number 1, feeling pity for Volunteer number 2 who had not forged his Ego Gem yet. His daddy's money can buy him the best cards but not help him forge his Ego Gem. Looking at soul pathways, his soul pathways, it was clear Volunteer number 2 never practiced active soul control seriously, yet thanks to the best external help his father's money could buy, he has reached the Card Lord realm at such a young age. He might have even broken through to Card Overlord rank if not for the fact that he had to forge an Ego Gem before breaking through to a higher realm. "Fuck, this is not an illusionary city, it is a torture machine," Volunteer number 2 exclaimed as ran for his life, chanting, "Pixie wings activate, wind escape activate." Soon a pair of dragonfly-type wings appear on the back of Volunteer number 2, then taking off, he escaped in a random direction at an insane speed. Seeing this, Volunteer number 1 once again morphed into a bolt of lightning and followed behind Volunteer number 2. As Volunteer number 1 passed by the surrounding infrastructure and people were hit by his lightning rule power, screams of dying people and the smell of human meat being burnt filled the atmosphere. All of this was so vivid that the sensitive people in the audience and viewers looked away. They almost felt bad for the NPC. However, the rest of the audience and viewers were at the precipice of discovering the rush and adrenaline of modern gaming. Volunteer number 1, who had morphed into a bolt of lightning, wanted to ignore the illusionary people and catch volunteer number 2, but their screams and the smell of human barbecue made it hard for him to ignore them. Stealing his heart and mind, he slowly gained on volunteer number 2. Dark Obsidian form. Seeing that volunteer number 1 was about to catch him, volunteer number 2 activated his defense card and morphed into a humanoid statue of Obsidian to avoid the pain of being burnt alive by a bolt of lightning rule power. Soon a bolt of lightning struck the Dark Obsidian statue, resulting in a huge explosion of energy. Lightning rule power dispersed in the surrounding, unable to harm the obsidian statue. However, volunteer number 1 wasn't done. He used his master of lightning rule. He excited the clouds covering the VR city, and soon lightning started to rain down on the dark obsidian statue. Lightning rule, lightning shower. Being struck by multiple lightning, cracks began to appear on the dark obsidian statue. And finally, the statue exploded, spreading dark obsidian shrapnels in the surrounding. The infrastructure in the surrounding crumbled down while the people had turned into stains of blood and chunks of meat. Volunteer number 1 did not see this coming. As a result, chunks of the dark obsidian were embedded in the front of his body. Enduring the pain, he removed the shrapnels only to see his body heal at a visible speed without him making use of soul energy. It hurts, doesn't it? Volunteer number 2 walked out of the huge hole in the middle of the road and celebrated the fact that he finally managed to inflict some pain on volunteer number 1. The dark obsidian form card only encase him in a dark obsidian shell. So when the statue exploded, the shell exploded outwards while he was safe at the core. Date: the 7th of April 2321. Time: 17:15. Location: Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, Auction House. Don't be happy too soon, kid. Damage like this is just another Monday to me. A spoiled kid like you, I am afraid my beating will turn you into a mental patient in the real world. Volunteer number 1 mocked as his body once again covered in blue lightning rule power. Old fool, don't get cocky. I did not want to use this, but behold the power of my daddy's money. Volunteer number 2 yelled as red fire rule power covered his body. Seeing this, volunteer number 1, the audience and viewers were shocked. Volunteer number 2 did not have an ego gem yet, somehow he was using the fire rule power. Trying hard to cover his shock, volunteer number 1 uttered, "One-time use rune item card, you used something so precious for an illusionary fight." A platinum grade card creationist in the audience complained, "Fuck, this prodigal son. I pity the fool who was unlucky to have a son like him. I tried to do a network search, but I cannot find any information on him. His information must be restricted. Does this mean his father is someone influential? More influential than the Southern Emperor? Obviously not. Southern Emperor is a national treasure. This fucktard must be the son of some corrupt bureaucrat or greedy merchant at best. Whatever. Do you know how much an A-rank one-time use rune item card costs? I think I have found son-in-law. Old man, as if he will fall for your daughter. Whoa, she is hot. Old gentleman, are you sure she is your daughter? I guess she takes after her mother. Boy, are you implying that I am ugly? I am sorry for my rude words, old gentleman. Recently I was lucky enough to get my hands on a 150-year-old spirit rice wine. As an apology, why don't you and I get together at your place tonight and crack it open? In your dreams, you ugly mutt. Old man, don't act arrogant just because your wife gave birth to a beautiful daughter. Friend, that is not the way to talk to an elder. Senior, I apologize for my friend over here. Fuck, you simp, whose is your friend? Soon all there of them were thrown out of the auction house by the referee for causing a commotion in the auction hall. Inside the VR city, a stream of red energy and steam of blue energy were entangling and twisting across the city skyline as if two huge snakes were mating in the air. Tall skyscrapers and buildings were knocked down due to their aggressive collusion. While in the background, screams of the people being crushed by the falling rubble of the buildings played. Soon the stream of red energy separated from the stream of blue energy and started to get bloated like a balloon and turned into a miniature sun of a 70-meter radius. While the stream of blue energy turned into a 150 meters wide river of blue energy. The leaking energy from the miniature red sun and the miniature blue lightning river began to burn the surrounding city and everything in it. Soon the miniature fire sun collided with the miniature lightning river, resulting in a huge explosion that evaporated the whole city and leaving behind circular patterned charred marks in its place. In the center of the circular charred marks stood two humanoid figures, appearing to be completely unharmed. That was awesome, volunteer number 2 yelled. I got to admit it It felt pretty good going all out without worrying about any consequences. I think can go all out a few more times before being fully mentally exhausted. Volunteer number 1 agreed with volunteer number 2. Then they noticed the evaporated city materialize itself again at incredible speed. While volunteer number 1 was mesmerized by the sight of the city rebuilding itself, he was distracted by the sudden scream of volunteer number 2. What happened? I can't believe it. Didn't I just use it? How is it still there? Volunteer number 2 mumbled to himself. What is still there? Volunteer number 1 did not know what it was, but after having an all-out fight with volunteer number 2, he felt a sense of camaraderie between them. The one-time use, fire rule, rune item card. It is still in my grimoire untouched, volunteer number 2 exclaimed excitedly. Are you serious? Volunteer number 1 had a hard time believing volunteer number 2's words. Look at this. Volunteer number 2 shoved his grimoire on volunteer number 1's face to show him that the one-time use rune item card was still equipped in it even though he had just used it. Master Wyatt, what is going on? Volunteer number 1 called out to the creator of the VR city for answers. The cards and rule powers you two used so far were all illusions simulated by the VR city using the information collected from your grimoire. This is the reason why you guys don't suffer any physical and mental damage in the VR city, except for mental exhaustion on prolonged use of the card. Everything in the VR city is a fully immersive illusion. That is why I asked you two to go all out. I hope you two enjoyed it. Now you can come out. As for those of you who want a VR cocoon card, please follow my online store for updates about it. I explained to the two volunteers, the audience, and the viewers watching the live stream on the network. Then after concluding the VR cocoon item card demonstration, I did not forget to create hype about it hitting the market soon. As the demonstration concluded, the audience burst into a huge round of applause praising the representative of the Southern Card Creationist Association for his ingenuity in card creation. The audience started a heated debate about the various possibilities and applications of the VR cocoon card, forgetting the real reason they were here, be it to witness the Challenger Southern Capital's monthly auction. However, the staff of the Southern Card Creationist Association had not forgotten about the challenge. The shame and embarrassment they were subjected to would not be washed away. With the disappearance of Chris Ainsworth and the winner of the challenge being obvious to everyone, it would be easier for them to do so. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 1737, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, Auction House. Here's your 2 liter of liquid soul energy and 1 liter of S-rank Diamond Ape wine. The referee handed a card and a wine gourd bottle to me. After concluding the demonstration, and collecting the VR cocoon cards from the 2 excited volunteers, I directly flew back to the balcony of the royal family's exclusive VIP box, leaving the staff to deal with rest while Anne followed beside me. Seeing this, the audience that was singing my praise a second ago was now glaring daggers at me. I wondered if Anne was doing this on purpose. But considering her zero experience with relationships, I guess that was not the case. Yes, I had already seen that Anne was interested in me. However, I ignored them as she was Anna's twin sister and because I am almost driven crazy by Anna and Susan. Arriving in the VIP room, I found the referee waiting for me. Collecting my winnings, I thanked him. Thank you. You guys order pizza, great. Do you mind if I take a slice? I was famished, so seeing Abba and Laura share large pizza, I ignored the referee and decided to have a slice. Feel free to do so, Abba offered and Laura nodded in agreement. Thank you, I said, taking the slice of pizza with most topping. Before I could take a bit, Abba said, "Say, Wyatt, was the VR cocoon card a minor version of the origin card you created for Grandma A Song?" Having experienced the life of a dog in A Song's origin card, Abba immediately connected the VR cocoon item card to A Song's origin card. Taking a bit of the pizza, I nodded in response to Abba's question. Only to hear her ask, "Can you lend me the 2 VR cocoon cards? I want to go to the VR city with Laura." Signaling her to wait, I summoned my grimoire, and taking out the 2 VR cocoon cards I hand them to Abba, who exclaimed, "I will order another pizza for you before going to the VR city." Giving her a thumbs up, I continued to enjoy the pizza. Only to hear Abba order, "Agatha, Agatha, order another pizza for Wyatt, I am going to the VR city with Laura." Soon, Anne approached me and said, "Wyatt, can you spare a moment? I need to introduce someone to you." "Yes," I agreed, wiping the sauce on the corner of my mouth. Pointing at the referee, Anne introduced him to me. "Wyatt, this is Leo Lorne, Minster Lorenzo Lorne's junior brother." He is one of the world's leading array masters and card creationists. He wants to talk to you about your VR city. Listening to Anne's introduction of him and his purpose, Leo looked at Anne in dissatisfaction. As this was not what they talked about. Yes, he does want to discuss the VR city with the boy, but also wanted to talk about one another thing. However, Anne skipped it. Still, he did not let his dissatisfaction show on his face, and could only nod with a smile pasted on his face. Yes, Master Leo, what about VR city do you want to take about? If it is about its working principle, then please forgive my rudeness, I said after gulping the nice chewed pizza and then took another bite. Seeing the boy continue to enjoy his pizza despite being in the middle of a discussion with him, Leo was very dissatisfied. Noticing that the boy dared to casual in front of him even after learning his identity, he started to understand why Anne did not talk about the second part of the conversation he had with her. Considering how rude and arrogant this boy was, he would not agree to become his student. Leo had approached Anne with the idea of accepting the boy as his disciple, but she did not take his words seriously. Leo was dissatisfied. Since when was he, the greatest card creationist and array master of the southern region, lacking people wanting to be his disciples? Yet, here he was looked down on by a card soldier realm brat. Witnessing the boy's attitude, Leo did not know how to continue the conversation. Apart from expecting the boy as his disciple, he wanted to talk to him regarding the principle of inserting illusion in the Grimoire network and the card apprentice's consciousness into the illusion in the Grimoire network. However, the boy had already made it clear that he did not want to talk about the working principles behind the VR city. Kid, I will applaud your ingenuity for thinking of a way to insert illusion into the Grimoire network and the card apprentice's consciousness into the illusion in the Grimoire network. But if don't even think for a second that I cannot recreate similar results. Leo was confident that with 1 or 2 years he will be able to come up with a way to insert illusion into the Grimoire network and card apprentice's consciousness into the illusion in the Grimoire network. Okay, I replied nonchalantly, continuing to savor the pizza. 2 years? No, 1 year, that is all it will take for me to find a way to produce similar results, Leo declared. Quote. I nodded, chewing my pizza. 1 year, you hear me? Leo repeated himself, not getting the reaction he desired from the boy. Good for you, I reached for another slice of pizza. In 1 year I can create a VR city of my own, Leo repeated himself for the third time, feeling that the boy did not understand what he was implying. I don't doubt it, I think my hunger has increased the flavor of the pizza. Boy, if I were you I would not invest too much time and money in your VR city because it would not survive the competition, Leo finally spoke his mind. He was impressed by the boy's VR city, but he knew it was not completely developed yet. It was barely big enough for 2 card lords, let alone millions of card apprentices of different realms. By saying that he can replicate the VR city in a year, Leo was trying to imply that by the time the boy completely develops his VR city, he too will have created one. So instead of being competitors, they should join hands and become partners. This way, together they can conquer the market before other replicas of VR city flood the market. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 1752, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, Auction House. Listening to Leo's advice, I took a long hard look at him before placing my half-eaten pizza slice back on the tray, and staring right into his eyes I asked, Master Leo, are you threatening me? If not, what are you trying to achieve here? Threatening you? Kid, stop playing dumb. You should have already gotten the gist of my advice, Leo said, understanding that the boy was trying to use the royal family to do his dirty work for him. Threatening the esteemed guest of the royal family, even he, Leo Lorne, with his meritorious service to the southern region, could not escape the blame. Instead of saying a simple no to his face, the boy planned to use the royal family to deliver the message. However, Leo liked the boy's ruthless way of handling things. A simple no from the boy to his face would offend him, but hearing the same no from the royal family would not only offend him but also serve as a warning to not mess with the boy. The boy's arrogant and rude demeanor was all an act to get him riled up and fall for his trap. Why you? I asked Leo. The moment Leo personally came to the VIP room to hand me my winnings instead of handing them to me on the auction hall stage, one knew he wanted something for me. However, the old man was too sly to fall for my obvious trap. Leo wasn't the only one who wanted my VR city, though others were yet to approach me in person. My online store message section was overflowing with various companies asking how to reach out to me. If this was the case with the message section, I felt sorry for Susan, whose contact info was mentioned in the online store. I did have the Superbrain card take it down, but I was a tad bit late. Not to mention volunteer number 2 from the VR Cocoon card demonstration and Jill Norley have been trying to reach out to me by call and text. So I had no choice but to block their contact. All I am trying to say was there were a lot of people interested in my VR city, some more eager than others. So why would I partner up with Leo, when I did not even plan on getting a partner to begin with? Why me? Kid, I am not here on behalf of myself, I am here representing the Southern royal family, Leo clarified. You say as if that should matter to me, I said with a straight face. Quote. Listening to the boy, Leo was without words and then turned to look at Anne to see if he heard right, only to find her voiding his eyes. Seeing this, Loe was confused and asked, "What do you mean? Aren't you a Southerner? Aren't you a guest of the Southern royal family? Aren't you seeking asylum under their protection?" Correction, I am not a guest of the Southern royal family. I am being held here against my will. I am not seeking asylum under their protection, I am strong enough to be responsible for my life, I corrected Leo. Leo once again speechlessly turned to look at Anne, and like the previous time she avoided meeting his eyes again. Let us agree to disagree that you are speaking the truth, still aren't you a Southerner? Where is your patriotism for your motherland? Leo pulled out the age-old patriotism card. I am speaking the truth. And what does the fact I was born in Southern region have to do with whom I do business? Master Leo, if you do not have anything worthy to offer, then please do not waste our time, I indirectly asked Leo to leave. Kid, you don't understand. Say even if your VR city is one of a kind. Where are you going to get materials for the VR Cocoon card? You do know how costly the Nightmare and Dream Sandalwood is. Forget the huge amount of seed money you would require to buy these ingredients, considering their demand in the market. Where are you going to find a reliable supplier for those ingredients? Even if you are willing to pay more than the premium price, you will not get a reliable source of supply. Kid, face it, you can't do all this by yourself, you need a reliable partner, someone like the Southern royal family. Leo pointed out the reason why the boy needed the Southern royal family as his partner in his new business venture. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, I burst out in wild laughter hearing Leo, puzzling everyone in the VIP box. Kid, what's so funny? Loe asked, feeling his patience thinning. Hearing the words, reliable partners, and Southern royal family, used together, I couldn't hold back my laughter. That's the best joke I have heard in a while. Oh, I am sorry, you were being serious, I apologized sarcastically. Boy, you can be arrogant, condescending, even look down on me, but I will not stand by and watch you mock the Southern royal family. Seeing Leo was fuming, and before he said or did something, Anne stepped in and interrupted him, saying, Wyatt, don't you think you are going too far? Being interrupted by Anne, Leo's rage toward the boy only increased, seeing how the royal family was being so accommodating. However, the boy did not show an ounce of gratitude towards the royal family and instead dared to mock them. If not for the presence of Anne, Leo would have taken it upon himself to teach the boy some manners. I am going too far. I gave you guys the secret to change the world as we see it and make the Southern region the wealthiest region of all 5 regions, but all you did for me in return was turn me into the most hated fraudster in the world. Now, you blame me for taking it too far. How dare you? Date the 7th of April 2321, time 1809, location Southern region, Southern capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, auction house. Wyatt, we all agreed that it was for your good, and defended, pointing out that they were using the fraud cover to protect the boy when in reality it was just that. They were also using it to keep the hyenas eyeing what they're guessing. Who gave you permission to decide that for me? One day I woke up and became the most hated fraudster in the world. I looked past that, but what did you guys do? Not only did you lose the only known source of silver milk in the entire world, but you guys could not protect me like you promised to. I had to gamble with a devil to save my ass. I looked past that and still decided to help you guys, and in return you guys imprisoned me. Just because the walls of the guest palace are fancier and cleaner than the walls of the prison doesn't change the fact that I am your prisoner. And now this gentleman over here says that the Southern royal family is a reliable partner. Considering what I going through concerning our previous partnership, I have every right to laugh at those words. Do you understand why? If not, let me help you. The Southern royal family has been the shittest partner I have ever had. You guys not only did not deliver on your promise, but you also lost the only known source of sliver milk in the world, and then you guys drag me to the Southern capital against my will and cage me. Now that I have another business venture, you guys snoop in like vultures. What is to say that you guys will do anything different this time around? Fuck, where is Anna? I miss her. If Anna were here I would not have to go through all this. Unlike Anne, who introduced Leo to me despite knowing his intentions, Anna would never put me on the spot like this. She would have immediately rejected Leo's proposal, forget introducing him to me. Quote. Leo stared at the boy dumbfoundedly. As Lonzo's junior brother he thought he knew the ins and outs about the Silver Milk Power Project, but listening to the boy he learned there was more to it. As for Anne, she was devastated hearing the boy say he misses Anna with her right by his side. How was she any less than Anna? They were twins, for goodness sake. She had everything Anna had and more. Unlike Anna, she has never been with a man. With her seal still there, shouldn't her value be more than Anna, whose seal was opened long ago? Anne was frustrated, not understanding what the boy wanted. He had feelings for his manager, who was a prude just like her. In a way she was the combination of the best of both Susan and Anna, making her the perfect girl for him, so shouldn't the boy fall head over heels for her? But why wasn't he? What was she missing? Anne, despite claiming to be smarter than Anna, could not see what Susan and Anna had, but she did not. It was so obvious. Susan and Anna loved the boy. 10 out of 10 times they both would sacrifice everything, including their lives, for the boy without hesitation. However, Anne, 10 out of 10 times would choose the Southern royal family over the boy. Not to mention she only wanted the boy because Anna loved him and knew how serious Anna was about the boy. Anna might have had a messy past with many men, but Anne knew none of them would amount to what the boy meant in Anna's heart, mind, body, and soul. It was because Anna felt about the boy so strongly, that Anne, who has never shown interest in Anna's relationships, was now showing strong interest in Anna and the boy's relationship. Knowing that the boy was the one for Anna. Kid, I said what I wanted to say. Take your time and consider it. I know you will make a sound decision. Saying that, Leo prepared to leave because he did not know half of what was going on between the boy and the Southern royal family. The boy seems to both resent and care for the Southern royal family. He knows that the boy was staying in the Southern Royal Palace's guest palace number 1, but he thought that was only because the boy had discovered the silver milk powder. But now it seems there was more to it. He needs more information before he has any further negotiations with the boy. Seeing Leo take his leave, Anne sighed, thinking that she should have warned Leo about the tension between the boy and the Southern royal family. Then she heard the boy make an unusual offer to Agatha. Agatha, you said you wanted to make money, right? Yes, I do. Tell me what I need to do, boss. Agatha had long since wanted to discuss the VR Cocoon card and VR City with the boy, but then listening to his conversation with Leo Lorne she decided against it. But hearing the boy bring it up she was overwhelmed with joy. Her pupils almost turned into dollar signs. She did feel Anne staring daggers at her, but Agatha did not mind because she needed this opportunity more than the Southern royal family did. Before the boy could respond, Anne immediately spoke up. Wyatt, don't take any hasty decisions yet. I know the royal family has let you down these past few days, but give me some time. I will think of something to make it up to you. I promise. So, please don't do anything hasty that both of us will end up regretting. I stared at Anne and was about to tell her off, but the auction house director knocked on the door of the VIP box with a sullied face. Your Highness, may I come in? Tell me you found that Chris Ainsworth. Anne did not bother with formalities and small talk, but directly asked if they had found Chris Ainsworth. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 1817, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, Auction House. I am sorry, Your Highness, we couldn't find him. However, we have tightened the city watch. If he somehow manages to elude them, then Border Patrol will get him. They all are on high alert for anybody suspicious. They will catch him, the auction house director said with his head held down. He himself was not confident about the city watch and Border Patrol catching Chris Ainsworth, so he did not dare to meet Anne's eyes. After failing Anne's expectations so many times, he felt aggrieved and he blamed Chris Ainsworth for this. Right now he hated Chris so much that in his mind he had already cussed Chris and his 9 generations of family members. How do you expect the City Watch and Border Patrol to catch a card grandmaster who escaped an SSS-ranked space isolation array under the watch of so many card emperors and card semi-demigods? Please, tell me how. I cannot wrap my mind around it, Anne thundered at the auction house director as his words made no sense to her. From Chris Ainsworth's mysterious appearance in the Southern capsule to his sudden disappearance, Anne realized that Chris was in possession of knowledge or power that was not known to them. Even with the assistance of Card Demigod, Chris could not have escaped the SSS ranked space isolation array without being noticed by the Card Emperors and Card Semi-Demigods in the same room as him. Yet, Chris Ainsworth somehow managed to do it all by himself, adding merits to Anne's suspicion. Therefore, she believed that it was highly unlikely for the City Watch or Border Patrol to even find him, let alone catch him. Your Highness, for my incompetent I will resign and am prepared to face punishment fitting the crime. The auction house director directly pleaded incompetence, offered to resign from his position, and begged for punishment because he could not take it anymore. No, not Anne's reprimanding, but the embracement of failing time and again. He was the director of the Southern Card Creationist Association's auction house director. He did not get this position through connections but by stepping on all his competition and making achievements that people believed were impossible. However, today, because of a little card grandmaster, he failed time and again. I will ignore the resignation letter that you shared with my grimoire. Go back, and think of ways to salvage the monthly auction. It has been delayed too long. Think of ways to convenience the dissatisfied and angry crowd. As for your punishment, we can talk about it later. Anne would be stupid to fire the auction house director right when it was facing the greatest crisis since its establishment. Your Highness, thank you for showing mercy. The auction house director bowed, and then glancing at the boy who was eating pizza and the 2VR cocoon on the floor, he added, Your Highness, I have already thought of a way to salvage the monthly auction, but I will require Master Wyatt's assistance for that. Seeing neither Anne nor the boy said anything, the auction house director continued and spoke his mind. I can conduct the monthly auction right away, hoping the customers would understand our difficulties, as there isn't much we can do at this point, or if Master Wyatt is willing to assist us, I can postpone the auction to the next week. This way we will not only able to appease the disappointed crowd but also make this month's monthly auction the most successful monthly auction this decade. Listening to the auction house director, Anne immediately understood that he planned to auction the boy's VR cocoon cards in the monthly auction. And considering that the VR cocoon was one of a kind, Anne felt that it was the best way to salvage this month's monthly auction. However, would the boy be on board with this? Considering how he just chewed her and Leo's heads off, it was likely the boy would not be willing to help them out. The auction house director patiently waited, seeing that neither Anne nor the boy said a word despite understanding what he was hinting at. The atmosphere in the VIP box was heavy. The auction house director did not dare to speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. His idea again, unless Anne or the boy brings it up. After a long awkward silence, Anne finally asked the boy, Wyatt, what do you think? I can, but what will I gain by helping you again? The Southern Capital's auction was a great place to start the sales of my VR cocoon cards, but why settle when I could get more? Master Wyatt, for your help, in the future auction house will never charge you for handling fees on any card you auction or sell here, the auction house director immediately proposed. It might look like he was compromising, but actually, it was the other way around. The boy was a capable card creationist. Soon his name will spread throughout the card world and people would be willing to pay any amount of fortune to collect cards created by him. So by waiving all the handling fees for cards the boy auctions in their auction house, the auction house manager was not losing money but tying the name of a promising card creationist to his auction house. In time, they will reap more profits than they lost by waiving the handling fees. Not enough, I was not impressed by the offer put forward by the auction house director. Instead, I was a little dissatisfied that he planned to charge me handling fees for auctioning the cards in their auction house to help them. We will also provide all the ingredients Master Wyatt needs to create cards for the auction. Of course, the price of the ingredients will be deducted from the sales. As if he had anticipated the boy's rejection, auction house manager immediately put forward another offer. You do realize that I will be doing you guys a favor and not the other way around. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 1828, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, auction house. You do realize that I will be doing you guys a favor and not the other way around. I asked the auction house director whose negotiation was making me reconsider helping him. Master Wyatt, are you not satisfied by my offers? If you have any demands, please say. I will see if the auction house can achieve it. The auction house director knew his stuff. He acted to be accommodating when he was trying to screw me over without me realizing it. Let me repeat myself. I agreed to auction my cards in your auction house as a favor, so it is given that I will not be charged handling fees and will be provided with the card ingredients. Don't fucking try to underestimate me because of my age. Your next offer better be genuine and show your gratefulness, otherwise I will leave. It was cute how the auction house director felt that he can negotiate with me when it was they who need me and not the other way around. Listening to the boy, the auction house manager's eyes squinted, wondering if all the younger generation were so capable. First Chris Ainsworth and now this boy, can he not get a win today? Master Wyatt, the auction house manager was about to speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. A few flattering words to the boy and make a new offer, but he was interrupted by Anne. Get out and make arrangements to hold the auction next week. No, postpone the auction by 2 days, I suggested to Anne. You confident you can get the cards ready by then? Anne asked in doubt. I have already designed the required card creation array formation. As long as I have sufficient ingredients I can start creating the cards, I assured Anne. Great, Anne exclaimed in the glaring auction house director. She said, you heard him, I believe you know what to do next. Leave it me, Your Highness, the auction house director said confidently, as this was right up his alley. If he failed to do even this, then his life until now would be in vain. After the auction house director left, Anne asked the boy, so what is it that you want? The reason Anne interrupted the auction house director's negotiation with the boy and sent him on an errand was that the auction house director did not know the boy well enough to successfully negotiate with him. This boy was someone who tricked Anna into signing a one-sided soul contract, turning the entire southern royal family into his bodyguard. Then he outsmarted the devil into giving him the power he needed to save his life for free. The wrath-filled screams of Belphegor as he was dragged back to the dark realm were still fresh in Anne's ears. There was no way the auction house director would be able to win a negotiation against someone who was capable of such feats. So, Anne threw him out, having decided to just give the boy what he wants in exchange for his help. Hopefully, it will soothe his anger toward the royal family, especially her grandma. I want you to sell me 50 devil-grade ingredients. At present I don't have the money, but I will use 10% of my shares in the silver milk powder as collateral. That should be fair, right? I spoke my demand. Agatha, who was silently listening to their conversation on the side, learning the boy's demand, suddenly felt her knees go weak, and taking the support of the wall she sat on a nearby chair. Regaining her calm, she wondered if the 10% of the boy's share of silver milk powder was even worth 30 devil-grade ingredients. If it was before the freedom fighters stole the only known source of sliver milk, then it would have been worth a lot more than 30 devil-grade ingredients. However, now they would not even fetch a single devil-grade ingredient. But if the central government manages to get the gate dungeon back from the freedom fighters, then it would be a different story. After the only known source of silver milk was stolen by the freedom fighters, the central government did not waste time and immediately spread everything they knew about the Southern royal family's silver milk project and their deal with the boy to other world leaders, to rally them all against the Southern royal family and force it to give up its exclusive rights of silver milk powder's production and supply. So it was not surprising that, as the demigod Windsor's trusted retainer, Agatha knew about whole silver milk powder overdell. Make it 20 devil-grade ingredients and you will have to pay us back within 10 years along with the compound interest rate of 3% per month. In case you fail to do so, we not only reserve the right to claim 10% of your share of silver milk powder that you used as collateral, but will also seize a part of your remaining shares to make up for our losses. Anne counter-proposed. The condition proposed by her did not favor the boy. It was as if she wanted to make sure the boy would not be able to pay her back. Agatha was surprised that Anne was considering the boy's offer. But listening to the condition put forward by Anne, Agatha felt that Anne wanted to use 20 devil-grade ingredients to take control of all the boy's share. Now that was a cold-hearted move. Make it 50 devil-grade ingredients and you have a deal. I was not angered by the conditions put forward by Anne, because she used the condition to show Agatha and others who would hear about this deal later to not get any funny idea about silver milk powder project and its shares in my hands. I say this because the Southern royal family was doing everything in its power to ensure that the silver milk powder project was up and running before the central government and the Allies get the only known source of silver milk back from the freedom fighters. That would mean if I managed to deliver on my promise to create a dungeon similar to Silver Beach Gate Dungeon, within a year the silver milk powder will hit the market. And by the next decade, I will be the wealthiest man in this world. Not to mention, I will be able to pay back the Southern royal family within a year after the product enters the market. What Anne was doing was not any different from what I did in Leo's case. I could have politely rejected Leo, but I yelled at him, spoke rudely of the royal family, and created a scene, all this just to give people watching the impression that not everything was good in my partnership with the Southern royal family. Yes, I was a little dissatisfied with the royal family, but not to the point I showed earlier. This should keep the hyenas at bay till I am ready. No, 10% shares aren't enough as collateral for 50 devil-grade ingredients. I will consider it if you raise it to 20%. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 1842, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, Auction House, 40 devil-grade ingredients for 15% shares as collateral, and I get to pick which ingredients I want, or I will find someone else, I said with a frown as if this was my bottom line. Over the millennia the royal family has managed to accumulate mountains of devil-grade ingredients, enough to fill several storage rooms, because except for the devil core, they had no idea what to do with the rest of the corpses of the devils they slayed other than to harvest the intact parts as ingredients. I plan to take advantage of this to select the 40 most expensive devil-grade ingredients in their warehouse using my Demon Merchant Codex. Deal, Anne immediately agreed, then added, let us head home, I will draw up the contract and bring you to choose the ingredients. Rich people, Agatha blurted, seeing the boy make a huge deal worth 40 devil-grade ingredients while stuffing himself with pizza. Wait, I am not done yet. I said so because 40 devil-grade ingredients were nowhere near enough for me to bring my plans to fruition. You sure you want to invest so much in this project? Anne inquired the boy in surprise. She just promised to give him 40 devil-grade ingredients and he still wanted more. She did not believe building VR City would require that much seed money. But considering that the boy always gave his best, she felt he was going to invest everything he can into the VR City project. Why, do you two believe that I cannot do this all on my own? I asked Anne. She was not a dreamer like Anna, and would never support any of my ideas so far, so it was not surprising that she did not believe that I could do this. Does it matter what I think? You will do what you want anyway. Anne avoided answering as she really did not believe in the boy that he would be able to make the VR City a success that people will speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you of ages from now. Shaking my head, I used a cleansing array to clean myself and said, I have information that will be of big help to the Southern region. I will share it with you for 10 devil-grade ingredients. What is the information? Anne asked, squinting her eyes. She did not doubt that the boy had some information that would benefit the Southern region, but if it was worth 10 devil-grade ingredients, you better than to ask for the goods without paying up, I said in disappointment, and urged her, you better hurry because the longer you wait the closer the information will get to losing its value. Fine, I give you 10 devil-grade ingredients, now tell me the information. Anne decisively agreed. Have you heard of gate dungeons to gates? I asked Anne to create suspense instead of just telling her after all this information was worth 10 devil-grade ingredients. Yes, but whenever a gate dungeon with 2 entrances is found, it is immediately conquered and destroyed by the card apprentice involved, as it will only spark a war over its ownership, Anne replied with a deep frown as she was not liking what the boy was trying to enunciate. Well, Chris Chase aka Chris Ainsworth has found one connecting the outskirts of the Western Capital to the outskirts of the Southern Capital. That was why he was in the Southern Capital this morning. Don't ask me which dungeon this is, all I know, but you should know that the Western Palace already knows about this dual gate dungeon and should be making their move by now, I revealed to Anne. When I hacked Chris Chase's grimoire, I had my superbrain card bug his grimoire just in case he escapes. And it paid off. A few minutes ago Chris Chase contacted the Western Palace hoping to use the information on the gate dungeon with 2 gates connecting the Western Capital to the Southern Capital with them in exchange for resources to heal himself. The repercussions of using the space-time tunnel were more than he had expected. If he did not do anything about it, his wounds would only worsen until he finds peace in death's embrace. As soon as the Western Palace heard that Chris had information on a gate dungeon connecting Western Capital with Southern Capital, he immediately turned the call encrypted and swept Chris's grimoire to check if someone was eavesdropping. If not for my Demon Merchant Codex, I would have been caught in the act by them. I can't believe the useless director was right. Chris Ainsworth was Chris Chase, Agatha exclaimed. Don't tell me. Listening to the boy's action, Anne finally understood what Chris Ainsworth was doing in the Dungeon Registration and Allocation Department headquarters early in the morning. Anne immediately understood how Chris Ainsworth, who had entered a dungeon in the Western Capital, could be seen in the Southern Capital. The dungeon he entered in the Western Capital was the first gate of the 2-gate dungeon, and the dungeon he tried to book in the Southern Capital was the second gate of the 2-gate dungeon. Though this did not explain how Chris was able to escape the SSS ranked space isolation array or how the boy knew about Chris finding the two-gate dungeon, she had a more pressing issue to attend to. Using an encrypted line, she began to report the information to her mother. Because when it comes to this kind of situation, only her mother was the most reliable one, as the rest of the demigods in the family only liked to take with their muscles. After reporting the matter to her mother, Anne's tense facial expression finally eased a little bit, especially when she heard her mother say, "Don't worry, Aunt is still in the southern region. I will call and ask her to personally guard the dual-gate dungeon until I get there." By Aunt, Anne's mother obviously meant Field Marshal Heatsend. However, what assured Anne was the fact that her mother would be arriving to handle this matter. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 1854, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, auction house. While Anne was busy making arrangements for the dual-gate dungeon, I looked at Agatha and asked, "Are you enjoying the show? A deal worth 50 devil-grade ingredients in a dual dungeon connecting the capitals of two regions. This is more entertaining than any televised show," Agatha replied honestly. "Do you want to continue watching or pick up where we left off earlier?" I asked Agatha playfully, knowing fully well that she was dying to ask me about the VR City project. "Earlier I was, but now I don't know," Agatha said dejectedly. "Why is that?" I asked her with a frown. "A project with starting capital of 50 devil-grade ingredients is not something I can invest in. My net worth will not even fetch me a devil ingredient, much less a share in your project," Agatha said with self-deprecation. "Who said I was looking for investors? I wanted to ask if you are willing to become my distributor," I clarified. "Distributor, I can do that," Agatha said with newfound confidence. "Good. I need these cards to reach as many people as possible in the fastest way possible," I demanded. "Don't worry, I know people who can sell milk to a cow, but are you sure you can create so many cards in a short time? I mean, did you find the supplier for the card ingredients?" Agatha inquired in concern. She had no doubts about the boy's card creation and array mastery capabilities, but she was not sure if the boy would be able to gather the large quantity of ingredients required to create the cards even with the help of the Southern royal family. "Don't worry about that, I got all that covered. Just focus on your part of the sales," I assured Agatha, not knowing if I convinced her to trust me, because there was no way for me to find a reliable supplier for those card ingredients in this world, but that it was a different story in Devil Merchant Code. "My part of the sales? You have other distributors in mind?" Agatha asked in surprise, learning that she wasn't the only distributor the boy had in mind. She did not mind sharing, but she worried if the boy could create so many cards. "Yes, I do. In a month I want about 1/10 of the world population to explore the VR city." I revealed my plans. Wyatt, I hate to rain on your dreams, but I don't think the 1/10 of the world can afford this card," Agatha pointed out. Based on her calculation, the cost of the card created by the boy will not be cheap. Even the E-rank version of the card would cost a small fortune. With such a huge price tag, expecting 1/10 of the card world's population to explore the VR city was a fool's dream. "Don't worry, I plan to sell the card at the cheapest cost possible. The real price was not the VR cocoon card but the VR city. As long as people got hooked on it, I could easily make up the losses and make 100 times that on in-game purchase. Buying a VR cocoon card would not be enough to enter the VR city. People would have to pay a small amount every month to enter the VR city after the limited time free period was over, something like a monthly, quarterly, half-yearly, or yearly subscription. This way I will have a steady stream of money coming in." "How?" Agatha looked at the boy in confusion. "Because even the lowest rank of the sandalwood tree monster ingredients was expensive." "So, how did the boy plan to make these cards cheap?" "You do know that the only reason I used sandalwood tree monster ingredients and sleepy caterpillar ingredients to create the VR cocoon card was because of the stupid challenge. I have other better but cheap alternatives to create the VR cocoon cards. You do know that, right?" I looked at Agatha with a questioning gaze, implying, "Are you dumb?" "I knew that. I was just making sure that if you were planning to do exactly that," Agatha said, trying to hide her embarrassment. "I will take your word for it. Anyway, contact your people and get them ready. I will have the first batch of cards ready in 2 days." I asked Agatha to make appropriate arrangements as I wanted these cards in the market as soon as possible. "Got it, boss," Agatha affirmed and got to work summoning her grimoire. Now that Agatha was taken care of, I had to call my other distributor, Jill. She must be pissed that I have been ignoring her call and text for a while now. Well, she is easy to please. She will cool down once she hears I am going to help her make a buttload of money. Wyatt, this is too much. How dare you block my number after I gave you my first time? Jill complained immediately after answering my call. Well, your womb tried to swallow me whole, I defended. Call it even. Jill's answer surprised me. I was shocked by how quickly she gave up using the fact that I blocked her number to guilt and take advantage of me in the negotiation. Nope, your first time was not worth my life. What if she lets go of this matter I did not plan to, since she was the one who brought it up? How can you say that? To my face. Believe it or not, if I tell my father that you took his precious daughter's innocence, he will send his army of assassins to kill you while you are taking a dump. Jill seemed to be offended hearing me say that her first time was not worth me risking my life. Fine, let us call it even. So what is it you wanted to talk to me so urgently? I asked, pretending to not know Jill's intention for calling me right after the VR cocoon card demonstration. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 1912, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Card Creationist Association, Auction House, tisk tisk. My dear friend, the question isn't what I want from you but what I can do for you. Jill said smugly. I don't want you to do anything for me, I uninterestedly replied, not bothering to play along with Jill. Tell that to me after you hear what I can do for you, Jill said, knowing that the boy was playing hard to get. I am pretty sure my answer will be the same after I hear what you have to say. I said confidently, as I would never consider taking a partner in my VR City project. Let me be the judge of that. Get ready to drop your jaws. My father and a few of his friends are interested in your VR City and are willing to invest a lot of money. By a lot of money, I mean enough for you to feed the whole world 3 meals per day for a whole decade. Along with that, they are willing to take full responsibility to provide you with a reliable supply chain for the ingredients required for your VR cocoon card, Jill revealed. That's a lot of money, but what's in it for you? What do you get to be their spokesperson? Since Jill was not seeking any advantage from me, her greed for money was met somewhere or by someone else. I get 5% of their combined shares in your VR City project as a commission for brokering this deal, Jill replied to the boy honestly. Now that's a huge commission, enough to turn you from a rich lady to a filthy rich lady. Now I finally knew why Jill was not trying to take advantage of me, she had a bigger whale in sight. I know, right? All it takes to make that happen is your nod. Do I have it? Jill asked the boy with great anticipation. Jill, I consider you as a friend. So, I will be honest with you. I am not searching for investors for my VR City project, however I have been searching for good distributors for the VR cocoon card. Do you think your father and his friends will be interested? I answered truthfully to Jill because I still needed her to get me the coordinates of other worlds discovered by the top 10 universities. I see, Jill said in a low tone, and then added, since you are searching distributors for the VR cocoon card, I take it that you have managed to secure a reliable supplier for the card ingredients and that you have already completed the creation of the VR City. It is almost a done deal. I did not go into details. Quote. Jill went quiet hearing my answer, and after a moment of silence, she spoke. No wonder you dared to show off the VR City to the world. I would like to know when and how did you complete such a big project, but you will not tell me that. I guess my call was also within your plan. You overestimate me, I said humbly, and then reminded her, don't forget to ask your father and his friend if they are willing to be the VR cocoon card distributors. I don't need to ask, I already know their answer. They will not, Jill answered. Well, their loss. What about you? I was not disappointed by Jill's answer, since the real target I wanted to recruit was Jill, not her father or his friends. Me? Jill asked in surprise. Why are you surprised? You are one of the best saleswomen I know. What do you say, will you become the distributor for my VR cocoon card? I asked Jill. Again. Sure, since you scraped my dream of becoming a filthy rich woman, I have to hustle to survive in this expensive world, Jill agreed. Good, can you make it to the Southern Capital in 2 days to collect the cards? I inquired. Do you even have to ask? Jill asked, while implying that she will be in the Southern Capital in 2 days. Good, let us discuss the contract and other stuff after you arrive. I will be looking forward to your arrival. Receiving the confirmation from Jill, I ended the call, planning to get started with my plans, as 2 days was not a lot of time to create millions of cards. As I hung up the call, I found Anne glaring at me. Ignoring her glare, I demanded, I want the Southern royal family to become my distributor for the entire Southern region. Why would we agree to that when stand to gain chump change compared to what you will be gaining? Anne argued. Take me to the guest palace, I have to get started now to meet the deadline, I ordered, not bothering to argue with Anne because I knew the Southern royal family would help me distribute VR cocoon cards to every corner of the southern region. How do I know this? Let me just say we have an understanding between us. My relationship with the Southern royal family was strained right now, but that was because of a few differences of opinion, but in the end, they treated me modestly well. Yes, they dropped the ball in the case of Silver Beach Gate Dungeon. However, I believe they can handle the distribution of VR cocoon cards across the southern region. What do you mean? How are you going to create the cards when you don't even have the ingredients to create the cards? Anne asked the boy in confusion. Don't worry, I have everything prepared, just make sure that by the end of this month, every 1 out of 5 card apprentices in the southern region has my VR cocoon card. I did not bother to explain myself to Anne and just put forward my demands. If the price of the cards is low as you claim, then that is not a challenge, Anne answered, despite having claimed that the royal family might not help because they stood to make less. It was clear to Anne that the royal family will not hesitate to meet the boy's demands, especially when they stood to earn money while they were at it. Don't worry, the price of the cards will be low while also enough for distributors to make enough profits, I assured Anne. To ensure that the prices of the cards remained as low as possible while giving the distributors enough profits to be motivated into pushing these cards onto the public, I planned to forego my share of the profits. I wasn't being generous, I was just keeping the bigger picture in mind. I was willing to forego my share of the profits now so that I can have a steady stream of vast revenue in the future. Aside from the money, I stood to gain something else from this, a way to monitor anyone and everyone who uses my VR city, allowing me to form my information network. With this, I will finally be able to spy on the big leagues of this world power. Just like the Supreme Leader and his incarnations, Matron and her Pa clan, and the Emissary of Light and his fanatics. Thinking of this, an unconscious grin formed on my face. Yes, I had Clown Mosk's future vision, but it was limited to the date of her death in that timeline, and right now the timeline I am in has diverged a lot from the Clown Mosk's future vision's timeline. It would be safer to assume that her future vision was no longer reliable. Take the Rays of Freedom fighters for example. If I had not relied on the future vision too much, maybe, just maybe, I could have seen the signs of Luna's betrayal sooner. I could use the Calamity Daughter gem to create my information network, but I did not want to involve innocent people in my struggle for a chill life. If I did that, it would weigh heavily on my conscience. Seeing the grin on the boy's face, a chill ran down Anne's spine, giving her an ominous feeling, so she asked, "What are you scheming, Dalton Wyatt?" Date the 7th of April 2321, time 2150, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Treasury. No. 007 inches. You sure took your time choosing the 50 devil grade ingredients, Anne scoffed, seeing the satisfied look on the boy's face as he walked out of the treasury. What can I say, your family treasure trove was eye-opening, I said, remembering the enormous piles of devil grade ingredients lying on the floor of the royal treasury. Unfortunately, they are worthless. Nobody except you had ever wanted to trade them, Anne replied. She was not lying, because there weren't many diamond-grade card creationists who could use devil-grade ingredients. Thanks to my soul pupils, I can easily study the soul pathways of ingredients and uncover their secret. However, the same was not true for other card creationists. It would take them years of research to uncover the secrets of each soul pathways of the ingredients. Not to mention the devil-grade ingredients that were basically the parts of fallen devils were unique, which meant, to use them as ingredients for a card, it would require a diamond-grade card creationist to conduct years of individual research on that ingredient. Therefore, devil-grade ingredients were not popular for trade. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 2153, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Treasury. No. 007 Powered by the insane computing speed of Hive AI, I can use my soul pupil's ability to deduce any soul pathway within minutes. With such deduction power, I did not have to worry about using devil-grade ingredients in card creation. However, I did not borrow 50 devil-grade ingredients from the Southern royal family for card creation, but as capital to build an insanely sophisticated VR city at an insane speed as possible. Can I ask what you are going to do with these 50 devil-grade ingredients? Anne asked the boy, not out of curiosity but suspicion that he was up to something. She had this nagging feeling this moment was the prequel of something bigger than herself. Why ask when you can see the answers you seek in 2 days? I said without much thought, and then following my memory I headed toward the guest palace. Aren't you profound? Anne mocked, seeing the boy was so tight-lipped about his intentions. But Anne was not bothered by it. As long as the boy is within the southern royal palace, all his actions will not escape the royal family's eyes. Date the 7th of April 2321, time 2221, location southern region, southern capital, southern royal palace, royal guest palace number 1, Colton. Don't disturb me for the next 2 days, I said to the butler, about to slam the door in his meddling face, but he held the door by its edge and asked, Sir, what about your meals? I have other arrangements, I said with a frown. This guy has been more clingy since I returned from the auction house, making his intentions to keep tabs on me for his master obvious. How shameless was the southern royal family willing to be? Or was he just a distraction for something else? Sir, I will be right by the door, so please call if you need anything, the butler said, letting go of the door. Either way, it did not matter because I had the seed world. Inside its isolated space, any of the southern royal family's surveillance was bound to be useless. Closing the door and locking it, I moved into the seed world. Now, this is troublesome, muttered Colton, who stood expressionlessly by the room door, feeling the boy's presence disappear from the room into a seed that burrowed into the surrounding space and lodged in there. Inside the seed world, I summoned the stone Viltronians and had them use their stone rule to create more floating islands so that my mutated soul clones can erect the VR card creation array formations on them. While my summons and clones got busy, I turned my grimoire pages to the demon merchant pages and accessed the inter-realm network. Welcome to inter-realm network. Please choose the network you want to explore. Personal realm network. Dear demon merchant, you are yet to host a personal realm network. Do you want to host a personal realm network by giving the devil merchant code an appropriate offering? Yes, no, yes, I answered decisively. Dear demon merchant, to host a personal realm network for a day you will have to offer 10 mid-grade soul jade. Do you wish to proceed with the offering? No, note. Demon merchant can offer other offerings of equal value. Yes, I said, placing 1 devil grade ingredient on the offering page of the demon merchant pages. Dear demon merchant, with this offering you can host a personal realm network for a century. Do you want to proceed with the offering? Yes, no, yes, I affirmed, taking a step toward my plan. Dear demon merchant, your personal realm network, PRN, is online for the next 100 years. As the administrator of the personal realm network, PRN, you can personalize it through the admin page in your demon merchant codex. Note: due to the special offering, devil merchant code has added a free network security to your PRN for the next 100 years. Was this the devil merchant code's way of asking me to use devil grade ingredients as an offering more often? I wondered, having learned that the devil merchant code that was known for its greed actually offered free network security to my PRN for the next 100 years. Regardless, this was good news for me as I planned to conduct my next transaction using devil grade ingredients. After hosting my own PRN, I explored it, and except for my demon merchant ID, it was empty. I guess other demon merchants can now access my PRN using my demon merchant ID. Soon I accessed the admin page with my demon merchant ID and uploaded the Hive AI into my PRN servers, giving it full administrative powers. With this, I no longer had to use the demon merchant pages to access my PRN. Instead, I could directly access it through the Hive AI. Now this was a very important step for my plans to host the VR city, no, the VR universe in my PRN. Next, I accessed the devil merchant code to help me create a VR universe big enough to house trillions of consciousnesses within it in my PRN. First, I just wanted to stick with the plan and create a VR city, but seeing how low it costs to create a fully immersive illusionary city with interactive NPCs, I decided to expand the VR city into a VR universe as my budget allowed it. Since I conduct the whole transaction using devil grade ingredients, the devil merchant code added the high-level interactive NPCs to the VR universe for free. It connected my PRN to the sample VR city I create in the Grimoire network for free, and also offer free security, maintenance, and upkeep of the VR universe and its NPCs for the next 100 years. By connecting my PRN to the sample VR city I built in the Grimoire network, the devil merchant code had turned it into a gateway for the natives of the card world to enter the VR universe in my PRN using their Grimoire through the Grimoire network. Date the 8th of April 2321, time 3:14, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 01. Leo and numerous others like him who warned me that I could not build a VR city big enough for millions of consciousnesses were right. So what? I could outsource the job to someone who was more than capable to pull something like that off despite the limited time for a reasonable price, or in this case a cheap price. Devil Merchant Code. I wanted to offer 30 devil-grade ingredients to the Devil Merchant Code to create VR city big enough to hold 100 million consciousnesses. With the idea that once the number of VR city users nears 100 million, I will end the limited time free period and start charging a reasonable amount for monthly, quarterly, half-yearly, yearly subscriptions to enter the VR city. However, with 30 devil-grade ingredients, the Devil Merchant Code created a fully immersive illusionary universe with interactive NPCs capable of housing trillions of consciousnesses. Most importantly, without me having to ask for it, the Devil Merchant Code made it so that the natives of the card world could enter the VR universe in my personal realm network using their grimoire through the Grimoire network. Honestly, I did not know that this was even possible. I was planning to use 1 or 2 devil-grade ingredients as an offering to get the Devil Merchant Code to extend the VR universe in my PRN to the Grimoire network such that the natives of Card World could enjoy the VR universe in the part of Grimoire network hosted by my Grimoire. Instead, it made an exception and made it possible for natives to enter VR universe in my PRN through the Grimoire network. In my way, the consciousnesses of the Card Apprentice from the Card World and the VR universe in my PRN would get together in the Grimoire network hosted by my Grimoire. However, in the new way made possible by the Devil Merchant Code, the consciousnesses of the Card Apprentice can enter the VR universe in my PRN through the Grimoire network hosted by my Grimoire. To put it simply, my way was complicated and tiresome, but the Devil Merchant's Code's way was simpler and made things easier. Especially the VR Cocoon cards. If my original plan was implemented, I would have to create VR Cocoon cards of different ranks for each realm of Card Apprentice, such that the consciousness transfer to the VR universe extended to the Grimoire network hosted by my Grimoire would be safe and stable for each realm of Card Apprentice. There was one huge disadvantage to this plan. My Grimoire was of golden grade, so the Grimoire network hosted by it would only be able to hold the consciousness of the Card Lord realm Card Apprentices at most. Not to mention I could only create VR Cocoon cards up to A rank. However, in the new plan made possible by the generosity of the Devil Merchant Code, I did not have to worry about all this as the VR universe will be hosted in my PRN, which was hosted through the Devil Merchant Code. The PRN was strong enough to hold the consciousness of devils, let alone card demigods and lower realms. Here, I only had to worry about helping the Card Apprentices separate their consciousnesses from their physical body and guiding it to the gateway in the Grimoire network made by the Devil Merchant Code. For that, an F-rank card was more than enough. With this new development, I had to come up with a new VR Cocoon card recipe. This meant that the card creation array formations created by my clones were now all useless. But it was all worth it, as one of the greatest disadvantages of my plan had been resolved. Now the Card Apprentices of different realms, instead of using VR Cocoon cards of their rank to enter the VR universe, could use low-rank cards to enter it. As of now, the new VR Cocoon card recipe I am going to create will be of the F rank. There were 2 reasons for this. The obvious one was the affordability of the card and the other reason was the card rate. The number of stars a Card Apprentice had was limited, so all Card Apprentices preferred cards with low card rate as much as possible. So, my priority for the new VR Cocoon card was to make it the cheapest card in the market with a 1-star card rate. This way almost all the Card Apprentices had VR Cocoon cards equipped in their Grimoire all time. If circumstances allowed it, I plan to add a few passive effects to the VR Cocoon card so that the Card Apprentices do not mind reserving 1 card slot in their item card slots for the VR Cocoon card. If the new VR Cocoon card I create can satisfy all 3 of these checkpoints, then it would easily achieve my wish that every Card Apprentice has a VR Cocoon card equipped in their Grimoire all the time. Now that my plan of a VR city had expanded into a VR universe, I decided to remove the limited time complete free access of VR universe and turn it into free but limited access. By buying a VR Cocoon card, the Card Apprentice will be buying a room in one of the housing projects of a random VR city of a VR world in the VR universe. This room would be similar to the VR safe room I demonstrated during the challenge. This way Card Apprentices will be residents of that VR city in the VR world of the VR universe. If people want to upgrade their rooms in the VR city or move to a new city or move to a new world in the VR universe, they will have to pay a reasonable price. Restricted free access. This was my new plan to make a fortune. This way the VR universe will be used and loved by both the rich and poor alike. Allowing VR universe to be in trend for long, for it to make a place in the mind and heart of the Card Apprentices, such that if come one day the government plans to place as a ban or something similar on the VR universe, then the public's love for the VR universe will make it difficult for them to do so. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 8th of April 2321, time 3:29, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 01. Just imagining the idea that every card apprentice in this world would be equipped with my VR cocoon card gave me chills. This was the final milestone I had to achieve in my quest to create an intelligence network superior to the Supreme Leader's incarnations, Matron's Pa clan, and the Emissary of Light's fanatics. To meet this milestone, I have already created a fun fully immersive VR universe with highly interactive and social NPCs. Now all that remained was an F-rank VR cocoon card which was affordable for everyone, the lowest possible card rate, and a few passive card effects that made this card attractive enough for the card apprentices to keep it equipped even when they do not plan to visit the VR universe. When I began this project, I thought I had the VR cocoon card under wraps and would struggle with the creation of VR City which can hold 100 million consciousnesses. But my worries were misplaced. Thanks to the generosity of the Devil Merchant Code, I was able to create a functioning VR universe capable of holding trillions of consciousnesses for a cheap price instead was having of struggling with the creation of the VR cocoon card. As with the new features of the VR universe, the old VR cocoon card recipe had to be scrapped, create a new from scratch with 2 checkpoints in mind. After wrecking my brain for a long time, I finally came up with a new VR cocoon card thanks to the Myriad Realm race records which pointed me towards the perfect ingredient for my new VR cocoon card recipe: F-rank Diamond Slime's Core and Slime, and F-rank Dream Gum. F-rank Diamond Slime traps its prey in its slime body, and before the prey can break away, the Diamond Slime's slime gets solidified, turning into a crystal, hence the name Diamond Slime. Encased prey within the crystallized slime slowly gets digested by the slime. The crystallization of the slime's body was not just used to trap the prey but also to defend against predators. The diamond slime's body breathes in the surrounding soul energy and refines it for itself. F-rank gum trents are a species of peaceful sentient trees that discharge the F-rank dream gum on their wounds, so that the predator attacking them gets infected by the dream gum, which will send the predator's body into a deep hibernation by separating their consciousness from their body. By the time the predator figures out a way to return its consciousness to its body and wake up from deep hibernation, the gum trents would have already fled the scene. Apart from their abilities, the reason I chose these 3 ingredients was that they were very cheap and abundantly available in the Devil Merchant Code. Having spent 1 devil-grade ingredient for hosting my personal realm network and another 30 devil-grade ingredients for the creation of the fully immersive VR universe, I was left with 19 devil-grade ingredients from my original 50 devil-grade ingredients. Unable to find any demon merchant selling common cores, I spent all 19 of the devil-grade ingredients to acquire Diamond Slime Core, Diamond Slime Slime, and Gum Trent's Dream Gum in a ratio of 1:3:2. As I would require 1 Diamond Slime Core with 3 parts of Diamond Slime Slime and 2 parts of Gum Trent's Dream Gum to create the new F-rank VR cocoon card. This was the most efficient card recipe the Hive AI had come up with after running numerous simulations. 19 devil-grade ingredients worth of F-rank ingredients. The order was so huge that I could not individually visit all the devil merchants to get that amount of the ingredients, and also I only had 19 devil-grade ingredients. I couldn't split them to pay with each demon merchants. So I had to recruit the help of Devil Merchant Code, which would take my 19 devil-grade ingredients and buy equal amounts of F-rank ingredients from the other demon merchants using the regular resources it has stored. Acquiring the ingredients, I ordered my 3 mutated soul clones to set up the card creation array formation for the new VR card recipe specified by the Hive AI. While I got out of the seed world and headed out of the room to find Colton, the head butler, standing by the door. Seeing me appear, Colton remained motionless and asked, "How may I help, sir?" "I need 10 million common cores, arrange them for ASAP." 19 devil-grade ingredients had brought me enough F-rank ingredients to create 10 million cards, so I ordered 10 million common cores for the creation of these cards. 10 million common cores and anything else, sir?" Colton replied expressionlessly, however his eyes could not hide his surprise having learned that the boy wanted 10 million common cores. Colton was assigned to keep tabs on the boy, so he knew that the boy would be creating VR cocoon cards for the auction to be held in 2 days. So when the boy asked him to get 10 million common cores, he could not help but wonder if the boy planned to use the 10 million common cores to create 10 million cards for the auction. Not to forget the 2 days time limit. Nothing else, just 10 million common cores, I ordered Calton. "I will arrange them right away." Colton agreed to the boy's demand without asking any questions because he was ordered by Anne to help the boy in every way possible. But Colton was curious, wondering what the boy was planning to do with 10 million common cores when he did not order a single ingredient. Reluctantly suppressing his curiosity, Colton left to get the boy the 10 million common cores he demanded, bound by Anne's orders. Seeing Colton leave to get me the common cores I wanted, I walked back into the bedroom and got comfortable. While waiting for Colton to arrive with cores, I summoned my grimoire and accessed the grimoire network to check the high of my VR cocoon card VR city. Date the 8th of April 2321 time 6:56 location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 01. The VR cocoon and VR city had become the top 10 most trending searches on the grimoire network in just one night. This was mostly thanks to the stage created by Chris. If not for Chris attracting the attention of the whole world on that one challenge, especially the attention of the Western and Southern regions, I don't think the news about the VR cocoon card and VR city would be able to spread across the globe so quickly. So I had Chris to thank for the current popularity of the VR cocoon card and VR city. Then I went through the top articles on the VR cocoon card and the VR city to see what the people thought about them. And I was not surprised to find that the articles did not have much information on both but just read what I had said in the demonstration from word to word and attached the link to the demonstration video. People who wrote these articles were not card creationists or array masters, so they did not understand the concept of a fully immersive and interactive illusion. However, they were doing a good job of making the world aware that such new things were developed by the infamous silver milk fraud. This got mixed reactions from the readers of these articles, as more than half of them still believed that something invented by me could never actually be true due to the prejudice created by my reputation as the silver milk fraudster. Many who side with me on this matter pointed out the challenge between me and Chris to show that I was a very capable card creationist and there was more to the silver milk powder fraud than what meets the eye. The harder my supporters tried to defend me, the more the people disregard them as conspiracy theorists. This baffled me. The news of the silver milk fraud was broadcasted on the national media, which was the main reason why people were having a hard time letting go of my reputation as the silver milk fraudster, as many believed that national media would not promote lies. In their words, a fraudster will always be a fraudster. Just like how the silver milk powder was proved as a fraud, very soon the VR cocoon and VR city will also be proven as a fraud. None of them cared that the card demonstration conducted by me was monitored and judged by renowned high-level card creationists and array masters such as Leo Lorne himself. What baffled me the most was that nobody who knew about the silver milk powder and freedom fighters incident came forward with that information. I wondered why that was. Was it because those who knew about this incident were all powerful and busy card apprentices that did not have time to waste reading half-baked and subpar tabloids? Or was it because the government had asked the authorities to keep a tight lid on it? The former made a little sense, but the latter made no sense. I mean, why keep a tight lid on some that will be public soon? Wasn't now the best opportunity for them to reveal the miraculous silver milk powder and vilify the freedom fighters for stealing it? Declare that the freedom fighters were a terrorist organization bent on destroying the current world order. However, for some reason, the general populace was never made aware of the silver milk powder or the actions of the freedom fighters. If the world leaders could not be bothered to keep the general public up to date, what about the news and media? Was it not their job to keep the public up to date? Forget about that. Now that they know that the silver milk powder was not a fake product but a genuine product, shouldn't they be admitting their mistake and informing their loyal views about it? And while they were at it, they could also apologize to me for ruining my reputation by giving a public apology. However, so far it seems neither the news nor the media seem to have no such intentions. This was pissing me off. However, it would not be too late for me to ask them to admit their wrongdoings once I become the richest and one of the most influential people in this world. Then I will have them begging for forgiveness on their knees. I wanted the news and media to be held responsible for their actions. The truth will be in the open soon, so I did not let this bother me. Instead, I visited my online store on the Grimoire network. Its messages were filled with people wanting VR cocoon cards or people wanting to collaborate with me on my VR project. Ignoring them all, I made an official post in the online store announcing that the VR cocoon card will be auctioned in the Southern Capital monthly auction to be held in 2 days. And those who want to buy the VR cocoon card can attend the auction to get their hands on one. Then I also made another post announcing that those who could not get a VR Cocoon card in the auction can buy one on my online store 12 hours after the auction. I know by doing this I will be undermining the auction of the VR Cocoon card in the Southern Capital's monthly auction to be held in 2 days. But I think many card apprentices would like to spend a fortune to use VR Cocoon cards and explore the VR universe 12 hours earlier than others. So I believe it should not be a problem. As soon as I posted these 2 posts, within a few minutes the comment sections of the 2 posts were filled with comments asking me various questions about the VR Cocoon card in the VR city. From the price of the most basic VR Cocoon card to the number of VR Cocoon cards up for auction. Occasionally missing content, please report errors in time. Date the 8th of April 2321 time 7:25 Location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 01, Anne, don't you know how to knock? I asked as Anne barged into the bedroom. What the hell are you thinking? Anne yelled at the boy ignoring his question. About what? I asked Anna to give me more details to understand what she was asking about. Didn't we agree to auction your VR cards during the auction? Anne inquired the boy, reminding him of the deal between them. Yes, we did, I said knowing what Anne was pissed about. So what changed? Anne asked, shoving her grimoire in my face. The page displayed my online store and my 2 recent posts. This doesn't change anything. I will still be auctioning the VR cards in the auction as promised, I clarified, though my post was very clear about that. If you are going to sell your VR cards at a retail price 12 hours after the auction, who is going to bid for the cards at the auction? Anne thundered. Southern Capital's monthly auction was already on thin ice due to the unfortunate delay, and the only thing it got going for it was the boy's VR cards, so when Anne heard the boy planned to sell VR cards right after the auction she couldn't help but get pissed at him for doing something which would harm the auction. Anne did not condemn the boy selling his VR cards 12 hours after the auction, he could sell them right after the auction. She couldn't care less, but he should not have announced it to the whole world. Now the only attraction of the postponed Southern Capital auction had lost its value. Someone who cannot wait 12 hours will, I replied casually while going through the comment section on my 2 posts. Wyatt, this is not a joke. Do you know how many livelihoods are dependent on this one monthly card auction? Anne could not stress enough how important the monthly auction was for the local and small business owners of the Southern Capital. This was important and Anne could not have the boy messing it up with his thoughtless actions. Relax, how about instead of auctioning my VR cards at the auction we give them away to everyone that will attend the auction? I proposed to Anne. I was not looking to make profits from the VR cards, I wanted many people to equip them as fast as possible. And the people attending the Southern Capital's monthly auction were all merchants or related to a merchant or influencers. If these people take a fancy to my VR cards, then it will be a lot easier for me to spread the VR cards to various markets. Especially, the influencers, they will be the best way for me to make people aware of my VR cards across the globe. What? Anne exclaimed in shock listening to the boy say he was planning to just give away his VR cards to a bunch of random people for free when he invested about 50 devil-grade ingredients into it. You heard me correctly, let us give away my VR cards to those who attend the auction instead of auctioning it, I repeated myself, seeing Anne finding it hard to believe my words. Have you gone mad? You invested about 50 devil-grade ingredients in this project and now you want to give its fruits away to others for free, Anne yelled, and she wasn't done. Do you have any idea how many people will be attending the auction? At least in thousands, that is despite the debacle, but if you announce that you are giving away your new VR cards to those who attend the auction, then the number will easily reach 10,000 or even 100,000. Who would despise a free card? Do not worry, the quantity of the VR cards is not an issue. I think I can make 10 million VR cards by the start of the auction, I assured Anne. I was willing to give all 10 million VR cards away for free if it guarantees that each of them will be equipped by a card apprentice. As my purpose for these cards was higher than making profits off of them. No, I am not talking about the quantity, I am talking about your investment in these cards. If you give them away for free to thousands of card apprentices, then you will make a huge loss so big that your profits from selling other cards at affordable prices will not be able to make up for them. Anne spoke her worries to the boy and explained how his idea might help her, but it will destroy him. Suddenly, Anne took a good look at the boy, wondering, had the boy fallen in love with her? Otherwise, why would he take a huge loss to help her with the auction? About time, after all, she was the girl of his dreams, the mixture of conservative and pure Susan and powerful and beautiful Anna. Even so, She could not allow the boy to do something so stupid. Do worry about the finances, Anne. I have a plan, saying that I summoned my grimoire and added a new post on my online store, making a splash in the grimoire network. Change of plans, people. I will be not auctioning my VR cards at the Southern Capital monthly auction but giving it away to those who attend the party. So friends, join me at the auction to get your own VR card. Wyatt, Anne exclaimed as she saw I made a new post on my online store announcing that I will be giving away my VR cards for free to those who attend the auction. A few minutes after I made my post announcing that I will be giving away VR cards for free, it had already become one of the trending searches in the Grimoire network, gaining the attention of everyone who was anyone. Date the 8th of April 2321, time 7:38, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest. Palace number 01. Knock knock. Come in, Colton, I said, seeing Colton knock on the room door, and added, at least the help of the royal family knows proper etiquette. What is it? Anne thundered at Colton. She had a stomach full of anger as a result of the boy's action, and Colton's sudden intrusion gave a proper outlet for it, since she did not dare to take it out on the boy. Your Highness, I have prepared the 10 million common cores that Master Wyatt had asked for, Colton replied as he handed her an storage card containing a pile of storage cards containing 10 million common cores. I see, now leave. Anne took the storage card and handed it to me while asking the butler to leave. Handing the storage card to Anne, Colton politely left the room and stood by the door emotionlessly, awaiting the royal family's esteemed guests' orders. So, do you think you can create 10 million VR cards by the start of the monthly auction? Anne asked me. Yes, I have already set up numerous card creation array formations, so don't worry. If everything goes well, I will be able to create 10 million VR cards by tomorrow night, I answered confidently. Where are these array formations you speak? Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you, Evan. What about the other ingredients for the creation of VR cards? Anne asked me skeptically. All I can say is I got everything prepared and ready to go. Now stop wasting my time and please leave me alone so that I can get back to my work, saying that I entered the seed world without waiting for Anne to leave the room. Seeing the seed burrow into the surrounding space and get lodged in there, Anne was not surprised, as she had already learned about the seed and its abilities. However, she was surprised to see him leave her hanging in the middle of the bedroom. Was he not in love with her? He definitely was, otherwise, what could explain the fact that the boy was willing to give away thousands of VR cards for free just for her? But why did he not show the love physically? After all, they were in the perfect settings. A hunky man and beautiful woman in their prime, all alone in a bedroom. Instead of letting his wild instincts take over his body and ravish her ripe body without holding back his urges, the boy just up and went minding his work, leaving Anne doubting her beauty. Stepping into the floating islands created by stones summoned by the stone Viltronians in the seed world, I looked at the numerous card creation array formations set up by my mutated soul clones and nodded in satisfaction. Taking a common core from the storage card, I handed the rest to my clones so that they can distribute them as per requirement among the various card creation array formations. While my clones waited for my order to use the card creation array formation to create 10 million VR cards, I got comfortable nearby and started the creation of the new card. I trusted Hive AI's simulation with my life, but still, before starting the production of 10 million VR cards, I decided to create the card and practically verify Hive AI's theoretical results. Following the card recipe, I took 1 common core, 1 diamond slime core, 3 parts of diamond slime, and 2 parts of gum trenched dream gum, then placed them all on my card creation page. First thing first, I turned slime core, slime, and dream gum into soul pathways and transferred their soul pathways into the common core. Then I fused the soul pathways of the 3 parts of diamond slime with 2 parts of gum trenched dream gum, creating a new soul pathway of a thick sticky fluid slime that had both the properties of the diamond slime with 2 parts of gum trenched dream gum. Then I edited the soul pathways of the new slime to remove its digestive juices. Then I took the soul pathway of the slime core and separated the soul pathways of soul energy refining and crystallization from it. Then added these soul pathways to the soul pathways of the new slime, enhancing its diamond slime abilities. Then I edited the soul pathways of the new slime such that they adopt the property of the dream gum to put those who come in contact with it into deep hibernation while their consciousness gets separated from their body. This way, this time when the slime surrounds a person, it will harden and turn into a tough crystal, but instead of digesting the person inside it, it will use the property of the dream gum to put them in deep hibernation while repeating their consciousness from their body. And the way for the person to wake up from hibernation was for their consciousness to return to their body or for the effects of the dream gum to be removed by the slime. Done with the editing of the soul pathways, I began to work on the grimoire interface with the help of Hive AI. So that the slime will only use the property of the dream gum with the permission of the user but also end the effect of the dream gum with the will of the user. This way the user can enter and leave the VR universe simply by willing it. With that, all the addition was done and I tugged on the soul pathways of the common core, turning it into a card. Soon my grimoire shined with golden light and a card floated out of it. Grasping it, I went through its card info. The effects of the card were everything I wanted them to be and better. Then I turned to my mutated soul clones and nodded, giving them the signal to start with the production of the 10 million VR card. Date the 8th of April 2321 time 7:38 Location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace Number 01 Card Name, VR Slime Card Type, Item Card Card Rank, F Rank, Common Grade Card Rate, 1-star Card Durability, 100/100ths Card Effect. VR Slime helps the user's consciousness travel to VR universe while the user's physical body is hibernating within its crystallized mucus. Additional effect: Soul Energy Digestion, Diamond Cover, Enhanced Recovery. Soul Energy Digestion. The VR Slime enhances the user's digestive system to help the user digest any soul energy taken orally, but it is more efficient when the user is within the VR Slime. Note: the effectiveness of the card effects varies based on the user's realm. Diamond Cover. The VR Slime's crystallized mucus can withstand attack up to F rank. Note: the effectiveness of the card effects varies based on the user's realm. Enhanced Recovery. Sleeping within the VR Slime will enhance the user's physical and mental recovery ability. Note: the effectiveness of the card effects varies based on the user's realm. The new VR card I created was called the VR Slime. It was not an actual slime but a card created using slime's mucus, aka slime is one of the ingredients and most of its effects were derived from a slime, hence the name. This card met all my milestones for it, from card cost to card rank to card rate to card effects. This card was everything I hoped for. Especially its 3 card effects: Soul Energy Digestion, Diamond Cover, and Enhanced Recovery. However, there was a variation. 2 of these 3 effects were kind of passive effects. Meaning they passively activated when the user's physical body was within the VR Slime and would not take effect when the user was outside. Even the one passive effect that was in effect all time was more efficient when the user was within the VR Slime. I needed the additional effects of the card to be passive so that the Card Apprentice will not unequip the VR Slime card if they did not plan to visit the VR universe for the day as they wanted the passive effect of the VR Slime card. However, things did not turn that way. Still, the 2 effects of the VR Slime cards, Soul Energy Digestion, and Diamond Cover, should be enough reason for the Card Apprentice to equip the card all the time. After all, if a low-level Card Apprentice plan to use the Diamond Cover against ambush, they will have to keep the card equipped. As for the Soul Energy Digestion effect of the VR Slime card, this effect was something even mid and high-level Card Apprentices will covet, as this effect will allow them to digest the soul energy in the monster meat they eat more efficiently. Monster meat is a huge industry that I wanted to take a crack at with my meat processing plant cards but did not due to the complications involved. There were many reasons why the monster meat industry was flourishing. One of them was that monster meat contains soul energy which we can gain by feeding on them. However, the human digestive system is not efficient in divesting soul energy, so most of the soul energy in the monster meat goes to waste. For many millennia many have thought of creating a card that will increase the soul energy digestion capability of the human digestive system, but unfortunately, none have come close to creating one for a long time until recently a certain researcher did such a card. However, the card he created was of S rank and cost a fortune. Regardless of its cost, due to its rank the card only tended to high-level Card Apprentices. As for the low-rank and middle-rank Card Apprentices, they weren't lucky and were still waiting their turn. So some researchers have theorized various exercises and homemade concoctions for low-level Card Apprentices to increase the soul energy digestion ability of their human digestive system. However, many of these exercises and concoctions have claimed to show incredible and record-breaking results, but none have been able to show any significant evidence to back their claims. However, what they could not achieve has been achieved by my VR Slime card today. This might not be a big deal for high-level Card Apprentices, but it was for low-level and middle-level Card Apprentices. Especially the low-level Card Apprentice. as the soul energy digested through peak low level and beginner low monster meat would easily help them break through a small realm in their active soul control percentage. I was very satisfied by the soul energy digestion effect of the VR slime card, because even if people did not want to or had no plans about exploring the VR universe, they will still buy this card just for its additional effect. Yes, this was why I added a groundbreaking effect such as the soul energy digestion to the VR card. People will come for the enhanced digestion effect of the card and stay for VR universe. All in all, now every card apprentice had no choice but to get a VR slime card for themselves. To be honest, the Diamond Slime's mucus had another amazing effect that would make a good addition to the VR slime card, however I did not dare to add it to the card. The effect I was talking about was the ability of the Diamond Slime mucus to absorb the surrounding soul energy and digest it for the slime. If I were to add this ability to the card and release it in the market, I would shake the entire world, and then what followed next would not be within my control. I guess it would not go that far, as the Southern royal family would imprison me in some dungeon before I introduced that card to the world. So to ensure a bright and free future for myself, I only added the soul energy digestion part of that ability and deleted the soul energy absorption part of the ability. I could have achieved the idea that one's physical body was absorbing the soul energy and cultivating its active soul energy while its consciousness was playing in VR universe, but this idea was too advanced for the current world to handle, so I had to tone down. The enhanced recovery ability was good too. Well, the idea that while your consciousness enjoyed a fully immersive illusion when your body recovered to its peak state was good too. Shaking my head, I supervised the card creation array formations, and seeing the production of VR slime cards was going without a hitch, I summoned my grimoire. Till the auction starts I was free, nobody would come to disturb me, so I decided to use this time to visit the inter-realm city of the Devil Merchant Code, to be precise the sector ES0012. After checking up on the production of liquid rule power, I plan to take advantage of Sector S12's rule power to achieve the ultimate understanding of my blood rule's blood fate plunder meaning, and move on to comprehend the next meaning of the blood rule that seemed to be connected to my calamity soul gem in ways I am yet to discover. It's about time to focus on my personal growth. I could break through to the card master realm anytime, but I did not, because I wanted to open the next transformation of my calamity soul gem before I entered the card master realm, so that I can make full use of the baptism that would follow once I step into the card master realm. I cannot imagine what changes will follow once my calamity soul gem undergoes baptism, however I can make sure that it was its best when undergoing the baptism to get the best results. My ambitions were too big, and my origin card calamity soul gem was the best tool in my toolbox to help me fulfill my ambitions. Opening the Devil Merchant Codex pages, I choose to enter the inter-realm city, sector S0012. Dear Demon Merchant, do you want to enter Inter-Realm City Sector S0012? Yes, no, note. You are entering a recommended sector, so standard offering practice will be followed. Yes, dear Demon Merchant, using Spirit Transfer Array to travel to Sector S0012. Note, Spirit Transfer Array takes the Demon Merchant's spiritual body that has entered it and transfers them to the Inter-Realm City. Dear Demon Merchant, welcome to Sector S0012. Note, behave. Soon I was carried through a white tunnel by an invisible force. Getting out of it, I appeared next to a fountain. I looked at my warehouse in the sector S0012 from where I stood, and it was just like I left it. It was still barren land without a single property or any sign of development. Before heading towards my warehouse, I walked the fountain in search of the young Redfoot demon merchant from the Red Alps realm. No surprise, I found him sleeping soundly on the other side of the fountain. Knowing that it was sensitive even in its sleep, I did not stare for long and headed toward my warehouse, not planning to disturb the sleep of the young Redfoot since I could not communicate with him yet, as I haven't mastered his native language. Date the 8th of April 2321, time 7:58, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 01, Seed World, Inter-Realm City, Sector S0012. After checking the Earth, Wind, and Fire rule power gathering array formations and collecting their respective liquid rule power, I rented another 1-acre property for 48,000 low-tier soul jades per day. Property No. 04, right next to the property number 03 which I had previously rented. Then I used the Demon Merchant Codex to get the Devil Merchant Code to construct a big properly ventilated warehouse. Now that I know the Redfoot Demon Merchant was using this sector regularly, I did not mind spending a little more for my privacy. Before I could walk into the warehouse, from the corner of my eyes I saw a red figure peeking from behind the fountain. It was none other than the young Redfoot demon merchant. I guess the commotion had woken him up. I chose to act as if I hadn't noticed it peeking and walked into the warehouse. A familiar dialogue box displayed in my vision. Dear demon merchant, select the nature of your property, greater than private, exclusive entry only to demon merchant renting it, greater than public, open for all demon merchants. Greater than commercial, exclusive entry only for the customers specified by the demon merchant renting it. Note: each selection comes with varying options with appropriate offerings to be offered to the devil merchant code. Private, setting the nature of my property. I mentally ordered, Hive AI, get me the array blueprint for a pseudo-natural rule power gathering array and a pseudo-natural rule enlightenment array formations for blood rule power. A pseudo-natural rule enlightenment array formation was an array that would help a card apprentice with their understanding of that particular rule. A pseudo-natural rule enlightenment array formation was a simple array, but it was not popularly used by card apprentices to increase their mastery of rules because it required a lot of rule power to run it. However, I plan to use the pseudo-natural blood rule power gathering array to power the pseudo-natural blood rule enlightenment array formation. This solution might not work in their card world, but here where rule power was abundantly available this was possible. I guess this would working Bloodette's dungeon seal too. After all, it could be considered the holy place of blood rule. My blood rule mastery was stuck at rare mastery for some time now. Now I plan to change that by increasing my understanding and mastery of Fate Plunder meaning to the ultimate level. Though my mastery of Fate Plunder meaning of blood rule was at plus ultra level, its understanding was at ultra level. It was because my understanding of Fate Plunder meaning of blood rule was at an ultra level that I did not increase my mastery of the Fate Plunder meaning. Previously, I had tried to increase my understanding of Fate Plunder meaning of blood rule, but I couldn't. Whenever I tried to increase my understanding, I felt like pushing a boulder to the top of the mountain. No matter how hard I tried to climb, I would be right where I started the climb at the ultra-level understanding. It became clear to me that I had met a bottleneck in my understanding of the Fate Plunger meaning. Which was bad, because without improving my understanding of Fate Plunder meaning of blood rule I could not increase my mastery of it to achieve complete mastery of Fate Plunder meaning. Without achieving completion in Fate Plunder meaning I could not choose to comprehend another meaning of blood rule at the blood rule bifurcation point. This was detrimental for me to unlock the new transformation of my Calamity Soul Gem and step into a higher realm. I needed to advance my power. I had too many strong enemies and very few reliable allies. Now that I was planning to launch the VR venture all by myself without taking any partners and investors, I was passing too many powerful people. These powerful people did not handle rejection well. Who knows how they will react? Now they might be calm and passive, since the Southern royal family had already declared its support for me by letting me stay at the Royal Guest Palace number 01. But once they see the success of my VR venture, witness the VR cards become a household item and VR universe household talk across the card world, notice the profits the VR universe was making with its restricted free access, paid partial, full access, and in-game purchases, they might change their stance. The Southern royal family might no longer be enough to hold them back. Not to mention, I wasn't sure if the Southern royal family would not hold any hard feelings that I did not share the profits of VR universe with them. I know Anna would not, but the same cannot be said for Anna's mother. Now that woman was a scheming bitch. She had her daughters coax me that they needed to spread the news that silver milk powder was fake to every corner of the world for my safety. While she was actually doing this to market the silver milk powder even before it was released in the market. She took the saying, every publicity is good publicity, to a whole other level. Except for the researchers community, the regular people had no idea about the silver milk powder. However, now every household in the world knows about the silver milk powder. Labeling me with a catchy title, Silver Milk Fraudster, Anna's mother effing used her daughter and state media as the key ingredients to create a juicy scandal about silver milk powder fraud that would easily spread around the world in the fastest time possible. Now everyone in the world has heard about the miraculous silver milk powder. She marketed the silver milk powder to the whole world under the disguise of exposing the fraud of the year. Now that everyone has heard about silver milk powder, when the Southern royal family releases the product to market claiming that it was not a fake but true product, people will buy it at first out of curiosity, but once they experience its miraculous ability there was no going back. They might even mortgage their house to stock up on silver milk powder. Date the 8th of April 2321, time 8:08, location Southern region, Southern capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 01, Seed World, Inter-Realm City, Sector S0012. What made me so sure that Anna's mother had spread that silver milk powder was fake to the whole world for propaganda but not for my safety? That was because their better was for her to have addressed this, but instead, she deliberately chose to use the state media to talk about silver milk powder, what it claimed to do, why card apprentices need silver milk powder, and lastly what were the benefits if mortals took diluted silver milk powder regularly. Until the Freedom Fighter incident, the state media had an hour special every day on silver milk powder for the past few weeks. In that hour special the anchors only spoke about silver milk powder applications and benefits. Then 5 minutes before ending the hour-long special, they would talk about the juicy scandal of how the silver milk fraudster took advantage of the southern region's Jules' innocent demeanor into granting him a patent for his fake silver milk powder. Yes, these bastards had used and sullied my name in every way possible to spread the propaganda about silver milk powder. They even went as far as to say that I had tricked innocent and naive Anna, once again shifting all the blame onto me. Anna's mother was responsible for all this when all this was unnecessary. All she had to do was announce to the researchers community that she will launch an investigation into the patent granted to silver milk powder and silver milk powder itself while apologizing for the inconvenience. That was it. Then she could have dragged the investigation until she was ready to introduce silver milk powder into the world market. But she did not. She saw an opportunity in Chris Chase calling me a fraud and ran with it, turning me into the silver milk fraudster. I had an idea of what Anna's mother was doing, but I let it slide as I had no idea how her little scheme of advertising the silver milk powder was affecting my reputation until I climbed the auction house stage to accept Cheers' challenge. Someone scheming enough to willingly throw her daughter under the bus for her interests would certainly have strong hard feelings when she witnesses the profits that VR Universe can produce with its restricted free access, paid partial full access, and in-game purchases. I couldn't care any less about her feelings. She effing turned me into the silver milk fraudster. Something like this sticks for a lifetime. No matter how many achievements and contributions I make to society, this title will always mask them. And for that, I hated Anna's mother. Anyway, knowing that the success of VR Universe will cause friction between me and the Southern royal family, I had to make my preparations to face anything that comes my way. For that I need power, and that was why I was here. I cannot instantly become a demigod, but I could become strong enough to save my life till I become a demigod. That was why I did not plan to break through to the Card Master realm until I unlocked the next transformation of my Calamity Soul Gem. Hive AI report. Array blueprint for a pseudo-natural blood rule power gathering array and a pseudo-natural blood rule enlightenment array formation successfully deduced. After numerous simulations, Hive AI has not only deduced blueprints for the pseudo-natural blood rule power gathering and the pseudo-natural blood rule enlightenment array formations, but also the most efficient way to use the pseudo-natural blood rule power gathering array formation as the power source for the pseudo-natural blood rule enlightenment array formation. Following the blueprint deduced by Hive AI, I set up both arrays in the warehouse and then connected the pseudo-natural blood rule power gathering array as a power source for the pseudo-natural blood rule enlightenment array. It took me about 20 minutes to completely set up both arrays following the Hive AI's blueprint. It had been a while since I had done the grunt work ever since I had created my mutated soul clones. Since they were busy with the production of 10 million VR slime cards, I could not disturb them and could only set up both the arrays myself. I started the pseudo-natural blood rule power gathering array formation first and waited for it to stock up enough blood rule power not only to start the pseudo-natural blood rule enlightenment array but also to run it continuously without any hiccups. Hopefully, the blood rule enlightenment array and surroundings of the sector S0012 were sufficient for me to break through my understanding of fate plunder meaning of the blood rule. Because even with the help of Bloodette's blood rule pills I could not make up for what I was lacked to increase my understanding of fate plunder meaning of the blood power. The synchronization rate of my mutated ego gem was 90%. Honestly, there weren't many things out there that could assist my ego gem in the compression of the rule. With such a high synchronization rate, I shouldn't need any assistance in the comprehension of rule power in the first place. However, I wasn't comprehending any normal rule meaning. It was one of the rarest of the rule meanings in the history of rules. Even the Dark Realm had zero mentions of fate plunder meaning. Yes, the Dark Realm, with the longest known recorded history and the home of the universe's most powerful and advanced beings, the demons, did not have any known records of someone comprehending the fate plunder meaning of the blood rule. This was according to my inter-realm network search on the Devil Merchant Code. I did not dare to waste my free reading minutes just to check if there was somebody else who comprehended the Fate Plunder meaning of the blood rule. As it would not help in my understanding of Fate Plunder meaning in any way, instead I would be revealing to the owner of the Infinity Library that I had comprehended the blood rule's Fate Plunder meaning. Not to mention, even if there were others who comprehended blood Fate Plunder meaning in other realms, it did not mean their world's rule meaning comprehension will help me. It could only lead me astray from the rule meaning of my world. Date the 8th of April 2321, time 8:47, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 01, Seed World, Inter-Realm City, Sector S0012. With the pseudo-natural blood rule power gathering array formation having gathered enough blood rule power, I started the pseudo-natural blood rule enlightenment array formation. Then I walked into the center of the array formation and sat in the lotus position to begin my comprehension of blood rule's Fate Plunder meaning. I began to sense blood rule in the surrounding atmosphere, because of the pseudo-natural blood rule power gathering array formation being connected to the enlightenment array. The concentration of the blood rule in the array was very high compared to the rules. It was as if I was in the presence of the blood rule river in the world's will. However, the feeling of comprehending rules in the inter-realm city using my spiritual body was unlike the feeling of comprehending rules within the world's will. The rules in Sector S0012 and Card World's will were the same, but the Sector S0012 lacked the feeling of being home like the Card World's will did. Amidst my thoughts, I suddenly felt the presence of blood rule around me grow stronger, as if I was floating in a pond of blood rule. Granted that the concentration of blood rule had grown higher, but it was not enough to give me the push I needed to increase my understanding of Fate Plunder from ultra level to plus ultra level. So I order Hive AI to run the pseudo-natural blood rule enlightenment formation at full throttle, disregarding the safety measures of array formation. The purpose of the pseudo-natural blood rule enlightenment array formation was to help me increase my understanding of Fate Plunder meaning of blood rule. If it could not fulfill its role, then what's the use of keeping such an array formation? So I ordered the Hive AI to disregard the safety of array formation and run it at full throttle, even if it meant array getting destroyed trying to process greater blood rule power. Soon I felt a ripple in the still pond of the blood rule. With the ripple spreading across the blood rule pond, I felt a subtle excitement in my understanding of the Fate Plunger meaning of the blood rule. Then the ripple was followed by many more ripples. With the very ripple that passed by me, I felt as if my understanding of the blood rule's Fate Plunder meaning was being beaconed towards somewhere outside the blood rule pound I was in, but I could not tell where exactly, so I tried to follow the ripples, but they would end at the edge of the blood rule pound, meeting a dead end. I tried getting out of the blood rule pond and heading toward the summoning I felt, but as soon I stepped out of the blood rule pond, the summoning would vanish but return once I entered the blood rule pond. Within the pond of blood rule, I knew exactly where I had to go to get what I wanted, but once I stepped out of the blood rule pond to get to where I wanted, I would mysteriously forget where I had to go. Stuck in a dilemma, I was baffled as I could not find a solution to it. Then a crazy idea crosses my mind. If I cannot feel the direction where I am supposed to head without the blood rule pond, then why don't I carry the blood rule pond with me toward the calling? I wanted to ignore it as a crazy idea I had in a desperate situation, but I couldn't, as the more I thought about it, the desperateness of my situation made the crazy idea seem a reasonable idea. The pseudo-natural blood enlightenment array formation was running at full throttle, exploring the limits of its design. I had no idea when it would reach its limits and when it would give up, but according to the simulation of the Hive AI, it will happen soon, and once the enlightenment array gives up, I will not be able to feel the calling even within the blood rule pond. So, I had very little time on my hands, hence the desperation. In the end, I decided to carry the blood rule pound with me toward the beacon. I spread my mental energy to cover the entire blood rule pond and empowered the ripples in the blood rule pond to turn them into huge waves. Soon, under the enhancement of my mental strength, the ripple in the blood rule pond turned the entire pond into a large wave of blood rule, and I suffered it heading toward the calling. The wave rushed toward the beacon that was summoning us at a high speed. Seeing that I could finally break past my bottleneck in blood rule's Fate Plunder meaning, I grew enthusiastic. As we traveled, I felt the calling grow stronger. Not just that, but I could also feel the thing calling us. It had a very strong presence. Trying to sense it as a whole, I felt like a granule of sand in the desert. That's how vast and strong the presence of the entity beaconing me through the ripples in the blood rule pond was. Just as I felt I was getting closer to the entity beaconing us, I heard the Hive AI's report that the pseudo-natural blood rule enlightenment array formation had broken down as a result of the speed of the blood rule wave started to decrease. until the wave of blood rule slumped down and turned into a small body of still blood rule. I floated at the center of it, desperately trying to feel the calling I felt earlier. No matter how hard I tried, got no response. I circled the entire blood rule pond to see if I could feel the beacon again. Just when I was about to give up hope, I felt the calling again. It was stronger than before. With the help of the pseudo-natural blood rule enlightenment array formation, I and the blood rule pond have gotten so close to the entity calling us that we no longer had to rely on it to feel it calling to us.